What up, or how are y'all doing today? Well, tonight. Welcome to, I don't know if to call this an episode or not. I just want to have a little fun. Random topic. This ain't really it could be a podcast episode. Depends on how many people get into this live. But, it could be a podcast episode. But, hey, it's just me shooting the shit. That's all. So, I know it's a joke to say or ask the question, is the MCU in shambles? But it's a legit question, yeah. Legit question. It's a legit question. It's a legit question. Is the MCU in shambles? I know it's a joke thrown around thanks to Marvel Smart. But I'm being legit. Is the MCU in shambles? If the MCU hasn't been the same since the Infinity Saga, please jump onto the live stream and share your opinions and whatnot. This ain't like no podcast episode. This is just me shooting the shit. Also asking this question, is the MCU in shambles? So, let's do it. Let's get into it. Is the MCU in shambles? There's multiple ways you can go approach this. Is the MCU in shambles? Some say yes, some say no. Some people say that all the Disney Plus shows haven't lived up to expectations, which is valid. Me personally, I think it's here or there. I think there has been shows that haven't worked out so well. Then there's shows that have worked out, but not in the long run, though. Like Loki season 2, I think does a great job, kind of like WandaVision did. But that's like a little amount compared to how many shows we have had so far between Phase 4 and Phase 5. And if we look back to the Infinity Saga, when we were in Phase 2, the MCU was the talk of the town. Now, granted, the MCU is talk of the town somewhat, but not in the same positive light like it was before. You know what I mean? Now, granted, also, to be fair, there wasn't a lot of content coming out at the time. You had, after the Avengers, you had, Iron Man 3, Thor, Dark World, then you had Captain America, The Winter Soldier, which I would argue one of the greatest sequels we've had in the MCU. Not the only one, but one of the greatest. And the only really biggest thing they did in Phase 2 was the fact of bringing in Guardians of the Galaxy. That was so big. There were people that read the comics, be like, how they're going to display this into the MCU, because before the MCU, the Guardians were a completely different team than they were in the MCU. So Phase 2, all he really had going for him is, Eternals is underrated. I agree. I do think they spent a little bit too much time, telling the backstory. But now, granted, you have a lot more characters that you got to develop in a 2 hour, I think it's 2 hours, right? 2 hours and 20 minutes, something like that. It's not bad. To say it's bad. See, that's the problem with the MCU fans. Is that y'all will look at a film like Eternals or even Thor: The Dark World and say a film like that is bad. There hasn't been a good quality compared to other films. There has been, for instance, I brought up Thor: Dark World. The quality for that film wasn't as good as compared to a film like Iron Man or The Winter Soldier or Infinity War. But I wouldn't say that a movie from the MCU has been trash or bad. I respect your take, but if we look at what has come out and the quality of the projects and what they have done, they're not bad. Now, granted, this is a different conversation we're going to have when the Marvels come out. That might be a different conversation. because there's a lot going against that film. Yeah, the Thor films, I didn't mind the first one. I mean, to be honest with you, the only thing I remember about the first film is how 7-Eleven used to sell their, because Marvel used to sell their Slurpee cups at 7-Eleven. As a kid, I used to love that. So I would always go to 7. I remember getting the Thor cup, the Slurpee Thor cup. It was so awesome because they had a Thor one, then they had a Loki one, and then another one. I can't remember the dude's name, but yeah, me personally, I mean, I did like Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I think that was decent for what it was compared to, because it's the same director, I believe. Not the same director, but the same, what's his name? Crap. Anyway, I think the show for what it was going for is fine, but I think Loki, WandaVision, Moon Knight's an interesting thing for me because, like, there's moments where I love it. It's kind of like the same thing for me. Wouldn't say it's in shambles. They need to learn from their mistakes. Well, this is the thing I think a lot of people, a lot of Marvel fans and a lot of cinema fans, no pun intended, that they don't educate themselves about what's going on behind the curtains. They think it's just strictly Marvel making these decisions. And granted, yes, Marvel has a say-so when it comes to story things, but like a lot of people don't realize during the pandemic, 2020, 2021, and 2022, Bob Chapek, I think that's who was running Disney at the time. He went into Disney, fired all the people that made Disney for what it was in the past decades or so, or at least the recent 2 decades. And then he brought all his friends in to replace those jobs. And he literally made Kevin Feige step down as creative, I think it was creative director, I believe, or something like that. They basically made him step down so his buddies and whatnot could take over control. So a lot of the quality of the projects that were coming out between 2021 and 2022 and a lot of this year was the result of Bob Chapek. I think that's his name. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that he is the result of that. Kevin Feige, now granted, Kevin Feige had some, fingers playing in the sand a little bit, but it was kind of the equivalent of like, they were suppressing his creativity, if you will. He's suppressing his vision to push out numbers, to push out more quantity over quality. Now, since that Bob Iger has returned and basically put Kevin back into his role that he was in back in the Infinity Saga, you're starting to see a lot of these projects like Daredevil Born Again, a lot of these films that were a lot of shows that were supposed to be films. I mean, no. Armor Wars was supposed to be a show, but now it's going to be a film. Daredevil Born Again is getting completely changed around. Yeah, I think the comedy it was great in the first, like in Infinity Saga. I mean, I think comedy is comedy, but it's kind of gotten to a point where it's like, if comedy is driving your narrative and story and your movies, now granted, if it's a comedy film, fine. But if most of the MCU, like if this was a Deadpool film, then yeah, that's understandable. But a Captain America film, come on. Imagine Captain America, the Winter Soldier was a comedy fest. It wouldn't get the praise it gets now. So, yeah, like that's what I'm saying. And I had this conversation with a couple other creators. Is like, and beyond comedy, I think when it comes to politics and stuff like that, I don't mind like politics, comedy, and all this stuff. I don't mind it as long as it serves the story, and you don't sacrifice your storytelling. Sorry, I'm getting cut off. Hold on. Basically, don't sacrifice your characters and your story to please. Now, granted, I'm trying to say this in the best way possible. It's awesome if you want to represent something. Awesome. But make it make sense in the story. Don't sacrifice the story. Because a movie, a show ain't nothing without the story. If the story does not work, then everything else falls flat. You can have good acting, you can have a good director, you can have all the money in the world, but if it doesn't add up with the story, that is where that's why the writers are so important. That's why the whole writer strike, like writers are extremely important when it comes to that stuff. But a lot of that gets muddied up with, studio interference and directors change their visions on their own story. Yeah, and I think that's kind of, prevalent to what's going on now. That's what I'm saying. I said earlier, like, since Bob Iger has stepped in and gave Kevin back his role that he had originally in the Infinity Saga, it's starting to kind of change back to what it was, but it's not going to instantly happen overnight. You gotta still get over some of the aftermath of what Bob Chapek did. That's why we had the Marvels Secret Invasion, which I honestly think Secret Invasion was out of all the shows, out of any of the projects in the MCU, film, shows, I'm extremely disappointed what they did with Secret Invasion, because all the way back to like Infinity War, ever since they teased the Skrulls back in the Infinity Saga, like I was super excited for the whole Skrull story, Secret Invasion. Like I literally dreamed about stuff like that around the Infinity Saga, Infinity War and whatnot, how they were setting that up. And the result is, granted, I know we're gonna see them more in the Marvels and whatnot, but the way they were setting them up just to fall flat to what we got in Secret Invasion. Now, granted, the comic crossover is not all that to really talk about either, but it was just a big letdown. That's why I kind of I don't know. That out of all the MCU shows, even above She-Hulk, I think Secret Invasion was really... Now, granted, if you take the biased opinion that I have away from it and just look at it as a show, it's fine. But as a Marvel fan and guy that reads comics and all that and really appreciates the story that they're trying to adapt and it falls flat, I'm kind of like, okay. That's why I'm kind of appreciate Marvel and Kevin for stepping in for Daredevil Born Again and saying, hey, this is not working. We need to change this, because you're adapting a very important run for Daredevil, and is loved by many Marvel fans or beyond Marvel fans. So now I think they did a great job with it in season 3 of the Daredevil show, which I love. But if you're gonna reintroduce the story again and retell it in your own way, in the MCU way, do it right. Don't do a disservice to Daredevil fans. We've already suffered enough by everything that's been going on with the character. Me personally, She-Hulk. This is where I stand with She-Hulk. There were some episodes that worked for me, but there was a lot of... My problem with the show is that there really was no... Like I mentioned earlier, if you're going to sacrifice the plot and the story for comedy and whatnot, granted, I know that She-Hulk is that character where she can do the fourth wall breaking and all that, like Deadpool and whatnot, jumping from comic panel, even going to the Marvel Studios and whatnot. That's fine, but I just truly felt like the story extremely fell flat. I was not interested. I mean, granted, I was tuning in for every episode, but I was truly let down. The only a couple episodes I really liked was the lawyer stuff. Whatever episode had the most lawyer stuff, like the Daredevil thing, I loved. I wish we had more of that, but I wasn't a big fan of She-Hulk after that, because I was kind of like let down, because it's like, I love She-Hulk. I used to read She-Hulk, and I was like super. Same thing for Secret Invasion. Like I was super excited for She-Hulk and Secret Invasion, but it just fell flat. And as a comic book reader, I'm like, gosh, I'm so mad, because it's like, not mad, I'm frustrated. I'm not gonna say I'm mad, because that's over dramatic, but I'm a little bit frustrated, because it's like, it's like if they ruined Deadpool. Imagine how mad the Deadpool fan base would be I mean, you already have the creator right now complaining about Deadpool as where it is, but yeah. I don't like the remark of the MCU because here's the thing. I keep repeatedly saying this. Like, as long as it serves the story and you do justice to these characters, don't tarnish their legacy or their characters, because there's a lot, like the newer generation that's going to come in, they're not going to know a lot about this stuff in the comics unless they go out and read it. But how they're going to know if the art itself is not showing that, so I just, for instance, like the way I was introduced to Spider-Man was the 90s animated series. Imagine if that, now granted, a lot of that show has not aged very well, but it's a classic. Imagine, I'm young me. I haven't read comics yet. My first introduction to a superhero was Spider-Man, the 90s animated series. Imagine if that show did not work. Then, as a fan, I will never respect that character. And not to say later down the line I wouldn't, but it's like storytelling in this art form matters. And if you cheapen it down for quick laughs or quick action or whatnot, then it's just, it kind of does a disservice to all the comic book writers, the artists and all that have come before and created so much great stories, and you cheapen it to a couple comedy jokes and a line and whatnot. Like, nah, like this story doesn't, like none of these stories deserve to be cheapened, do it service. Like if Stan Lee was, and not just Stan Lee, any of the comic book writers that saw what the MCU is doing right now, I think they would step in and say, hey, like this is not, they're not going to, I think they wouldn't like the direction. Now granted, not some of the reasons why people don't like the MCU, but more of like, if you're sacrificing these characters and their story and whatnot just for your own narrative, then that's a problem. Granted, if you want to tell a message and whatnot, then actually do the work. Don't be sloppy with your storytelling. You can actually do the work. Put in the work, write a good story, and bam. Make sure everyone is on page, like on the same page. Like, I encourage people to go watch the Iron Man documentary that was along with the DVD or Blu-ray or 4K, whatever you own. Like, if you watch that documentary of how Kevin Feige and Marvel at the time and how they were all working together and were all on the same page and had the same vision, that's the MCU that I miss. I do feel like I do feel like they're getting back to that, but it's at a point now if you have to rechange everything they've done in the past two phases, it's kind of like, yeah. Hold on, Civil War. What y'all talking about? Sorry, I went on a little bit of rant. Yeah, I was about to say this in another live stream last night. Me personally, like I'm sticking around for the end. Like I want to see what happens in Secret Wars, but after Secret Wars, the only character I probably tune in for is Spider-Man, honestly. Like, I want to see what they do with Tom Holland now that he's finally Spider-Man. I look at the Tom Holland trilogy as a prequel trilogy to what we're going to finally get for the new trilogy. So I'm very interested to see what they do. Now, if they do bring Miles in, I'll stick around, but I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to hate on the newer generation or whatnot, but it's like, and that's just like for me for comics. Like, I don't read all the comics. I only check in for a couple characters, read their story, check out what's going on with them. If there's stuff connected to it, I'll check it out. But like I don't go read all the characters because I used to, but I do feel like Marvel Comics has become a little bit stale with some of the stories. Same thing for DC. And I feel like that's what's happening with the MCU. And I truly think when it comes to Secret Wars, like I'll watch everything up to Secret Wars and what happens there. But after that, if they're going to do a giant reboot, that's cool. I'm happy for the new generation and whatnot. I'm only sticking around for a couple of the Spider-Man stuff and whatnot. And See what they do with that. Maybe Thor 5, because I really hope they do a redemption for Thor, because Thor needs a redemption, bro. Yeah, well, Guardians 3 was good. I love Guardians 3. I'll defend Guardians 3. I'll die on that hill. I love Guardians 3. But I might be biased with that opinion too. So, that's just my opinion. No, I mean, you still got the Fantastic Four. I'm really interested in seeing what they're going to do with the X-Men stuff, the mutant stuff. Just say it. What do you mean, just say it? Now, granted, I want to see what they do with Fantastic Four and the mutants, but I'm just going to be tuning in for characters that I really mess with. I really want to see what they're going to do with Deadpool 3. If they're really going to go full ham, which usually Deadpool films do. But I'm kind of worried a little bit. Someone still thinks Thor beats Null. Who thinks that? Is that that same guy? Yeah, it's been open. Yeah, it's been open. It's on. Is it on? Yeah, it should be open. I never close it, bro. Oh, thank Josh. Yeah, the request should be open. I don't know. Hold on. It's not. What the world? Yeah, I can invite people. Here, I'm gonna hold on. Well, do you have 1,000 followers? Because that means that's a big difference. That's a big difference. Because I've never changed it. Who would you make? Who are you talking about? Who make an appearance? Spider-Man, Deadpool, Yeah, the only thing with Blade though is, who's the actor who plays him? Marshall Ali. Open panel. Oh, hold on. I know what you're talking about. I got you. Hold on. Let me go here. Let's see here. Stick with me, guys. Stick with me real quick. I think RDJ will come back. I think he will. I mean, maybe for Secret Wars and whatnot, for a final hurrah and whatnot. But I'm trying to find it. Where is it? Where is it? Text poll. All right, chat. Tell me how to get the panel thing working. Because I have no idea. I never do the panels. Sorry. Duh. Also, I'm a bit biased with this conversation because also I've been rewatching all the MCU. So, but I've been doing it in timeline order. So, where is it, bro? I am. Where is it at? Okay, hold on. Hey, chat, tell me how to get the, let's see. Yeah, I got the panel going. Allow requests from followers. Nah. Yeah, it's on. Allow requests from viewers. Yeah. I haven't gotten any requests. Yeah, I haven't gotten any requests. You must not have 1,000 followers or something. Or that or you're banned or something. I don't know. But yeah. What did I miss? Hold on, what'd you say? Okay, I got somebody.
Oh, yes.
What's up?
Hello?
Hold on.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, you can hear me. So I have a question for you. It said you mean like the MCU, like the movie, is in shambles? Like you don't like what's coming out, or like you think it's going downhill?
Yeah, kind of both in that question. Like, is it going downhill or is it?
Yes,
Yeah. So what makes you? Why you have that opinion?
I would say like the MCU is going downhill because now that so many people are getting into comics, um, the MCU is not really delivering comic book level production. It's more of like fan service and more like what's trending or who's attractive or that one person who they can make the most money off of. In my honest opinion, I'm gonna say the MCU hasn't had a hit since Infinity War, and I'm only gonna say Infinity War because then during Infinity War, every single theater was silent at the end, and they ended it off good. And then after that, the next one was Spider-Man, but like Spider-Man was good because it was like nostalgic purposes. Um, I feel like if you're going to like do an MCU movie, you really need to read up on it. I'm gonna say, and not you know. I feel like there's a line that gets drawn of what's realistic and what's really great because there's so many characters that have yet to been explored in a sense, and I just everything is now fan service. They don't care. They don't care about like the quality of what they're producing. I don't want to say they don't care about the quality. They don't care about the. I'm gonna say accuracy of what's coming out. Like what you call it, multiverse of madness. It could have been top tier, but you know when they introduced the Illuminati, you off the Illuminati way too fast. So it's like little things like that gets people upset.
I don't
They
even think
could
that
have
was the
done.
problem.
I think it was a problem only because like you know you introduced the Fantastic Four, you brought back the X Men, but then the X Men kind of didn't really count in a sense. Like it's weird to explain, but like there's so many things they could have targeted. They could have done House of M. You know, uh, Thanos was a really good villain. Killmonger was a really good villain. I also like. I didn't honestly. I didn't like Black Panther 2. I don't think it should have been Black Panther 2. It should have been more like. I don't think Black Panther 2 was a tribute movie in a sense. It's just weird. Like there's so many things to speculate into. You know, and you don't want to hurt nobody's feeling nowadays either. And then it's just weird. Like I feel like they rely on the main too many of the people to carry the MCU, and there's so many other characters that can carry the MCU. If that makes sense,
Well, for one, they should have replaced Chadwick Boseman. I mean, that's what they should have did. They didn't.
they should
They
have.
should
I
have
agree with
did.
that. They should have.
They should have.
Yeah, I think when it came to the Black Panther 2,
They
though, I
should
think the
have,
only
man. You
thing I'd
can't.
give.
You can't. Look,
How many
okay,
Supermans are there?
it's a
Mhm.
lot.
Exactly. Like I feel like there was only one Black Panther. Like
Well, I
I'm not
mean,
trying to be mean, but like I get your point. Like they should have replaced them.
No, I said, yeah, they should have replaced him.
Yeah,
well,
I agree with you.
the only thing
Yeah,
I'm throwing in there is that the only thing I see why they went for it is because at the time when they were making Wakanda Forever, Black Panther Wakanda Forever, is
but see,
that they
but
were
see, my
making it during the pandemic, well, after the pandemic, but the subject, well, Chadwick passing away was very hot, but also the fact that if you pay attention to at the end of the of Infinity Saga, a lot of that, and they said that they admitted to it. It's in the book too. They released that Chadwick Boseman was supposed to be the Tony Stark going into the next saga, and with
but the
him passing
problem was is
away,
that they knew. Look,
but
they knew
a
that
lot
he
of
was sick.
stories were shifted in the MCU. It wasn't just Wakanda; it was a bunch of others too.
Yeah, but the MCU, but the people behind the chair that was in charge, they knew he was sick. They knew he was sick
But also,
because because after
that's
because
a result of
after
Chadwick Boseman too. I mean, not Chadwick Boseman.
they
Bob
know he was
Chapek.
sick. They
Well,
knew who was sick way before he even passed away.
yeah, but I'm saying my point is that I don't know. It's a very touchy
Touchy
subject.
subject.
I see why they did it, but I agree.
I
I think they should have recasted him, but at the same time, it's like I can
I
understand that
got you.
there's a lot of story weaving around going on into it as well.
Man,
And
look,
if that's the
what
case,
what
they should
with
have
that
put Black
situation,
Panther on
but
hold.
with that situation with Chadwick Boseman, for one, look, it's messed up that he passed away. But they knew he was sick before he passed. You see, a lot of people don't realize that there were rumors because he was only supposed to do what 4 film deal with the MCU when he first signed. He first signed in what 2015 or 2015 something like that to play
I think it was
Black Panther.
Civil
2015.
War.
And before he was done with his contract, before Black Panther release, there was a lot of rumors saying that there was disputes between Chadwick Boseman and Disney about his contract. They knew he was sick. What they was really disputing was how are we gonna pay you if we know that you're not gonna be here, you're sick. They knew that man was sick and he was terminally ill. That's why there was rumors about contract disputes. People already had it in the back of their head that the woman that was playing Shuri was going to replace her. But the public didn't know that Chadwick Boseman was sick. We didn't know that part. But we knew that there were rumors around that Chadwick Boseman was going to be replaced.
Well, there was before, but that there was an original script before they changed the script for the Wakanda Forever. There was a script that was going to be Black Panther 2 with a different direction. And I'm saying is that with Chadwick, they were trying to make him into Tony going into the next saga, but there also you had the pandemic happen as well, and a lot of stories were changed. Like for instance, WandaVision was never supposed to come out first like that, and also hold on, I got other people coming in. Captain and Falcon and the Winter Soldier was completely a different story. They changed that due to
Yeah.
the pandemic and the story. A lot of that was just weaving. And I think what happened with Wakanda Forever was, I think it was rushed. I think it was truly rushed, and they just
It
put
was.
together what they could put together. And
No, no. It's just that Shuri, the girl that plays, she can't carry a film.
well, that's what I'm saying.
That's really all it comes
Shuri.
down
Okay.
I
to.
feel like I
Shuri.
feel like they should
Shuri
have made
in the comics.
M'Baku
Um,
Black Panther.
She can't carry a film.
Listen, in the
That's just the
comics, if you
truth.
want to be technical, I agree with you because in the comics, even Shuri is not the Black Panther.
No,
Shuri
it doesn't
never
matter
became
about the
the Black.
comics. That's not even the point. Forget the comics for a second. It's just
Okay.
that she's not a star.
Let me see
I
your
feel
acting
like
career.
M'Baku.
She's not a star. Chadwick Boseman was already, well, he wasn't a transcendent star, but he already played multiple leading roles before he even got Black Panther.
I see what
Do
you
you
mean.
know
It's
what she's
like
in or no?
She's
I
not a
I
star.
kind of I see what you
How do
mean
you
when
know
you
that?
say
What
that.
is she in that you know of?
Okay, well,
Besides this,
I don't think
what's
he's.
her discography that you know of to know
You said
I'm
what
not
what?
she's
saying
good
that.
at? What films has she been in?
You said
Like,
what
have you
Chadwick Boseman did? He did
know what
James
other films have
Brown.
I'm talking about Letitia Wright.
Oh yeah, she's not a star.
Okay, what else has she been in though?
Nothing.
Okay, so then that means you just don't know because she has been and stuff. What do you mean she's not a
I
star?
just I just feel
Well, I'm
that
saying no.
that
She probably has acting. Okay, first of all, let's just
She
be
has
honest,
leading roles as well.
bro. Let's just be honest. Nobody. The only reason why she got $1 billion, right? Starring in that movie because it was a Black Panther movie.
How much
No
really
one is
matters.
going to spend money just to watch her in the leading role. She's not a
How
star.
did you know
People
that?
will spend money to see Chadwick Boseman in a movie. They have before. The man played
So
like
you're
what
saying people don't come
three
to movies for
biopic
Letitia?
films. He did James Brown. He did Jackie Robinson, and he played I forgot who else they played. He played another biopic film, but he was already on that trajectory before he even did Black Panther. Letitia
okay. Well,
Wright is not a star.
can I what's just I feel I understand what you're saying. I just feel like she's a star, but
No,
no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no. No, let me hear me out. She's a star in that specific genre, but she's not someone you can market to be a star. If that makes sense. And that's
no,
like
she's not a
saying,
star. She's not a star at all.
Maybe to
Okay, let
y'all,
me
but
tell you what the difference
so
is.
like, okay,
It
can I
doesn't
talk
matter
now?
what type of
Can I talk
movie
now?
Leonardo DiCaprio is in. People are going to spend money just because he's Leonardo DiCaprio. People are going to spend money because you're going to see Chadwick Boseman. People are not going to spend money. You see, and
You
and
American?
Anthony
Are you
Mackie
American?
said this too. He said this a few years back, and he wasn't the only person to say
Are
this.
you American?
Actors that are in the MCU, there's only a few anomalies. People, a lot of actors are famous more so of the characters they play and not the actors themselves.
Are you
Robert Downey
American?
Jr., Chris Evans, those are exceptions to the rule. That's different. But when
Are
you
you
look
American?
at somebody like a Letitia Wright,
And then
Letitia
the
Wright
problem,
is not
it's
a
not.
star, bro.
Let's
No
talk
one
about it.
spends money to
Chris
go see her
Evans,
in a movie.
Robert Downey Jr.'s career was about to be kaput before Iron Man.
Yeah, but that was
Was
because he was
known,
on drugs.
but
Robert
but
Downey Jr. was
but
still
Chris Evans
a
was known
generational
for
actor,
multiple things.
regardless. He's a child actor.
Chris Evans was known for multiple things, and still, like, I'm confused. His big
But
role,
but when you look at Iron Man,
his
okay, let's
big
just be
role was
okay. Let's
what?
just
What was Chris
okay,
Evans'
but
big role? What was
but
Chris
okay, but
Evans' big
Robert
role?
Downey
I
Jr.
think
Okay,
made
both. I
Iron
think
Man
let me
though.
finish.
I think honestly though, I
Let me
think it comes down to the actor and the character benefited from each other because nobody was talking about
quite
Iron Man
literally,
in
And
the MCU.
preference.
quite
Yeah,
Literally,
literally,
but with
especially
Robert,
because
I
with
mean,
Letitia
Iron Man
Wright,
didn't
she
even
has
have a
back. She
script.
has
I
Robert
think
Downey
Letitia
Jr. was
Wright has a
improv.
BAFTA
he's right.
for a
He
Rising
has
Star
preference.
Award, which means
Iron
that
Man
That's
she
right.
didn't
has.
have a script. All of that is Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. is one of the
I
greatest
feel
actors of
like
his generation. Like you
I feel what
cannot.
you're saying. It's
Are you
preference.
serious?
People don't prefer to see Letitia Wright, but they would prefer to see Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
I mean,
understand.
that's true, but you
That's
don't
what I
know.
mean. Like where he's saying that she's not a star. It's
She's
that
Yeah,
not.
but
he's
he
not
keeps saying
being
that she. No, he's saying she's not acting like she's not inclined. But I'm like, she has BAFTA. She has nominations for multiple awards. That
Like
shows that
what?
she. And also,
but
I just told you. Do you know what a BAFTA is or no?
Man, we're
No,
not
you
talking
don't.
about that. We're talking about her films.
Okay. That's a film award, fool ass. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, for
Like,
Black
no.
Panther,
Like, what are you talking
no, no, no.
about?
But I feel he's not being disrespectful when he's saying that she's not a star. It's
she's
like in
not.
this.
Not
He's saying
everybody's
that
not a
she's not.
star,
He's
bro, in the
not
movie
saying that she's not a
industry.
star to like the same way that you're saying. He's saying that she just like she can't carry a film. I'm like, bro,
She
she can carry a
can't.
film. Maybe not a
She probably,
superhero
if
film
you gave
based
her
off
the
of
right, if
Chadwick
you gave her the
Boseman,
right film,
but
she
she
could
can
carry it.
do a film.
Okay. So let me tell you the difference between a star versus what you just
Please,
said. A star can carry any film regardless.
that's not
Robert
true.
Downey Jr. when he did Iron Man, they didn't even have a script. That's all
Dude,
Robert Downey Jr.
I can give you 5 Samuel Jackson movies that were terrible, even though
That's
he's a star. What are you talking about? Just
Sammy,
because you're a star doesn't make
but that's
you.
Samuel
It doesn't
Jackson
mean
though.
the
He's a
script.
star.
You just say any movie that you give a star to,
Samuel
there's
Jackson
gonna
is
be
not a
good. I
star.
just told you
Yes, he
that even if
is.
Samuel Jackson is a
He's a, he,
star, there are bad films that
he's
stars
great.
can make. What are you
No,
talking
but
about?
He's
people,
great.
with Samuel Jackson, people are going
What
to see Samuel Jackson regardless if the movie is
what
bad
does
or
that
not.
matter?
People
What
are
does
going to
that
see
matter? You
Leonardo
just said
DiCaprio
that
whether the
he's a
movie is bad or not.
star. That you say any film that he makes because of it, no matter the script, he's a
No,
star.
no,
True.
it doesn't. But when it comes to if you can act your behind off in any situation, what Samuel Jackson can do, people are still going
Bro,
to see him.
that's
Samuel
not how it
Jackson
works.
is one of the greatest actors of his generation.
So
Letitia
what?
Wright is not
That
that.
doesn't mean that he makes a good film every time just because he's a great actor. That's not what
No,
a
but
good
no, I didn't
actor
say he
doesn't
makes a
mean that
great
the film is
film.
going
That's
to be
not what I
great.
said. I
You said
said
that anything that he is going to be in is going to be that he's going to be a star
no.
when he's a
Yeah,
star in the
he can
film.
act
No,
anything
he's
in
not.
anything. There's not. Okay, look, bro. You could put any script on Samuel Jackson and he can do it. You could put any script on
And
Robert Downey
it's gonna
Jr.
become a great
Robert
movie.
Downey
Then
Jr.
it's a
didn't
great
even
movie.
have a
That's
script when he
not
did
true.
Iron Man. All of
That's
that
not
stuff is
true.
improv. He's
That's
a
not true.
genius.
That is not true.
Okay, so
That is
question:
And
true.
Is
the
Tom
script
Holland a
was
okay,
star?
let me
Hold on,
clarify. Let me clarify
Cinephiles.
something. Let me
Did
clarify
Iron Man
something.
have a traditional script when they first did it? A lot of that
Hold on.
stuff they just did it on the way on the go.
you think they do you think they
Hold
really
on,
Jeffrey
made
hold on,
Bridges
hold on, hold
admitted
on,
that
hold
in
on,
the
hold on, hold on,
interview.
hold on. Let me
okay,
clarify
They
do
didn't
you
even
something.
think
have a
they
script.
Let me clarify
let me
something real quick.
let
Let
me
me
see what
clarify
this
something real quick.
man does for
There
real.
was a script, but it wasn't.
That's a storyboard.
But I'm
You guys have
saying,
a
well, hear
storyboard.
me.
You can't
Listen,
make a film and
just
get
listen.
funding without a storyboard. With a
But
storyboard.
just listen for a second. I'm saying is that there's an overall, because with MCU there's always a overall story where they're going to go with it, and there was a script for that movie. If you watch the documentary to the Iron Man that's in the DVD releases and whatnot, you pay attention. They're saying that basically they had an idea where they want to go with it, and they had script. You can't do a film without a script, but I mean,
You
besides,
can.
but
You can't.
sometimes you can't. But the only reason why you wouldn't have a script, if, like, for instance, when they had that writer's strike back in 2007 or whatnot, that's a different story. But I'm saying is that with Tony, I mean Robert Downey Jr., a lot of that is improv, so he goes off script. But there was a script in there, but
Exactly.
he just
There
didn't
has to
follow.
If we're talking about
when you
plotting,
make
but
a
if
film
we're
and get
talking about
funding, when you
writing,
make a film and get funding, you need to have a script. That's a
because
part of
George Miller
the
didn't
film.
have a script when he did Mad Max Fury Road. All of that stuff is storyboards.
That oh my god, that's because that's his specific style. As he's a fully fledged filmmaker already. He can afford to do that.
Bro, that's
The
not okay.
MCU Iron Man was a way to save the MCU. They didn't think that that movie was going to do good. Of course, they had a script for it. It's not
Yeah,
the same thing at
no, they
all.
didn't have a traditional script, as in they didn't have any lines of what they was gonna say, bro.
That's not true.
That is true. Jeffrey
For,
Bridges said it
for
out of his own
Iron
mouth.
Man, for Iron
Bro,
Man, for Iron Man.
Jeff Bridges said it out of his own mouth. He said when they went in the set, they have no idea what they was gonna say because they
That's
didn't have a
literally not how
script.
things work. That
They
you
There
didn't
can't
have a
get
was
script.
funding. You
there
cannot
was
get
a script
funding for
because
special
originally it wasn't supposed to be part of the MCU. It was
because
going to
what?
be a whole nother film. They were working on the Iron Man film
Bro.
for years until they got into production, and then they
Yeah, it
took it
took
in.
3 years to make, but still, when you talking about what they was gonna say and when they going on big sets,
People
they didn't
change
have no
scripts all the
lines.
time. That's what the director is for. The director will read a script, and then once
John
you start
Favreau said it of his
directing the
own mouth. They didn't
movie,
have a script.
when
They
you
just
start
they
directing the movie,
I think we're getting off
when you
topic
have a
here.
film, you have a script. The director can
bro.
change anything that he wants in the film
They was
from the
chasing.
script.
Usually, when they have a script, the writers' room already have everything done before they
Are
start
you in the
filming.
film industry?
They didn't have that. John
Are you in the
Favreau
film
literally
industry?
said, just like all the other actors, they said that they was literally making up stuff on the go.
My
That's
nigga, I'm literally in
non-traditional. A lot of the character and Tony Stark's
the
characterization was improv by Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey
who
Jr. is
cares?
a star, and you
That's
know
not
what the
what
thing
no
about
one
it is?
said.
John Favreau took a huge risk with Robert Downey Jr. because Robert Downey Jr. again he was known to be on drugs.
Stick in your mouth.
Disney did. I mean, Marvel did before they got bought out at Disney. They did not want Robert Downey Jr. on that role. They fought John Favreau for that. They didn't
What
even
does that
want
mean?
Robert Downey Jr. on there.
There is still a
But John
script.
Favreau
That
fought for
is
him to
script.
be in that
No one
movie.
said the entire lines. Do you think that when someone writes a script that all the lines that are in the script go into the movie?
No,
Bro,
that's
but
never.
but but
Okay,
they
so
didn't.
why are
It's
you
it's,
so
it's many ways to direct a
so
film without a script. It's just that how many of them are successful. John Favreau is a talented actor. I mean,
how do
a
you get
talented
funding for a
director
film?
rather.
How do you
He's
get
very
funding? How do you get
talented.
funding for a
It's just
film?
that with Iron Man
Where are the
2,
steps to
they
get
didn't give
funding
him
for a
enough
film?
time. They
What are the
only gave
steps
him
to get
less than
funding
two
for a film?
years.
No, I think
That's
Iron
why
Man
Iron
Two
Man
is a.
2 is not good.
I
What
think
are the
Iron Man Two does go. The Iron Man Two did have a script, but the problem was they meddled with the script because they were trying to set up the Avengers, and because if you act like again, if you watch the documentary,
Yeah, you
uh,
talking about the behind the scenes.
yeah,
John,
I call it
J-
documentary, but yeah. But he had a different because he wanted to take Tony into the drunk Tony story, which is a big thing in the comics. But they didn't want to go that route because they wanted to focus on more setting up the Avengers and whatnot. So yes, I
yeah,
think
that's plotting. But as far as preparation, they gave
and
John
that's the
Favreau.
same thing that happened with Iron Man
have you
because
made a film?
Yeah, but I mean, but still, they
Have
didn't
you made
have
a
a
film?
non-traditional script with Iron Man 2. Because all right, Iron Man 2 was announced 3 days after Iron Man premiere. John Favreau didn't even sign it back to the director's chair until July. Because he wasn't sure if he wanted to do it. They didn't give him enough time to do the second Iron Man film. They just didn't. That's why he didn't come back and direct another a Marvel film because of his experience. It's the same thing with Scott Derrickson with the Doctor Strange thing because he
yeah.
really wanted to make it more into a horror supernatural film. They didn't let him do it, and so he left and he did the Black Phone. It's the same thing with Edgar Wright. Edgar Wright is one of the most talented directors we've ever seen, and Marvel booed him out the door. When Ant-Man, they didn't let directors do what they want to do. That's just how they do it. I mean, they did John Favreau wrong on Iron Man 2 because again, he didn't officially sign into the director's chair until that July because he wasn't sure if he wanted to do it. Like, wait, hold on, you want me to do this in less than 2 years? I mean,
Well,
of course you're gonna sign on because he gonna take that check.
well, here's the thing: the whole Iron Man thing. I think we're going in circles here. Basically, I want to end it with the Iron Man thing. Is that if you want to know, just I encourage people to go inform themselves. There's the behind the scenes documentary. There's interviews. There's articles, blogs, all that stuff. So I I see what you're going with that, but I think There was a script. It just wasn't complete. It was not. They were just going. They were changing the script as they were going. That's how they do with all the MCU films. Like
But they were
Civil
all
War had
amazing.
like probably 5, 10 different scripts because how many characters they were going to have or not going to have. Like there was a script that didn't have Spider-Man in it. There was a script that didn't have Black Panther in it. So that's how they
Also
operate.
with scripts,
Yeah, I
it
mean, but with that
you would
situation,
have
they
a
just
script
wasn't sure if they
that
was
was
going to be able to sign
changed.
actors to be casted in time. So they had contingency plan. They was prepped for it just in case they wasn't able to get somebody to play that specific role.
Because
They
originally
wasn't
Iron Man
even
was
sure
supposed
they
to
was
be
going to cast Black Panther in time.
because
Chadwick Boseman, he was just the guy through the door.
Iron Man
They
wasn't going to have the
Bozeman.
Ironmonger. He was supposed to have the Mandarin in the first film, but they changed that.
Oh yeah, that's true. But
Yeah.
yeah, but back to the original part, Letitia Wright's not a star, bro. She's
Bro,
not.
we just went through everything and said what she is known for. Just because you aren't well
She's
versed in
known for one movie, bro.
no, she's not. Exactly. She's not. She's known for multiple things. And just because you don't watch international films, she's not even from the US. Like, what are you talking about? If you
That's
don't
my
watch
point.
UK or guy, so the US is not the only film world. Like, what
We're
you
not
think
saying
Hollywood is?
that, bro. But okay,
You
first of
said
all,
she's not
when
a
it comes to
star.
Hollywood, Hollywood bringing the most money out of any country. We got to stop the cap, bro. That's just the
Who didn't
truth.
say that? Who said
Letitia
that
Wright,
Hollywood doesn't
Letitia
bring in the
Wright,
most
she
money?
might have been the supporting roles, but she's not a star. So what she carries her own
Bro,
film,
you are
where
not
people go.
qualified to tell
She's
who
never
is
had a
who is
film,
a star. They're just you're not. Like you don't
bro.
even know her.
Give me a film she's
What's her
been in where
discography?
she was a
Black Mirrors.
bro,
You watch Black Mirrors?
bro. You're not. That's a show.
Yeah. It's so what? It's a short film series. Who
That's
cares?
a
It's a series.
show.
It's a
Like
series.
what?
It's an hour long, and do they continue or does the plot happen and then it ends?
Bro, more
It's
people
a
was
short
watching.
film
More people was
series.
watching Black
Their
Mirror after
series.
Letitia Wright did Black Panther, bro. She got exposure.
Do you know
She
what I'm
didn't get
saying?
exposure when she did
Exposure
Black
to
Mirror,
where?
bro.
Exposure to where? The US or exposure to the UK?
Everywhere, bro.
No, see, this is the thing with
Everywhere.
Americans too. Y'all think that just because someone hits the US, that's like being like, oh yeah, Chadwick Boseman got real famous, got his celebrity stardom after Black Panther, but we knew him for how many movies
No,
before? We knew him in
but the
44, I
difference
mean
is that
42.
Chadwick Boseman, with the
No,
films
the
that he
difference
did
is that
start
he's in
in,
the
he
US.
carried those
The difference
movies
is
and they made a lot of money.
what?
He was still making money domestically, bro.
Bro, what does that have to
That
why are
has a
you
lot to do with
changing
it.
the points to what?
Chadwick Boseman was carrying, bro. He did James Brown. He did Jackie Robinson. They all made a lot of money off of box office domestically. So he was the star, and he
Now,
did,
can I ask you this
and those
question?
films did make
Can
money.
I ask you this question though? All the films that came out around when he was in the MCU, did they do so well?
Nah, not really.
Okay, so
I don't even think he was in the only movie that I think that he was doing while he was in the MCU was what, 21 Bridges?
no, there was another one. The one he came out after he
Last
passed. I
film.
can't remember the name of it.
Yeah,
I think it was
Overlord.
that had to be 21 Bridges. I don't remember the other one.
it was a horror film. I
The
think
Wasn't
it was
he
one
in
21
that?
with the
Wasn't he
I
in
mean,
that
guy
horror
movie?
films don't make that much money
tracking
like
down
that
the
anyway.
Lord.
Not compared to bigger budget films.
well nowadays.
You said what?
Wasn't
They
wasn't
they
he in that
don't.
movie The Five Bloods?
Yeah, Five Bloods. That's what I was thinking of. Yep,
Yeah, he was
Five Bloods.
barely in that movie. That was a Netflix movie. That's not the same. That
Well,
came
my
out after
point
he
is
passed
that
away.
my point is, and even with Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans and Chris Hemsworth and all the other actors, they might have been big actors beforehand, but those actors ain't getting this. They get roles, but they're not as relevant as they were when they were in the MCU. Once they hit the MCU, things that's always been the thing. Even Tom Holland's going through the same crap. I mean,
No, yeah, that's the truth. I mean, Tom Holland, I mean, that was his first major starring role.
that's
So, I
the
mean,
reason why I'm
he's always
pointing.
going to be typecast. You're playing one of the most famous characters in media history. I
The
mean,
reason why I'm
it's
pointing that out is
yeah.
because if you look at what was it, Letitia, I believe. Letitia, I think if they gave her more time
Nope.
to grow as a character, and as I think she's I think she's on the verge. I mean, granted, before she came to the U.S. and did her thing, that's a whole nother conversation. But I'm talking about as any character in the MCU. A lot of these actors you never heard of before they got to the MCU.
Yeah, there's only a few.
But they're well known actors now. They're well, even though they've been in the MCU, but they're well known. I think it doesn't. I mean, no one was talking about Tom Holland. Tom Holland had some things going on before he got into the. I mean, let's jump
Tom
into
Holland
another
wasn't in anything
franchise.
before he did Spider-Man. That's like his first starring movie film role.
Let's jump into
I
other
had
franchise.
He
Star Wars.
competed what out of 200 actors?
I had no idea who Chris Pratt was until Star Lord.
Well, he was more of
Chris
a TV
Pratt?
guy before he got to the movies. He was in Parks and Rec or something like that. Which I
Yeah,
was.
and I went back and watched Wanted, and he was in Wanted with James McAvoy and Morgan Freeman, and we
Yeah,
all
he
know
was in a
he's in that
supporting role.
movie.
Yeah,
The only actor I
he
think
was
has
barely in the movie.
The only actor I think has been successful outside of the films is Hugh Jackman. Well, he's a Marvel film, but still, I think
Scarlett
any
Johansson.
Marvel actor, besides what's his name? Can't escape my mind right now. Kate, what's his name? What's his name? Ghost Rider. Missing the name.
Nicolas
Talking
Cage.
about
Nicolas
Nicolas
Cage.
Cage.
Nicolas Cage.
Oh
He's a
What
God.
different.
about
He's a
Scarlett
different
Johansson?
conversation. Go ahead.
Scarlett Johansson. She's a star.
Okay, I'll tell
Scarlett.
you this. Scarlett Johansson is a great actress, but her exposure, that's a different story.
Scarlett has had some big hits before, but it wasn't because like she was in the SpongeBob film. She played
That
the
was a
daughter.
voice role.
Yeah, but I'm saying like she had her moments. There was other films. She was in that Chris Evans film with him and her, which was kind of trash to be honest with you, but still.
No, Scarlett Johansson has been in some bangers. They were just like lower budget film. Scarlett Johansson's main focus is her acting skills. She's a great
What?
actress. She's shown it many times. Where she
What?
played that alien called Under the Skin and all
Hmm.
that. It's a crazy movie, but it's great. Like Scarlett Johansson can act. Letitia Wright ain't that.
What
I would
did y'all think
argue.
of
I would
the
argue.
island?
The
That
who?
was pretty dope. Yeah.
If
The
we're
what?
talking, if we're discussing actress popularity in terms of the Black Panther movie, I would argue that Lupita Nyong'o is more popular than Letitia Wright.
She's a
She
better actress than she is.
is
True.
she the guard, right?
No, she's
Nah. She's the one that was
she
the
plays
Chadwick
Love
Boseman's
Life.
Black
Yeah,
Panther's girlfriend.
Oh
but
yeah. I agree with that. Yeah.
You're thinking
She
of the chick from The Walking Dead.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I think it's the only one that kind of. Well, no. Yeah, the
she
other one.
was already established. She was in 12 Years a Slaves and all that other stuff. She's great.
Yeah.
I think she won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least I know she was nominated for it.
I know
I
that.
feel like you
What's
just
her name?
literally got off the whole question. Is the MCU in shambles?
well,
It,
Well,
it, it
the
I
is.
got
issue
a
Back to the
is
It
question.
really
question.
is.
the
Back to
issue
the
is
question.
It's not the novelty is not there no more, man. I guess the only
There's
thing
nobody with a creative eye.
no. I
no
think
they
the issue
do.
is
They just tell them
It's
they
lazy
do have a
storytelling.
creative eye. It's just that the people they hired, they don't let them work. Edgar White left. Scott,
Yeah, I
I was
agree.
mad when Scott Derrickson left. Like
I feel
I
like
was mad at that. I
I
didn't
feel,
understand that at all.
Go ahead. Who was trying to? Who was that trying to say something?
no. I was gonna say that I feel like right now the MCU is more focused on quantity than quality in entertainment.
It was.
No. They're worrying about what sells, which is bitches. I know, God forgive me saying, but like titties, sex sells.
Well, hold on. But
No, that's not it. No.
And
I
it's
don't.
all. And I'm not trying to be funny when it comes down to the MCU. A lot of it is now being woman ran. I'm not trying to be funny, but if you really look at about it, you have She-Hulk replaces the Hulk. Then you have Elizabeth Olsen as Scarlet Witch.
She-Hulk is a very well respected character in the comics.
Well, it's not even that. It's just the way that they approach it. Like you watch a show of She-Hulk and then you see Megan Thee Stallion and they're twerking. Like nobody wants to see that, to be honest.
But that's
Like
the character, though. That's the character. Like it's like if it's like it's like if you made Deadpool a Christian boy. Like come on now.
She-Hulk is really like that though. She's not out there, but she's out there. Like
She's
She-Hulk.
a thought. Just call it for what it is.
Like
So is
yada yada
Daredevil.
yada yada.
I'm like She-Hulk. She-Hulk was pretty
You
good, but
think
then
they was
you
playing
have
that
Marvel.
song on purpose?
You have Marvels. You have what's her face? Monica Rambeau, Miss Marvel, and Captain Marvel. Like
I have
I
no
want to see
interest
how
to
that
watch
movie's gonna
that.
go. I really want to see how that movie's gonna go.
I think if you're a Marvel fan, you should see the Marvels. I'm gonna leave it there.
Nah, man. Nah.
There is a reason
I
why I
kind of
say
want to
that.
see it. I kind of want to see it. I want to see
There's
what
a
they
reason
come
I'm
up
why.
with.
kind of I'm kind of just fatigued from the Marvel
I
films.
mean, I'll see it for the
After
hell of
watching
it. But
Eternals, I've had enough.
Eternals was good.
No, it was not.
Let me no no no. no, Let
This
me.
is what I'm talking about.
It wasn't, bro.
Eternals.
It's
No,
like
let
So
me
you
I can't
didn't
explain.
see
even
Guardians
enjoy
3?
like it. And you
Listen,
know what the crazy thing about it is? I'm not even a Marvel fanboy. Like I just like good films.
I'm
but
gonna
The
explain.
main problem
Guardians
with
3 is even
Eternals
better
is
than the
that
Spider-Man movie.
you
Going
Eternals was
home.
good.
no.
Eternals was good from my perspective as a background introductory movie.
But how you
Like
gonna do that? Wait a
Shavu.
minute.
Hmm.
Wait a minute. So this is my main problem with Eternals, and this is a writing problem. How are you gonna introduce 10 characters in in a 2 hour film? You can't do it. A lot of people don't have a lot of those characters don't even have enough screen time to even flesh out their characters.
See, I
I
wish
thought
we
that
I
could
movie
just
was
That's
take
a
our
almost
writing
seat.
3 hours.
problem. It should have been a
that
show
was
if you're gonna do that.
that I feel like that wasn't the point of Eternals. I feel like the point of Eternals was to introduce a decent background story, and
But
and
you
it's like
but
it wasn't made. It wasn't. I feel like with Marvel movies, we're used to introductory of the characters, getting them getting to know each other, a massive fight scene, a couple of explosions, a climactic moment, and then a closing end. The
but how are we
Eternals, in my
supposed to
opinion,
know
there
But
was
how are
nothing
we
like.
supposed to know who these characters are in a 2 hour film with 10 characters? You got 10 established characters that's never been introduced before at all in any point in the MCU. And then you're supposed to dive in each of their
Read the
lives
comic.
because they've been here for thousands and thousands of years. How you gonna do that with a runtime of 2 hours? You can't.
They
They
did
did,
that with Captain America.
in my personal opinion,
No, they
Yeah, but
didn't do
this
it with
is
Captain
10
America. No, they did
characters.
not.
I'm sure Eternals was almost 3 hours long.
2, 3 hours, it didn't work.
well, me this and I'm not speaking for everyone, but for me personally speaking, I understood it to where it and my for me speaking, I'm not speaking to nobody else. It made sense. I personally like the way they did it. Am I rating it as on a scale of 1 to 10 movie wise? I'll give it a solid 6. I will give Eternals a solid 6 for
But
me.
Give it a
how do you
4.
introduce the Eternals any other way? If you can't do individual characters for the movies for individual characters, that's just not how Eternals work.
It was
When you're doing a 2 3 hour film, you're gonna have to know these characters and who and what they stand for. That's the
and they
point of
did.
writing. What these directors need to do, they need to go to Peter Jackson on how to run a 3 hour plus movie. And because look, Peter Jackson knows how to handle so many characters, and really, Peter Jackson had a harder job because Lord of the Rings is a very, 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 very difficult
Detailed movie.
novel
You
to
know who they
adapt.
should have gotten? You know who they should have gotten? Martin Scorsese.
No, Martin Scorsese will never. Martin
I'm
Scorsese will
joking.
never.
I know you wouldn't. I'm just
And I'm
joking.
a New Yorker. That's a no.
I would. I mean, to be honest with you, I know they're beefing right now, but I
The
would.
Guardians didn't introduce everyone.
Yeah, but I
Well,
mean, it's
Guardians a
like
different story though, because
No, no, no,
Guardians.
no. I was sorry. I was just reading somebody's comment. They said the Guardians introduced everyone, and I said no.
Well, Guardians. The thing with Guardians is that it was complete. Like same thing with the Iron Man and the minus Cap. Like a lot of those characters, like Guardians wasn't the same Guardians as it was in the comics. That movie changed everything for the Guardians thing.
You hit it on the head.
okay, so whoever
Hit it
said
on the head.
Guardians in the comments, let me explain. First of all, it wasn't 10 characters. Second of all, this is why what's the director's name again? What's his name?
James Gunn.
James Gunn.
You go.
That's why James Gunn is a genius. He knows what he's doing as far as the writing, as far as writing and directing. All right. Even he had less characters and they weren't all gimmicks. And the fact of the
Well,
matter
each
is,
movie you got more
he
characters.
gave
I mean,
each
just look at Suicide Squad, the second one.
yeah, he gave each individual character their own personality, and he let these characters interact with each other, show their personality through dialogue. You see what James Gunn do, what a lot of other directors don't do. You see, it's better when you show, don't tell. Show, don't tell is a way, in my opinion, is a way more effective way of storytelling when you're doing a film. James Gunn, he shows, he doesn't tell.
Try telling about the DC films.
He doesn't do a lot of exposition on his films.
I think that I think that we just have like high expectations from Marvel movies based on what we know, like comic book wise, and to those who read and stuff, versus what they're putting out in the movies. And I'm not saying that what they're putting out in the movies is bad. I'm saying is like, how should I phrase it? For instance, Scarlet Witch. Do I like the MCU version of Scarlet Witch? On a scale of 1 to 10, on a scale of yes or no, I'm going to say no. I don't like that specific version of Scarlet Witch, but that's not, my version of this. I'm not saying it's not my version of the Scarlet Witch, but the Scarlet Witch that we've read about, or the Scarlet Witch that we know how fully powerful that specific character is. Like the MCU could have what's up?
I
MCU
mean,
done better.
I don't measure the quality of. You see, when it
They,
comes
they,
to comic books, and films, I don't compare them at all because those are two different forms of entertainment.
yeah.
Comic books is a very different. I don't look at comic books the same way I look at their movie counterparts, because for one, I worry about whether the director makes a good film, rather how comic accurate it is, because comic book accuracy is not how you should measure a film. Because if that was the case, then Zack Snyder wouldn't have did Watchmen, because Watchmen is terrible. Well, first of all, I mean, really, you can't adapt. It's very very difficult to adapt a graphic novel like Watchmen anyway. But the fact
I
of the
agree.
matter, it is, it
I
really
agree.
is,
Yeah, I agree.
Aren't
because
comic books more like in your face?
Alan Moore's, in my opinion, Alan Moore's comic book shouldn't even be adapted into.
It should
They're
have been left a comic
unadaptable.
book.
His way some of his stuff is kind of a little bit creepy a little bit, but it's understandable for the story. But still, it's like, yeah, I can't see this on the big screen. To be honest with you, I
Yeah,
see. I get
it's
what you.
not meant for it.
Yeah,
I thought Alan Moore was being unreasonable. I'm like, come on, bro, it can't be that bad. But after reading his work and watching the film, I get it. Comic books and films are two different forms of entertainment. Alan Moore hates his adapted work so much. He sold his royalty rights.
I think when it comes to comic books and movies, I think there is a balance. I think you can respect the comic book stuff and also do the films as well, from movies and shows. Now, because I mean, I want the young generation that know that yes, these characters you see on the movies, awesome, but check the comics out because there's a lot of great stuff in the comics that makes these characters what they are. A lot of because you don't want like if they started changing the idea of Spider-Man and whatnot.
No, yeah, oh yeah, no, I agree with you on that part. Oh yeah, of course,
Yeah,
I
I
agree
think
with you on
that's
that.
that. There's a balance. I think there could be
Yeah,
at least
yeah,
be a
I
balance.
agree with that 100%. I'm not saying change the core. I'm not saying changing the core principles of what makes Spider-Man Spider-Man. You don't
And I
change
agree
that
with you.
now. But
I
when we
agree.
talk about
You don't.
story and character development, that's a different story.
You're
I
not
agree
saying
with you because that's the biggest argument I've been having with the Spider-Man 2 game because people say, "Oh, it's comic book accurate." I'm like, bro, yeah, I get
It
you,
ain't
but
got nothing to do with it.
I mean,
Yeah,
I,
I get. Hey, look, man, look. You always gonna have those people who measure how good a film is on based on how accurate the comic
accurate.
book is. First of all, if you're gonna copy and paste a comic book, I might as well just read the comic book.
you might as well just watch Sin City, to be honest with
I'm not gonna lie. I do like Sin City because it's unique.
you.
I
Yeah.
was a kid when I saw Sin City.
How you feel
That's
about the
different.
sequel?
Oh, the
Sin
sequel's
City was
terrible.
great.
Sequel's terrible.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's terrible. Oh my goodness. I'm all like, are you sure Robert Rodriguez is this the same Robert Rodriguez that did the first one? I'm like, bro,
No.
whew, Lord have mercy. But I mean, as far as that, I mean, and my main problem with the MCU, well, the whole MCU in general, well, with the exception of damn, I can't even think of it. Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi was good. Now, even though they used the same the same MCU formula, it was executed right. All right. Especially in what I will say about MCU compared to a lot of MCU films on their debut films, is that they really had a cat. The antagonist, who was his father, was really great. He was written very very well, and you know, for years people have been complaining that MCU don't have good villains, which is true. But I mean, with Shang-Chi, it was great. But I mean, the MCU, they need to do something new. They got to stop retreading old ground. They gotta let these directors do their thing. That's why I lost faith in Doctor Strange too when Scott Derrickson left. I'm like, why?
Well, I was having this conversation with somebody yesterday on the live. I was like,
A lot of people didn't like Doctor Strange too.
well, but hold on, but like I'm
Because of the
saying,
tone of the film. Originally, Scott Derrickson, he wanted to make Doctor Strange different. You see, this is what I like. I like Scott Derrickson because he's known to do horror films. He did what he did. He did the first Sinister. Sinister is considered one of the scariest movies ever made. Um Apparently there was stuff going wrong between Scott Derrickson and the producers in the writers room. Apparently he wanted it to make Doctor Strange more supernatural horror. And
Thanks.
with the producers, they was like, we don't really want to do that. We want to, make the same thing like you did with the first film. And he was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. So I'm just gonna leave. So Scott Derrickson left, and he ended up doing another horror film called The Black Phone, which is great.
I love that
Yeah,
film.
I
that
love I
movie's
That's
love
a
dope.
good
that
movie.
movie. I
Yeah, that
love
was
it.
really good.
It,
Really
it
good.
it it is, but I mean, but this is the thing: when you give directors creative freedom to do what makes them great, then you get movies like that. So it's like he wanted to make Doctor Strange more horror based, which I was excited for because I'm like, okay, so it's something different. I can rock with it. Come to find out, he left.
But
He
my thing
left,
is, if you want to
and
know
then he had
anything
Sam
about
Rodney of all
Marvel
people.
right now and where Marvel's going, with the end of a Secret Invasion, Kevin Feige changed what the ending was going to be. The ending wasn't going to be like that. Kevin Feige made that decision. So if you want to know why everything is so bad, it's because people like Kevin Feige are screwing everything up.
No,
The main
no,
issue
Nah,
is
I
though,
can't really
no. I
say
don't. It's not
that.
Kevin. It's not.
it's
It was
not
not
Kevin
Kevin.
I
Feige, it's
can't say
Disney.
that.
It's
Nah,
it's
that's not fair.
Disney.
That's disingenuous. I can't say that. That's
Well, who's in charge?
disingenuous.
Who's in charge of Marvel?
Disney.
Disney.
No,
Yeah,
who's
Disney.
the
I
head
mean
person in
Kevin
charge of
Feige is the
Marvel?
producer.
for the
Look, Kevin
past
Feige.
for the past 3 years. They've stepped Kevin down from what he was in the original saga. He had more creative control in the saga. Then they put him up to a bigger creative control. But then Bob Chapek came in and he took him out. Basically, what's
But
the
you
word?
also got to realize Kevin Feige was also doing Mandalorian and stuff with Star Wars at the same time. So they're pulling him in Disney was pulling him in two different directions.
What else
So
was
you got
that?
on
Was
one
the
hand,
pandemic as well?
Kevin
That's a lot
Feige
of
was
projects to
responsible for
oversee, bro.
bringing in all of the Marvel stuff, bringing in what phases 1 through 4, I think it was. Now that Kevin Feige has been kind of taken out from Marvel, he's been put into Star Wars. Then also on top of that, your main man Stan Lee is gone. So everything that
Man, Stanley
revolved.
didn't care. He was worried about getting paid. That man, he
He was
was
getting a
old.
Yeah,
check.
Man, he
granted,
did
He was
Stanley
not
making
didn't
care.
care.
cameos and getting a
He was
Man,
check.
just in
hey,
it for the
look, man,
cameos,
that
bro.
man did not care. As long as he got paid, that man was
Yeah,
so happy that Marvel was out of bankruptcy because they was in bankruptcy for
well,
decades.
for
And then when
decades,
he found,
because
and when Iron Man,
DC was whipping Marvel's ass in the 90s.
Facts.
But it
well,
wasn't
I
until
mean, the
New
difference is
Blood
that
came
Marvel was
in.
independent. DC was back behind Warner Brothers.
Well, this was before DC was acquired by Warner Brothers. I'm talking about old school DC when there were Detective Comics, when DC had Dark Horse attached to them as well. DC
Yeah,
back in the day, back in the
Warner
90s.
Brothers owned them for what, over 30 years, 40
Yeah.
years.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot about because Batman. Because the only
Yeah,
two things they were
yeah.
doing was Batman and Superman, like over and over and over and
Yeah,
over.
but I'm talking about specifically in the '90s because this is when Marvel was selling on their film. You see, a lot of people try to make this whole myth, and as a black person, it irritates me because it's not true. They trying to sit there and say that Blade was the reason for that. He wasn't. All right,
No, he
because
wasn't.
Marvel didn't even make no money off of Blade. All right, they sold all the film rights. The movie companies and Rusty Snipes was making money. Marvel was not making no money off the film. They didn't make no money off of X-Men. They didn't make no money off of Spider-Man. They didn't make no money off of any of those films. They sold the film rights. They got a couple thousand for fat flea negotiation, but it's not like they was making hundreds of millions of dollars.
They didn't sell Spider-Man. They made money with the Spider-Man films.
No, they didn't. They sold the film
They
rights to
money with
Sony.
X-Men
Are
too.
you
They
are
were
you
making
sure about
money,
that?
but not the money
I'm
they making
positive.
now. It's totally
Okay,
different.
because I'll be more than happy to
I'm
make that
positive.
video. Could I've
What
had this
happened
long
was
conversation with them people?
was that they put before Iron Man was made. This is why Iron Man was built on so much pressure.
There was no pressure on Iron Man.
Marvel made a deal. They was all like, okay, I forgot who they went to. It was somebody who
20th
I
Century
forgot his name.
Fox. It
What
was
they
20th
did,
Century Fox that they
no,
went to with first.
what they did is that they put all the characters they had that had the rights left as collateral so they can get the funding for Iron Man. It was like, hey, look, man, if this movie is not successful, then then the characters would have belonged to the bank. So they made a huge gamble on Iron Man. Blade and any of those. A lot of people don't understand how contracts work. Marvel did not make no type. They didn't make no type of money from those Spider-Man films.
Are you talking Marvel
The
or are you
Spider-Man
talking
made
about the
what, over
movie
900
company?
million? I was a kid when
Well,
that movie came
you
out.
tell me the Tobey Maguire movie didn't make any money.
No, Marvel didn't make any money from Spider-Man. All they did was sell the film rights. You see, a lot of people don't understand how contracts works. They sold the film rights to Sony and the TV rights. All they did was give permission to make Spider-Man shows and films.
That's why the
Sony,
Fantastic Four
so
sucks. All the Fantastic Four movies sucks.
Well, Marvel,
Yeah.
Marvel had in that contract. They got their revenue through merch and toys and whatnot through that contract. They still do.
but not the type of money you think they was making, bro.
I'm not saying they made big money. I'm just saying that was the contract. That was how they somehow made their money through Spider-Man. Not saying it was big money, but I'm saying because when you said Marvel, I was thinking you were like talking about Sony. I was like, nah, that doesn't
Nah,
make sense.
they wasn't. They saw all they film, and that's why Disney, ever since Disney bought Marvel, they've been trying to get all these film rights back from all these people.
Well, they pretty
That
much
I
have
mean,
them all.
yeah. Even with Spider-Man, a lot of people don't know that even when Spider-Man was making was so successful, Marvel was still in bankruptcy. They didn't make anything off of those movies. Sony was the one that was producing the film. The producers and the actors make the money, not Marvel. They were still in bankruptcy when all these movies was coming out. X-Men was owned by Fox. Spider-Man was owned by Sony. The Hulk Universal Studios Marvel was making no type of money off these films. They were still in bankruptcy.
But there was a
Because they
period
didn't have a
during the
studio back then. That's why.
2000s when Marvel started reacquiring those assets back over again.
But that was after Disney bought them.
Yeah, that was actually before Disney bought them.
No, it wasn't.
Because if you remember the before Disney acquired Marvel, the first Iron Man movie was
Paramount.
Yeah, it was done by
No,
Paramount.
no.
So was Captain
No,
America.
hold on. Wait a minute. Correction. They own Iron Man. They made a deal with Paramount as the distributor. They didn't own Iron Man character in the film rights. You see, that's what I'm saying. You gotta realize how contracts works. They made a deal with Paramount. Hey, if we do this, all you gotta do can y'all fit the bill for distribution, and then we'll buy it from you when we make the return. Paramount was like, all right, yeah, we can do that. That's cool. We can make that
Well,
deal.
yeah, because Marvel didn't
And
have a studio.
that's why Marvel purposely has not made a solo Hulk film. They own Hulk. They don't own the distribution rights. Universal Studios still does, and
They
Universal
just got
Studios
the
ain't budging.
rights back. That's why they just got them back. Like they're talking about. I'm a
No,
huge
they
Hulk
always
fan,
had the
obviously, right
Hulk. They
now.
just never had the distribution rights. That's why they're not making a solo Hulk film because
No, 'cause there was that
No,
Ang
the
Lee
distribution
Hulk
rights
movie.
is different. Like that's no because with distribution rights, essentially, if you putting it out there, because like prime example, let's say you own the specific rights, then I own the distribution rights. Let's say you make a Marvel movie. If you like, let's say make your Hulk movie. If you make a Hulk movie, you can make your Hulk movie, but you can't put it in certain theaters because I own a distribution of it, so I get a cut
no,
of it.
no, no. It's not about certain theaters. It's that since they own the distribution rights, you're gonna have to put Universal Studios as the producers because by contract they get a cut of that. Disney ain't
Once you
having it.
produce it, once you distribute it and put it in those theaters, that's how you get the money. Because think about it: if you make a movie and you don't put it in theaters, how would you make money from it?
Well, that's the point. That's why they're not making any Hulk solo films because Universal Studios still owns the distribution rights.
Not
Disney
anymore.
will lose money.
Not anymore.
Disney will lose money if they make a solo Hulk film because they still got to do a deal with Universal because by contract they still own the distribution rights to the Hulk.
They don't own the not anymore because they
Yes,
have
they do.
Disney
no,
got
they
back
don't.
last year.
Go look it
Bro,
up.
they still Universal Studios
No,
still
they
owns the
don't.
No,
distribution
they
rights to
don't.
the Hulk. They
Look,
don't own the
look,
character.
bro. My name's Grey Hulk. Trust me. They Disney got it last year. They pretty much Disney own everything now. Like they got it back last year. I promise you.
Bro, they have the movie rights. They don't have the distribution rights, bro. That's
Go
why they have never
Google it.
made a
Go
Hulk
Google it
solo
right now.
film.
Go Google it right now.
Bro, I literally reported cinema. I know I reported on that they do own that rights now.
Because they
Not
made it
distribution rights,
televised
bro.
once
currently
they got
working
it
on a
that they
film
were going
right
to start
now.
producing. They're in the works of making a new movie.
Bro, they don't have the distribution rights. They're not making no Hulk film.
Yes,
I'm
they
telling you,
are.
bro.
Bro, yes, they are. Dude, literally,
Okay.
Captain America 4 is nothing but Hulk stuff, and it's going to lead into World War
That's
Hulk.
different. That's not a Hulk solo film, bro.
But
That's what I'm trying
it's
to tell
working
you.
into a Hulk solo film, World War Hulk. They are
That's
working
not,
on the film. That is a Hulk film.
bro. If they
World War Hulk
that's
is a Hulk solo
the
film.
main reason, the only way that they are able to not share the distribution rights to Universal Studios is that they put Hulk in a movie that's not his own main movie. You
You're
see,
not listening to
if
what
they
I'm
do a
saying.
World
I'm
War Hulk
saying
film,
they're going to jump from Captain America 4 and they're going to go into a solo film called World War Hulk. Now, they're going to probably change the name, but it's going to be World War Hulk. That's where they're going with it. I'm telling you, they have the rights. They bought it back last year.
all right,
That's why a lot of these films are getting pushed back because of the rights. Same thing for the X-Men. They have to wait till a certain year so they can start using certain characters. I know my stuff. I report on this stuff daily.
all right, I'm about to look it up right
He's
now.
right, because that's why they're trying to bring in the X-Men into the MCU.
Yeah, that's different. That's Fox. That's not Universal Studios. They just bought the whole company.
It's the same, but that's what I'm saying. It's the same thing. That's why they're holding back on a lot of stuff, and that's why we're going to get a Hulk film. It's in the works. They currently are not doing because of the actor strike.
I'm about to
But
look
they
this
were
up right
currently
now.
doing
It better not say. I'm telling you, Universal Studios still own the distribution rights.
Bro, they sold it to Namor. Would not be in Black Panther if that was the case.
He right, because Namor is technically still owned by the fuck.
The same
No, it's
people. It's
not.
the
Yeah.
Universal. They
No,
were.
they made no. What they did. You see, there's a lot of things that they can do. It's a lot of loopholes. Namor is officially a mutant, but they still own Namor, the character. They just can't. They just can't use the word mutant or whatever. That's what they did with Scarlet Witch when they had that press conference. They was like, we can't say the M word. That's why officially they're not mutants because the concept of mutants, which is associated with X-Men, it was
Did
owned
you
by
watch
Fox.
Marvels?
So legally they couldn't use it.
Did you watch Marvels?
Marvels isn't out yet.
I mean the Miss Marvel. Sorry.
I watched some of it.
Okay, then yeah. Well, that whole falls flat because you can need to finish the show. Also, they're currently working on we're bringing back the old '90s X-Men animated series too through Marvel Disney. So, and same thing for Namor. Same thing with Namor and Hulk. They got the rights back for Namor and Hulk. That's why they pushed back Wakanda Forever, because it was supposed to come out earlier. That's why I kept trying to tell people earlier in this live stream. There was a lot of between the pandemic, I can't say right. I can't say it right. The rights, they were being sold, traded. Also, stories had to be changed because certain actors weren't around. Also, that's why like Spider-Man No Way Home was not supposed to be what it was. It was supposed to be a whole different film, but they changed that all around. That's why I'm saying. And also, Joe Page, I can't say his name. The guy who ran Disney for like 2 years, he basically ran Disney into the ground. And
That's
literally,
why
Bob Iger
freaking
had to
Iger is back. That's why Bob Iger is back because
what's his name? JPEG. He literally went in there, fired most of the people that made Disney what they are, so he can have his buddies run the show. And they treated Disney like he ran Disney parks or whatever.
So going back to about who owns the distribution rights for Hulk, the film was initially released and distributed by Universal on June 13th, 2008. The company held the rights to the title for 15 years. Now, in a notable shift, the rights have been reverted to Marvel Studios, leading to the film's release on Disney Plus.
Thank you. There you go.
This year.
Is current.
It's a 15-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so by contract, they would have. Okay, you're right. Came back this year.
Yeah, so because they're in the process of doing a lot of stuff with the Hulk, but of course, because of the writer strike and because of the actor strike, there's not a lot that's being produced right now. Because I think the last time that's another reason why Disney was able to do the What If series. Because they also introduced a lot of the concepts that they couldn't put into the movies, like Marvel Zombies, the Civil War idea, the whole tying in from the multiverse. That's why Disney was able to do the What If series.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about Loki season 2?
I love
I haven't seen it yet. I got rid of Disney Plus because it was too fucking expensive.
it. It's going
If
expensive.
you Google it, Google stuff on Reddit. You can find different sites where you can watch it for free. I haven't paid for a streaming service in well over 5 years, and I think I've seen everything.
Dude,
I pay for streaming service. It's not bad.
Loki season 2 is so good.
Dude,
That's why I keep trying to tell people that.
Hey man, it costs a lot of
I guess
money
for
to
me,
make
I
these
made a
quality
video about
shows,
it. I don't
bro.
know why, but for some reason, it seems like it's dull to me. Not saying the show is dull, but for Disney specifically,
is going to have Logan. Yeah, that's another thing because Deadpool was originally a Fox property. Deadpool is now being pulled into the MCU along with the X-Men because of Logan.
I can't wait till Deadpool 3 comes out because that's going to completely change.
Oh man, it's gonna be nuts.
That boy Hugh Jackman is old, man.
Well, it makes sense
He
in
gonna
the
be old in
story.
that movie though. He gonna be shredded as always.
Well, it makes sense with the idea of what Marvel is trying to do with the whole multiverse theory or whatever that they're trying to plan. It
Just
makes
make a
sense
good
to pull
film, man.
in.
That's what I care about. I care about the quality of the film. I can care less how common accurate it is, man. Common
To be
accuracy is
honest,
not a big
to be
deal.
honest, it's kind of hard to adapt comic books into a visual medium. Only reason why is because with comic books, there's a lot of underlying metaphors and a lot of underlying themes that don't translate well on the big screen.
Well, I know that. I made a comment about Alan Moore comic books should never be adapted.
True. They make a good TV series, though. A lot of Alan Moore stuff do make good TV series, but not a movie.
I think Civil War is a perfect example of that.
Well, they did adapt The Man Who Has Everything in Justice League. That was a great episode, but
So yeah, like perfect example is Civil War. They had to translate it in a way that made sense to the MCU.
And I love Civil War. I love the comic book crossover and everything tied to it, but I also love the film. I love what they do.
Well, the Civil War comic book isn't really that good to me anyway. It's not good.
It's not my cup of tea. And then they try to try to revamp it with Civil War 2, and that would just suck.
Yeah, I didn't like that one. I did not care for that one.
Man, I've been on my Daredevil
I've been
comments.
hearing rumors that
Daredevil,
they're
yo,
going
I
to
don't
try to
even
do
think
Civil War
Daredevil has
2
even had a bad
in the
comic book.
MCU.
Say what?
And then,
I said I
then
just been on my Daredevil work, man. I don't even think Daredevil has had a bad Daredevil run at all.
speaking of Daredevil, that's the thing that pissed me off. Speaking of Daredevil, the reason why Daredevil was revamped was because they didn't want to give the studios who created Daredevil the distribution rights and the money for it. That's why, have you ever noticed when Disney produces a new show, they cancel the original, the previous iteration of it? That's why Daredevil was canceled off
Oh
of
yeah,
Netflix.
contract lose. Yeah, I think I saw a video explaining that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Netflix series, they put their heart and soul into that show.
Yeah, they put their heart and soul into
Yeah.
that. But now, because like now, when you see Daredevil on the big screen, he's not wearing his iconic red suit. He's wearing the yellow one.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. That's a no for me.
The new show?
I was fine with it because just knowing how they told in She-Hulk that he does have original suit back
First of
home.
all, if you got any type of yellow on your suit, period, I'm not gonna take you seriously.
So you can't take Wolverine seriously?
No.
I knew I was coming.
No.
You can't take Cyclops seriously? You can't take
No.
Rogue seriously?
No. Well, Rogue
You
is
can't take
fine.
the X-Men seriously.
What?
You can't
No.
take the X-Men seriously?
Okay, first of all, them yellow suits, those aren't even their best uniforms, in my opinion, okay? So we not even gonna get into that.
Those
What
are
about the
classics,
orange
though.
ones?
But it's the
Classics.
classic.
Classic doesn't mean the best.
But it's still a classic.
Okay,
Like, classic
question.
is
Unless
it's
you're Spider-Man.
nostalgia.
Would you rather have the 60s X-Men's look or the 90s X-Men look?
I ain't gonna lie though, Dark Phoenix they try to do that. I ain't gonna lie, it looked pretty good. I ain't gonna lie.
The
Oh,
movie?
you talking about the Uncanny X-Men versions?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the first original run of the X-Men when Iceman was a big ass snowball.
Yeah.
Fucking Cyclops had that hood cover.
I'm taking
Do
the
it.
90s, the Uncanny X-Men version. What? Taking that? You talking about the original when it had mask on with the yellow? No.
No, I'm talking about the original 60s run.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
they adapted those uniforms in X-Men First Class.
Yeah.
They did.
But they also teased in what was it? What movie was it?
What, the Wolverine?
Yeah, what
That
was
was
it?
in the deleted
Wolverine?
scene.
The second one.
Where they teased Wolverine and his yellow
Yeah,
and
when
brown
he was
suit?
flying
Yeah,
back
that
from
was in the
Japan.
deleted
Yeah.
scene.
That was the second
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, that was the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Wolverine. That was
And they
in the
did
deleted
nothing
scene.
with it after that.
Well, that's why it was the deleted
Man,
scene.
they need to bring in Omega Red.
Yes.
Nah,
Because
they need to.
think about it. If they used old boy from Iron Man 2, if they had something like similar like that, but had it with CGI where it was like animalistic, like Venom stuff like that, man, that would be so dope.
Man, I just want a good Superman movie, bro. That's what I want.
Hey,
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm
the guy
glad,
I was
I'm
talking
glad
about
James
earlier.
Gunn is doing Superman. I'm like, thank
Yeah.
God, because Zack Snyder is a no.
Who's the actor that plays Beast from X-Men?
Which one?
Which
one?
are you talking about?
Yeah,
The
I'm about to
movie?
say.
Or
Nicholas Hoult.
which version of Beast? Are you talking about Kelsey Grammer?
played the original one.
Nicholas
about-
Hoult. The most recent one.
Oh,
Nicholas Hoult. I think
Yeah, Nicholas
didn't
Hoult.
he get casted or rumored to play Lex Luthor?
Oh no,
That's why I'm
he
telling
was one of the
people.
actors that auditioned, but he didn't make it.
That's
Yeah,
why
he
I'm
did.
telling people to go watch the
Because
Marvels.
Because they're keeping
he
Jesse
was one of the
Eisenberg.
actors that auditioned for it, but he didn't make it.
Yeah, they're keeping Jesse Eisenberg because the thing that I heard about DC,
They not
is
keeping
that
Jesse Eisenberg.
No
bro.
way.
they're revamping DC. They're keeping some characters from the old DC movies, so I think they're trying to keep Gal Gadot. I
They
think
they need to replace her too.
Yeah, they just need to start from scratch. They really do.
That's what James Gunn is
DC
doing. He's
really
starting
do.
everything from scratch.
Well, the thing is, though, like, what was it that just came out for DC? Blue Beetle?
Yeah.
And
It was
everybody
alright.
hated it because
It was alright.
it seemed like it was copying Marvel. Blue Beetle was already a convoluted character to begin with.
I think they're talking about the formula, but Blue Beetle, it wasn't terrible. It wasn't great. It was meh.
I thought it was mid as a Mexican.
Blue Beetle's like a TBS movie. Like it's one of those movies that come on in the middle of the day. It's got commercials in it. You're just like, eh.
The best movie that I watched this year, the two best films I watched this year, I'm not gonna lie, is Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse
Thank you.
Yup.
and
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ninja Turtles, the Ninja Turtles movie. I watched
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was so
I
good.
haven't seen that one.
That was
it.
so
Was
They
it?
should.
You
They're,
gotta add in there Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Like that's up there too.
they're
Yes.
probably not gonna
Oh, well,
win.
Guardians of the Galaxy. I knew it was gonna be good, so I mean, but
I
I'm
don't know.
talking about
I was still
like,
kind of
yo,
skeptical though.
when I went to go see Spider-Man, cause like I was blown away. The movie was amazing.
With
I ain't
Guardians of the
felt,
Gal-
I ain't felt this way since Spider-Man 2.
with Guardians of the Galaxy, though, a lot of people didn't like it because they didn't understand the metaphor and the themes of
Man, they just
of
hating.
all
I don't
three
care what nobody say. They
movies.
hating.
It was basic stuff. It
Haterade.
wasn't
They're
that
drinking too much of
complicated.
that haterade.
It's
So
ironic you say that.
because the
You
way
said what?
James Gunn
I think
explained it with Guardians 1,
You
it
said
was
what now?
mainly talking about his mother. Guardians 2 was talking about his father. Guardians 3 was talking about him.
I
That's
guess,
pretty
but
basic because the first one when he was talking about his mom, second one was talking about his dad, 3 is pretty much Rocket's thing talking about himself. Like again, it's very basic. Like you
Yeah,
know,
it's
like
very a
there
very
wasn't that many
basic
metaphors
theme.
in there.
Well,
It's
hey,
basic, but it's
man,
good.
the best piece of storytelling for any director to do is show, don't tell. That's what James Gunn
Exactly.
does.
That's what
That's what
Marvel's
James
been
Gunn
messing up
does in his
lately with their
films,
stuff.
bro.
They've been telling you, not showing you.
Show, don't tell, bro.
I think it's also
Yep.
because, like, after the pandemic, everything changed with Marvel. That's when I noticed that Marvel changed its way
A
of showing
lot, a
things.
lot
There's
of
also
things
something
changed.
else though. There was also Chadwick passing away. That
Yeah,
screwed
also
up a
with
lot of their
Chadwick
stuff.
passing away,
Well, I was
it
telling them
messed up
earlier that
everything.
I was
Yeah,
telling
he
them
should have got
earlier that's
replaced, bro. Should have got
I was,
replaced.
I was
I
telling them
don't even
earlier
think
that
I don't even I think Chadwick Boseman is a good actor. I don't think he's great. He was good. He could have been replaced.
He
Nah,
was iconic for what he did,
he
not so
was
much of
iconic for what he did.
He was just iconic because he was the first black man to play Black Panther. Now he wasn't the first black comic book character to be adapted on screen, but
okay.
it was I
I'll
guess it
put it
was the
like
most
this.
significant, whatever the hell
I,
that means.
I'll put it like this. Let's be 100% honest. Tell me one bad thing about Chadwick Boseman. Anything, one bad thing.
nothing.
Nothing.
That's the
Nothing, but
point.
he's
That's what made
not
him so
great either.
iconic.
I never said he was terrible.
Well, no. That's the point I'm trying to make. Not so much of he is on a pedestal, like oh he's Black Panther, you have to put him on a pedestal.
He
But him
is.
as a general person, because you got to think. I don't know if you remember, but there was a clip that came out that when he was promoting Black Panther, there was a kid who was sick in the hospital who
Mhm.
had cancer, and they showed the kid the movie early so he
Well,
could
he was
watch
a
it
black
before he passed
kid. I mean,
away.
that's why.
Well, you got to
Well,
also
but what
realize
the thing
Chadwick
is, he got so
Boseman
emotional
was
about
going
that
through
for a while.
chemo while he was
Yeah,
filming Black Panther.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But I
But
mean,
that's my point, though. If everything about who he was so iconic. Not so much of him playing Black Panther, but him playing Black Panther, him playing Jackie Robinson, him playing Little Richards. All
no,
the things he
did
did.
nobody care about him playing Jackie Robinson, bro? That was a movie for black people, man. I
Man, I
don't even
love
think
that
that movie
movie.
made
Hold
that
on.
What
much
I'm
money.
talking about is him as a total. The totality of who he was iconic. Not one role, not another role, but the whole totality of who he was.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but I'm just talking about his acting skills, bro.
Well, no,
42 was great. I don't know
that's
what
what
you're
I'm
talking
saying. Like him as an actor, I agree. He wasn't the best
Nah, I
actor
never
ever.
said 42 wasn't great. I'm saying like we're talking about box office. I don't know if that movie made $100 million.
Nah, probably not. Like it was
about.
like
Okay, if you're
it
gonna
was
be
a
biased.
solid movie. It wasn't anything I was like, oh my god, you have to go see the movie. Like if you
Yeah,
know Jack, like because for me, one
he
thing I
played
never
his
understood about a
role.
lot of these sports movies is that if you like if something really popular, prime example, the Kurt Warner
So
movie.
42
Everyone knows
made
Kurt Warner's movie.
$97.5 million.
Oh, close enough. Hey,
It's
close
close.
enough.
So one more
That's
weekend, I would
still
have had
good. That's still good.
it. Yeah.
Because this generation don't know who Jackie Robinson is, bro. I mean, come on. You gotta be a
What?
baseball fan to know.
I'm not a baseball.
You gotta
Come
be a
on,
baseball fan to know
that's
I'm
cat.
Jackie
That's
not a
like saying
Robinson.
you don't know
baseball
who
fan, and I
Muhammad
know who
Ali
the
is.
hell Jackie Robinson is.
Well, that's
That's
because
cat.
you
I'm like saying I
older,
don't, I
bro.
don't
We're
watch
talking
boxing. I
about
don't know who
people,
Muhammad Ali
kids
is.
in
That's
this new
cap.
generation. They don't know who Jackie Robinson is.
That's if
I'm gonna
you're
call
gonna know
that.
two baseball players, you're gonna know Jackie Robinson and King Griffey Jr. Those are the two you're gonna know. Those are off the bat.
Yeah, but okay. When was the last time somebody in baseball talked about Jackie Robinson?
On Jackie Robinson Day, they have that every year.
Yeah, but you got
Every
to be a
player in Major
baseball
League
fan.
Baseball wears 42.
That's not casually what everybody knows. Casually, everybody know who Michael Jordan is.
But here's the thing though: if you know nothing about baseball and you watch Sports Center and it's Jackie Robinson Day, they're gonna talk about him all day. Everyone wears 42 on that, so you can't say they're like, "Oh, nobody knows who he is."
You don't. This new generation
So if
don't
they
know who
literally have
Jackie
a whole
Robinson
day
is.
for him in Major League Baseball, and you say no one knows who he is.
No, casually, no.
You do realize there's a handful of black prominent figures that are taught in like almost every elementary school in the country. Jackie Robinson is one of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
Jackie Robinson. Not when I was in school.
Martin Luther
That's
King,
cap. Come
Malcolm
on,
Martin Luther
X,
man.
King,
Rosa
That's
was
cap.
Malcolm
Parks,
That's
X, was
cap.
Jackie Robinson,
Harriet
George Washington
Tubman,
Carver. Those
Harriet
all
Tubman. Yeah,
Harry
come on,
Tubman.
George Washington Carver, yeah, of course, but Jackie Robinson, nah, they
Okay,
didn't teach
okay,
that
so
shit
so
to
uh,
me.
so could I say that only people who like basketball know who Michael Jordan is?
Nah, it's no.
Why?
When it comes to Michael Jordan's when you talk about Michael Jordan, you see the difference between Jackie Robinson and Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan technically made the NBA what it is into $1 billion industry. Jackie Robinson,
that's
he was the
incorrect.
first to do what he does, but he didn't transcend the MLB into what it is today.
He
That's not really
literally,
him.
he
When you
literally
He
did
broke the
about
transcend
Michael
barrier
Jordan,
breaking
He
the
like
color,
literally
like
did. He
they
breaking
broke
the
the
literally
color
did the same
barrier
barrier.
thing.
Yeah, breaking the color barrier transcended
But
baseball.
Michael Jordan,
because of Jackie
Michael,
Robinson is why the Negro League was combined with the Major League Baseball. Well, at the time was the National League because of Jackie
you're
Robinson.
talking about integration.
Do you understand how
That
significant it is?
changed the
But
league.
that changed the league for the United States. When you talk about Michael Jordan made Nike. Michael Jordan made the
No,
NBA into
Nike
what it
made
You
is
could
Michael
today.
you could
Jordan.
you could argue
The
that Nike
dream
made Michael
team,
Jordan.
listen, the dream team basically exposed basketball to the world.
You do realize they played like America participated in basketball games prior to Michael Jordan, right?
You said what?
Like America participated in basketball games prior to Michael
Yeah, but
Jordan being
not
on
the
the team.
NBA. Okay. First of all, the NBA wasn't even allowed to be in the Olympic teams before that. So that's not true. We're
No,
talking
Yes,
about
they
I
were.
didn't say the
exposure.
NBA. You said the NBA.
I said the NBA. I said, bro, we're talking about popularizing basketball to the world, where everybody in the world, if you want to play the best players in the league, you have to go to the United States and join the NBA. That's what the Dream
1992.
Team did. That's what the Dream Team did.
1992 was when the NBA, the sport was played by amateurs until 1992 in the Barcelona
Yes, the
Games.
NBA wasn't allowed to play in the Olympics.
Correct.
That's what I said.
No, you said when Michael Jordan joined the team. All I'm saying is that America still participated. We had some of the greatest college athletes in the world
Yeah,
on the
but they were
teams
still
prior.
playing against professional players, though. They were no match.
And
That's why they
no
called the
match?
NBA for help to knock them boys out. That's why.
Yeah, because they weren't winning
That's why
gold.
they
That's why
called
the
the NBA
NBA
for
players
help.
started playing. He's right about that.
Man,
Before
but
then, he was right. Those best college
collegiate
players were
level
playing.
players was not. They was. I mean, the European players. They was smoke. They was smoking those college players. But when they called the NBA, they was like, all right, we'll handle it. Like you got Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, and Larry Bird all on the same team, and then you got
Okay,
Michael
let
Jordan,
me
and
ask you
you know
this
you got
though. Let me
yeah,
But
ask
it
you
you got
this:
wasn't
if
until
Michael
like
if,
Jordan.
if
5 years
Jordan didn't
later
sign
that
with
the
Nike,
Dream
would
Team
Jordan still
actually
be as
won
big?
something.
You said what?
It wasn't until like what 5 years later that the Dream Team actually won something.
What are you talking about? They won gold medal their first year. No one was beating that team. They destroyed everybody by like 30, 40 points. Like what? They destroyed them. What you mean 4 or
But
5
no,
years?
back
Man,
to the
who in the
original
world
thing
was
though.
better
Do
than
you
Michael
think do
Yeah.
you
Jordan?
think without Nike, Jordan would be as big as he is?
No, Michael Jordan made Nike. Michael
Well, yeah,
Without
Michael
Jordan.
Jordan
Nike, would
made
Jordan
Nike, but
still be as
without
big as he is?
Nike, yeah.
Okay, first of all, let's just make something clear about Michael Jordan because y'all being a little bit disrespectful. Michael Jordan was going to
It's
be
a
the
simple question. It's a simple
Michael Jordan.
question.
Time out. Michael Jordan was going to be a transcendent star regardless. Nike did the difference between Nike is that they was more willing to give Michael Jordan what he wanted because Michael Jordan didn't even want to sign with Nike. He wanted to go to Adidas.
Yeah, we
And
saw the movie, but
no,
what's my
no,
point
not the
though?
Yeah, let's
Without
not.
no, we
Nike,
ain't talk about the movie, but I'm talking about well, I didn't even watch the
the
movie,
movie was
but
more about what happened. What are you talking about?
no, but No, this is basketball knowledge from my
I feel
head.
like
You know,
I feel like we're deviating too much. I think it's a little wild to intimate that like this younger generation doesn't know
yeah,
who Jackie
but
Just want
Robinson
to
yeah,
is.
argue.
look. Yeah, I mean, it's all go back to Chadwick Boseman, but the point of the matter is, this is knowledge that I know way before the movie was even thought of. I still haven't watched the movie, but he originally wanted to go to Adidas, and it gotten so bad that they had to get his mom to talk to him to get him into the meeting. I mean, because when you look at Michael Jordan was wearing Adidas when he was I forgot what brand of Adidas he was wearing. They would have been the Jordan ones instead. He was wearing them before he got drafted. When he went to the Olympics. When he went to the Olympics tryouts. This is before he got
So
drafted.
again, without Nike, there would be no Jordan shoe.
But without Michael Jordan, Nike wouldn't be what it is today. Nike wasn't as big as them. They wasn't even
You're
in the
right, but
basketball
my
shoe
point is,
business.
without Nike, there would be no Michael Jordan, or there would be no Jordan as he is now.
No,
Nike wouldn't
Michael
be
Jordan
as
would have been
big and
Michael
as
Jordan
popular as
regardless.
it is now.
Well, no, Nike would have folded without Jordan, but Jordan wouldn't be the figure he is without Nike.
That's not true.
They're one. It's 100%
It's
true
very no,
because
it's very
they
true.
even
That's not
said it.
true.
They even said it. If Jordan would have went to Nike, Jordan wouldn't have had a signature shoe.
He
He would have
said
had the same shoes as everybody else.
that's that's the problem. Nike wanted him more. If Adidas would have given what he wanted, Michael Jordan would have been Michael Jordan
Wouldn't
regardless.
have been Jordan. That's my point.
Even
That's
if
exactly my point. You already said it.
and
You already said it. You got caught.
even if Adidas wanted to give him his signature shoe at first, what Michael Jordan was to become, they would have gave it to him eventually. Michael Jordan's gonna be
You
Michael
know
Jordan
about that.
regardless.
Yeah, there's
You know
really no
about that.
evidence of that.
Bro, Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time.
Nobody is saying
The
no
shoe
one is
doesn't
saying
even
it.
have to be good. The
That's
shoe doesn't
arguable.
even have to be good. As long as he wears them, people
Yeah,
want to buy them.
we could say that in retrospect, the shoe doesn't have to be good. He was just going to take a standard ass shoe if he didn't like
Yeah,
agree to
because he's
that
Michael
deal.
Jordan.
Here's
Because
a
the
prime
majority
example.
of because
Does anyone wear Kobe shoes that aren't Nike?
you said what?
Does anyone wear Kobe shoes that aren't Nike? The Adidas ones. Does anyone wear them?
Does anybody walk around wearing Shaqs?
Yup.
Nah, not Shaq's.
No, but
I
they're
did.
still as big as they are, but there's a clear difference.
But Shaq ain't Michael Jordan. That's what you're
Shaq's
missing.
one of the greatest big men of all time.
But he's not Michael Jordan,
Yeah, they have different names.
bro. But you're talking about somebody who has 6 championships, never lost in the finals,
Wow, really?
10
I didn't know
scoring
that.
titles, 10 scoring titles.
Really?
I'll say this:
Did he play for the Bulls too?
if the MCU wanted a shot at being something prominent, the biggest miss was in Shang-Chi not making him wear J's throughout the film. They should have built that sneaker culture as a part of Shang-Chi's. Like, no, I'm dead ass serious because like one, them
I
busted
love
Them
ass little
niggas is
seeing
shoes,
ugly,
that.
bro.
I
Them
them
love
niggas are
busted ass
ugly.
shoes that he was wearing. Like one, his entire design is like really fucking cheap, right? But if like what made like dimension to his characters, like yo, these are the
But
first
what kind
shoes
of
that my
shoes would
best
he have
friend
worn?
grew.
Would it
I
be
would have,
Nikes or like?
no, I would have loved it if he was wearing like a Jordan 4 or something like that. Like not
Oh
particularly like a 1
no,
or
he was in
anything.
shambles because of
I'm
the
just
shoe.
saying,
No, what?
but I'm saying
Okay, would it be
it should
racist
be
if he was wearing
something.
Nike Flies though?
Mm.
You had to think about it.
Nah, bro.
Oh, but
No.
check it out though. So I used to do Taekwondo, so I got my black belt and everything. They actually make Nike Taekwondo shoes, so they actually make like shoes like that, like the slides and stuff like that.
It would have been better than whatever he was wearing in the fucking movie. It was just very distracting.
What
It didn't
shoe?
look hero- it
No,
didn't
no,
look
that was
what
you
heroic at
was
being
he
all.
wearing?
nitpicky. I didn't even realize he was wearing sneakers. What sneakers was he
He
wearing?
did
Some
he
bullshit
did
ass
that change
Reeboks
stuff.
or
That's
something
pretty
like that.
funny,
I don't
bro.
know. It was really whack.
Were
It
they
was really whack.
Nikes or something?
Nah, I think they
Well,
were
the worst
Reeboks.
thing
It was
they've
really
ever
whack.
done though is they haven't announced Shang-Chi 2, which I still don't understand why. They've
Well,
announced
because like the
everything
thing
else,
is,
almost everything
there's
else, but not
no
the second one.
everything is rudderless right now. There's no overarching direction, and I think that Feige tried to be a bit more hands off, and he recognized like, oh shit, I think I need to like make sure everybody's on the same page. The fact that there was not like show bibles for any of the Disney Plus series is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
The fact that like people were not like fully in tune with like where they wanted to chart the MCU going, and they had a big fucking problem that all of their movie stars that they had in their films all dropped out. Like they had no idea what they wanted to do after the Infinity Saga, and they really fumbled it. So the quality's been diminishing. People aren't getting excited. You're spreading yourselves way too thin. You
And
make
there's been a lot
announcements,
of
you can't fucking
burnout.
do it.
And
Bro, the
you know
only
what,
thing
bro?
that
The
gives
only
me
reason,
joy
Marv,
is these animated films, bro.
I'm burnt out with Marvel because it's
Yeah,
like
me
every other
too.
month they're coming out with something new, coming out with a new show, coming out
It's
with
the
a new
same
movie.
formula, man. Like the only thing that
Like
Are y'all gonna watch the
back
Marvels
in
movie?
what
no,
was
I
it,
have no interest in
2006 or
seeing
whatever,
that.
when all that stuff first
Neither
came
do
out.
I. Like somebody was talking about it, and like there's no
The only
desire.
reason I
There's
watch
no
it, the
purpose to
only
see
reason
that
I
movie.
watch it, if only my sister asked me to take it. That would be the only reason I watch it.
Well, nah, I'm
But
a
if
true
I'm
MCU
afraid,
fan, so I'm
I'm
gonna
afraid if I
watch the
go see it,
movie.
I'm gonna fall asleep.
No. I mean, I'm a true MCU fan. I'm gonna watch the movie, but like, I'm not excited for it because it doesn't. For me, it's really important for how the overarching MCU moves forward, and everything post Infinity Saga feels very inconsequential. Like I just
Who's
don't
the
care.
actress
Like
that played Captain Marvel? What's her name again?
Brie Larson.
Brie Larson.
She's not attractive, bro. I can't watch her. She's
I will say this,
boring.
bro. This is the thing, man.
She's not
She's boring, bro. She
If your
has no
first
Bro,
thing is like,
what?
oh,
charisma.
she has to be attractive in order to watch it, you got to check that. That's not a good thing.
I don't care.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah,
You say, oh,
yeah.
she's not attractive. Come
Because
on,
the only
She's
man.
reason why you
not,
watch the
bro.
movies and be like, oh yeah, nah, she got a hot ass, and then the rest of the
She
movie is
doesn't have
garbage.
an ass.
She
Yeah.
doesn't have to have an
That,
ass.
you're
Yes, she
proving his point,
do.
though.
If
That's
So
what
you
you're
I'm
want me to
telling
saying.
me?
watch it,
So you're telling me you walked up in the theater to go see Captain Marvel? You were like, no, she ain't right.
So you're
She
gonna
ain't
tell
walking
me
out
no,
that
that
no, no,
theater.
that
no,
if
no,
if
no, 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 no,
so
no,
you're gonna tell me that
no,
if the
no, no.
MCU
What
did
I'm
not have
saying,
Scarlett
no, being
Johansson in it, you
attractive,
wasn't gonna watch it.
being attractive, superhero, that's an added bonus. It's already the fact that
But it
Brie
was the
Larson
first
was
thing you
boring.
led with,
She
bro.
no, she
It's
was
not a
already
bonus. You
boring,
led
but
with
she
it.
was boring. If you're gonna be boring, at least be attractive. Scarlett Johansson is entertaining and attractive. I could watch her all day.
Okay. Dang.
Okay.
She's
She's a good
beautiful.
actress, though. Even though she's good looking, she's a good actress, though. She's got some good range.
No, in
She
that
does
movie, she's not. In that movie, she wasn't.
I'm talking
She's
not,
about that
boring.
totality of it, not that one specific movie. I'm talking about not talking about
Bro,
Carl Johansson, not Brie Larson. I haven't
Scarlett
seen too many
Johansson
things
is
with Brie Larson.
fine, bro.
You okay over there?
I'm
You
fine,
said
bro.
they
I'm
got it
chilling.
strong.
She's fine. And I don't even like white sea girls like that. I can make an
You
exception
sound
for
like you
her.
do.
Nah, not really. Nah. I'll
I
make an
think it'll
exception
be
for her.
interesting. I think it'll be interesting to see because I think after with all the criticism and Kevin finally getting back into what he needs to be doing, I want to see what they're going to do after from Deadpool 3 going forward and what they're going to do with it because it's a little bit
Deadpool. I
promising.
mean,
But
we're gonna be a little while for Deadpool 3. That's getting pushed to 25,
I
bro.
just
Oh
love
yeah,
I
yeah,
just love
it's
the fact
already
that
getting
Hugh
pushed
Jackman's
back.
gonna be in
So
that yellow suit, bro.
I thought you didn't like Yellow Suit.
I don't, but it's Hugh Jackman.
he only likes some yellow fit Jordans.
No. Hold on, tell me. I don't think it's a great. I don't think it's the best costume.
the yellow
But
suit that
the
Wolverine
fact that he's
always
in it,
wears is the
but the fact that
iconic
he's in
suit
it,
that everybody knows him in. Like it's either gonna be the yellow and blue suit or the yellow and brown suit.
dude. Yo,
You
Hugh
know what? When does
Jackman has been
Gambit get in the
playing
movie? That's what I
Wolverine
want to
since I
know.
was what 5 years. No, since I was 6 years. No, 5 years old. It came out 2000. I'm 28. He's
I
my
mean, if you want to
childhood,
be,
bro.
I mean, if you want to be comic accurate, Wolverine, he got to be a short Canadian. So
No. I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
Keep on patrol with a bottle of syrup.
The best suit that Hugh Jackman wore was them suits that they wore in Days of Future Past. Now he looked dope in that.
I agree.
Them suits was amazing.
My
eh,
man, we need a Gambit movie. That's what
I'm
I'm
talking
talking. We,
about the
we need a
future
Gambit
suits.
movie and a good rogue.
I'm
Yeah,
So
man, I
talking
what
think
do
about
the
the
you
M,
future
the M,
suits.
the
mean?
MCU really messed up by not like, and it's unfortunate that the sale of the X-Men characters didn't go through quick enough, and there was a huge licensing issue. Like even though they had access to the characters, because they had so many other contractual limitations, they can't like they
Yeah,
literally cannot use them for several years like on their own,
yeah.
which sucks because like they should have taken a break right after the Infinity Saga because essentially you had
Yeah.
all of the principal actors sign off and pretty much say goodbye.
Can't you cut off?
Fully like pivoted from MCU proper
Okay.
into what I call the XCU. They could have had 10 years of just
Said
X-Men
that
focused
XCU.
properties. No, dead ass. Like they could have had
He's
10
right
years of
though.
Who
He's
just
said
right
that?
no, no,
though.
no. Think about it this way, right? Like they could have had 10 years of
That sound like a porn site.
X-Men properties. Like think about it this way. No. So first movie, X-Men, Sentinel, 1992. You still take the classic of everything that worked in the 90s. We've already had stories that kind of almost led up to it, but now we can be able to have it underneath the brass of the MCU and Kevin Feige to be able to make those characters brought to life doing justice. And then the second film in the XCU, you have Deadpool 3, the final cut, which essentially can be able to tie up the previous Fox Marvel movies, kind of tie some other things in there, and it kind of gives a peek into what the MCU can be going forward.
I
Then you
think
get
that's
your
where they're
first
going.
Yo,
solo
Ryan Reynolds
spin-off
was born
movie.
for that role, bro.
He was, right? You get your first
Can
spin-off
can
movie,
Marvel
right?
use the X-Men right now? Can they use all of them?
Well,
Some
no, they
of
can
them.
use them, but they have to be inside of an existing Marvel property. That's why they're
Actually,
being used inside of Deadpool.
Okay,
a
but check,
Marvel
no, I just thought about
X-Men
something. Check
character
this out
is
really
in
quick.
a existing MCU movie. Professor Xavier is in the Doctor Strange
Doctor
movie.
Strange too.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. You
I
can't
think
have
I
them on their own.
shared that movie.
You just can't have them on their own film just
but
as of yet
I just
because
thought about something though.
the reason why real quick
Sorry,
the
to cut you
reason why
off.
you
I,
can't
I thought
have
about
them
something.
the reason why
What
you
if they
can't
have
have them on
Rogue?
their own is that there's certain streaming rights that go to for X-Men solo films. Disney wants those rights for themselves, so they're waiting for that to lapse. So that way, when they release a movie, it can go to Disney Plus instead of going to HBO Max.
That's
Well,
what they had
actually,
going
What
on
if
with
they have
Man,
Solo.
Rogue
well,
in the
I'm just at the
Marvels and she
point,
takes some of
really,
Marvel's
bro.
powers in that movie?
Yeah, I'm just at
Say
the
it again.
point. I'm just getting fatigued by these films, man. I want some original independent films, man. I just want
Did you
something
go
new.
watch Oppenheimer?
I
You don't
did.
want an original.
Hot take. That one was boring.
I
I
haven't
won't
heard
Oppenheimer's
lie.
better
not an
yet.
original
I could see
independent
why people
film,
would say that. I can understand that.
Or the recent Martin Scorsese film. I can't say because of stream, but
which is also not an independent film or original.
well,
Oh, that
okay,
movie was so
A24
good, though.
films wouldn't be
The
put
movie was good,
specifically.
though. It was messed up, but it was good.
I
Real
think
messed up.
independent films are making a comeback. I think they are. The fatigue is really helping it, and really all that stuff with COVID is bringing people back into theaters. But
Man,
then
look,
you
I
had
will
the actors
never
strike there.
forgive. One of the best science fiction films I ever seen in my life was the uh the Planet of the Apes trilogy. War for the Planet of the Apes is one of the greatest sci-fi films I've ever seen in my life, and no
Matt
one
The
talks
Reeves.
about it.
original or the remake?
No, I'm
It's a
talking
remake.
about the new trilogy, the remakes.
Oh, okay.
That's all
War
Matt
for
Reeves right there.
Yo,
Yep.
bro, War for Planet of the Apes, man, was amazing. And that was a good year for sci-fi for me because Blade Runner 2049 also came out that year, which is also underrated. But nobody likes whole films no more, bro. Yo, I pre-ordered my ticket to go see that. I had to see that, and it did not disappoint.
But no, real quick, I want to get back to this XU because I worked hard on this shit, and I'm hoping that they pull it off. So wait, the third film, it's a solo Wolverine. You got to have it, right, to be able to have it stand alone. The fourth
What?
film, Wolverine has to have a solo film. It's just it is what it
Why?
is because he has plenty of
It's
lore.
Wolverine.
You want to be able to like one. He's one of the most iconic characters out of any comic book property, right? You want to be able to maximize your efforts, and also you want to be able to give time, breathing room away from the MCU. So if you want to do the 2 to 3 movie a year model, you have your first 3 films: X-Men Sentinel, 1992, the entire team, the first class, kind of, and then setting your core team of the X-Men.
Wolverine does
Deadpool
not
3,
need his own film,
yes,
bro.
he does. He most certainly
What
does.
you
Yes, he
So
does.
say?
That's
hold on,
like
real
saying
quick.
Batman
So
doesn't need his own film.
correct, right? So you have Deadpool 3, second film, Wolverine, solo spin-off movie. The fourth film is essentially like the Avengers film. It's X-Men 2, Sinister.
No.
Particularly it's in the year 1996. So we're separating the X-Men films 4 years apart, right? Fifth film, it's another solo film that I think could work because you want to be able to have at least a spin-off franchise of just like your antagonist. And it's going to be a Magneto film. Number
So are you
5,
talking
Magneto
about?
film.
Are you talking about after Secret Wars?
So this is what they should have did, but there's an opportunity to still be able to make it work. And there's some things that are kind of like, but let's just say it is after Secret Wars because I
Because
think
I
this could
think
still
what you're
work.
saying, I think that's what they're trying to do after Secret Wars is go
Bro,
down.
can we worry about the original MCU with the Avengers? What they gonna do with this Kang Dynasty first? You
No,
gotta
no,
crawl before
Man,
you walk,
but
bro.
think about this. This is how you fix it, right? So you have your fifth film, Magneto. Your second Wolverine spinoff
Magneto does not
sequel
need his own
is
solo film.
hold on, bro.
Actually, I would agree with that one though. That Magneto doesn't
Wolverine
need
two,
one.
Wolverine 2, Omega Red.
Oh Lord.
Seventh film
Yes.
in the XCU is the Brotherhood. It's essentially
Y'all
like
is
going to be
wildin'.
Suicide Squad, right? That's spin-off film. In the eighth film, you have a two-parter. It's going to be essentially your other team-up film. It's X-Men: Age of Apocalypse Part 1, and it's set in the year 2000. And then you have X-Men: Age of Apocalypse Part 2, and then you're going to have your final trilogy of the Wolverine film, Wolverine 3, Battle World. You
Bro,
have your
no
you have
more
your, hold on real quick.
Wolverine
Hold
films.
on, hold on. This is how it's building up. I'm telling you, it's gonna make sense. You have your in the 11th film in the XCU, it's Magneto, Planet X. 12th film, you have X-Men Phoenix Saga Part 1. It's set in 2004. You have 2013, I mean, excuse me, the 13th film is X-Men Dark Phoenix. It's set in 2006. The 14th film in the XCU is Magneto, House of,
Say we
real quick,
can't
hold on,
get
real
y'all
quick.
go all them trilogies. You
Wait.
stupid.
Magneto, House of M, and this is going to be your event tie-in because essentially you have Wanda that does what she does inside of the X-Men comic art, where she changes everything. Where the 15th film in the XCU takes place in 2008, and the film is titled X-Men versus the Avengers.
Bro, you
Everything that you
frying my
just spent,
brain with all these
but
movies,
that's the
bro.
thing. Everything that you just spent 16 years of history that we don't want to lose out with, we still be able to get, and you match it up to mirror to essentially create a new Nexus event, right? An incursion event that they're already planting in right now, where after Secret Wars, essentially what you could end up doing is having X-Men versus the Avengers, and you bring back the old Avengers team, and then you can recast it with new characters as well.
Oh, so
So
you're
what you're saying
saying
is I got to be like 60 years old before I can watch all these damn movies.
I mean, that's what it's going to happen anyway.
I just say after Secret Wars, just
Actually, I
reboot the
like it, but you
universe.
know, you know what I would change? I would do it backwards. So the first movie is X-Men versus the Avengers, because then you go to
True.
explaining it and you can kind of change things up a little bit.
You can. You most certainly can.
Look, man, they just gotta
Or
do Iceman some justice. That's all I gotta say.
Iceman,
you could just
Cyclops,
do
and Gambit
this.
need their own movie.
Or you
What?
can just do a crossover movie with DC and Marvel.
That's never
No,
gonna
It will
that's
happen,
never
too
bro.
happen.
ambitious. That's too ambitious right there.
That's a pipe dream.
It will
Because they
never
can do it
happen.
because they did it in the comics. Why can't they do it in the movies?
That's
And
that
the
that's
rights are
that's
too
totally different.
hard because
Yeah.
who one they don't want to share distribution rights.
Yeah, that's true.
Plus, DC got to get their universe
Their
together
shit
first.
together. Yeah, DC got to get their shit together.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, man. MCU keep playing around. If James Gunn does plays his cards right, MCU might turn into the
If
DC
James
if they keep
Gunn makes
on.
a Red Hood movie, it's game over.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, no.
And the DC fans gonna be crazy like they
No,
already are.
no Red Hood
No.
movie. Stop.
No.
You don't want a Red Hood man? Come on now. Come on.
No.
And you get Jensen Ackles to play Red Hood.
Nah,
No.
he's
He
too
is
old.
too
He's way
old.
too old.
No.
The man is pushing 50. Y'all need to stop just because these people voice him in the animated film does not mean that they should play him in a live action adaptation, bro.
I can see it. Hey, look, if they can digitally
No.
age Patrick Stewart to look like
Nah,
50
nah, nah, nah,
years
nah.
No.
younger,
No. Hey, look, I love Mark Hamill. I love Mark Hamill with all my heart. Don't nobody want to see him play no Joker in no live action film, bro.
But
I
low
ain't gonna
key
lie. I
though,
love
let's say
this
they had a
too.
new Joker. He was his dad. He taught him the ropes. That would be dope.
No.
What?
Nah, bro.
Man, you just so negative. You hate everything.
No, I'm not negative. It's just that,
Man,
hey, look, when it comes,
go
hey,
play in the
look,
rain, or go have some ice cream or
but
something.
that's
Man.
a,
You're so negative.
but that's an
Right now.
animated film. Look, real talk in the DC, I wish they would just do a good Green Lantern film. We
Yeah,
never get
they
that.
said they're gonna make one. They're trying to.
Yeah, but it's gotta be done right though.
I thought they were going to
That's
do
pretty much
one
for
with
every movie.
trying to incorporate John Stewart.
They're
At least
working
that's what I
on.
heard.
They're working on
John
a series
Stewart, no,
for it.
Hal Jordan is Green Lantern.
You telling me you wouldn't want to see a Red Hood movie that was like The Punisher?
No,
You don't want a Red
Come
Hood movie? Come on
on,
now.
nah,
that
bro.
would be dope.
Everything doesn't need to be a live action. Now, if you're talking about animated film, then yeah, that's different. But not no
Well, there's
live
plenty
action
of those
film.
already.
But Red Hood's such a good story, though. That's the
No,
thing.
it's
Like,
not.
It is a
Wait, the Red
great
How is
Hood's
it
story.
not a
not?
good story? What makes it not a good story?
Red Hood. Okay, when Red Hood was first introduced after the Hush story and all that other stuff, you see, Red Hood. How I feel about Red Hood is exactly how I feel about Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn didn't even start out as a comic book character. She was animated. Now, when they wrote Red Hood, the whole Jason Todd was never even a good Robin. He was never even a good character to begin with. He wasn't decent until Red Hood. I mean,
So
even
was
with the
Dick Grayson.
comics, but even with the comics, the film. I mean,
Well, my
Under
thing
the
is, you
Red
can't
Hood
compare
did
him
it
to
better than
Harley
the
Quinn
comics
because
ever
Harley
did.
Quinn is mid.
Whoa!
But Under the Red Hood is one of the greatest Batman movies ever made. I mean,
Oh wow!
they did that better than they written Jason Todd better than the comic books themselves.
But so you tell me, but if the animated movie is so good, how come they couldn't adapt it to live action? What, like you could literally do it live action. There's no difference.
Because it is a difference. Live
Yeah.
action and animated films are two totally different things. You cannot compare them.
You probably watched the Titans and got a bad taste in your mouth, didn't you?
Watch a what?
You probably watched the Titans and then you soured everything for you.
The first two seasons
No,
of
it's not
Titans were
fair.
good. By the end of season 2, it got garbage.
I agree.
Oh, you said Titans? Titans not bad. It's not bad.
Season 3 was horrible. I ain't
Wait,
gonna
but
lie.
Titans didn't start out as an animated show though. It was a comic book.
No, I'm talking about the live action show.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the animated show. It's straight. It's not bad.
I'm not
No,
talking
but
about the
at this
animated
point
series.
though,
I'm talking about
but
the
at this point, like it started as a cartoon, they made it live action. It was a good transition.
Yeah, but it's not but it's not an adapt. But it's not okay. I get what you're saying, but nah, that's a show. That's different. Yeah.
Well,
And
yeah,
it's
because
decent. It's
there are
not
some
terrible.
stories
It's
that are better
decent.
as shows than movies. But I'm just saying, in general, you can do it live action, whether it's a TV show or a movie.
I don't agree with that.
Daredevil.
Daredevil came from a comic book, bro.
Daredevil was a good show though. I put up
True.
I put up there with a lot of the MCU stuff. To be honest with you, I ain't gonna lie.
Well, if we're keeping it a buck, the first season of all the Marvel shows on Netflix are, I would say, are probably just as good as the Infinity
Absolutely
stuff.
not. Absolutely
I
not.
know where you're gonna go with this too. I know where you're gonna go. I
Absolutely
know
not.
where.
Don't you dare say no stuff like that. That's blasphemous.
Okay,
Okay,
so,
why
so
you say
no,
that?
okay, answer me.
Why
Okay,
you say
answer me
that?
this: what is better than the first season of Daredevil?
Nothing.
No, you said all the
The
Netflix
first
shows.
season of all the Netflix Marvel shows. So the first season of Luke Cage, the first season of Daredevil.
Terrible. And I'm from Harlem.
What?
Terrible.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Iron Fist. My bad.
So
Iron Fist
no,
is terrible
Iron
too.
Fist not
First
included.
season
No,
of Jessica Jones was
Iron Fist
kind
does
of
not
weak.
count. Iron Fist does not count.
Whoa, hold
Iron
up.
Fist
Slow
does
down.
count. Don't you do that.
No.
Slow
That's
down.
terrible.
Did you
No.
say Jessica Jones
Jessica
season
Jones
was weak?
No, that was some crazy stuff.
It
I ain't
started,
gonna lie.
at least in my opinion, it started off kind of.
Hey, look, let me tell you
Well,
something.
actually,
Jessica
I'll
Jones
take
was
that back.
wild, bro.
I'll
I
include
enjoyed
Iron
it.
Fist because you got to include Thor. So Thor,
No,
Thor
Jessica
one.
Jones was Jessica Jones was crazy. I didn't think they was gonna make a show like that, but Jessica Jones was fire. I ain't gonna lie.
Jessica
Luke
Jones
I
was
Cage,
like how you
fire.
swing
Luke
that
Cage
too.
season 1 was fire. Punisher season 1 was
but
fire.
Luke Cage, nah,
Daredevil season
man.
1 was fire. Like I'm telling you, they were not missing for a hot minute.
Iron
I
Fist was
think Iron
terrible,
Fist
man.
season 1 was just a little dragged out. I think that's why it went downhill so bad. To be honest with you,
No,
and some of
Moon
the
Knight
story
was
choices
mid.
too.
Man, let me tell you something. Luke Cage is lame. Lame.
Whoa, come on.
He was just
Lame.
cool. It was
Luke
cool.
Cage is lame, man.
Actually, I actually know what Luke Cage wasn't that great. The character himself, Cottonmouth, he was dope.
That's because Marshall Ali is a great actor.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
but it wasn't even that. It was just how he was
That's because
portrayed. Like
Marshall
that
Ali is
one
a great
scene
actor. Yeah,
where he
that's
had the
Marshall
crown
Ali is a
in
great
the
actor.
background, that was dope.
you're gonna have to leave, dog. Hold on. You have to leave. You have to leave and come back in. It's repeating it. Hold on. You have to leave. You have to leave and come back in. It's repeating it, dog. Hold on. You have to leave. You have to leave and come back in. Yeah, I got you. Everyone else good?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, what was I about to say? Yeah, Luke Cage, man, is an embarrassment. Get that out of here. It's lame.
Luke Cage season 1 was cool. Come on, man.
It's
You just
lame.
hate every day.
It's all
You
lame.
probably
I'm
just
not
yell
hating.
at grass every day. Man, why
It's
grass? Why
not.
you
You
green?
talking? Hey, look, like I said, you talking to somebody that's from Harlem. I wanted Luke Cage to succeed. It ain't.
What was bad about Luke Cage?
Huh?
What was bad about season 1 Luke Cage? Season 1
Let me tell you
specifically.
something.
What was
All
bad
right, first
about?
of all, I don't give a damn what nobody say. Mike Coulter as an actor was boring in that movie. All right. Now as to why they changed Luke. Luke Cage is not from Georgia. Luke Cage is from Harlem. He should have a New York accent first and foremost. All right. And he's not. And they didn't write him into an interesting character anyway. When you got something he was not interested in the first place and a boring actor, it's a boring show. It's boring.
He was just trying to help out his neighborhood. Like the whole thing about Luke Cage isn't Captain America. He's not up to that level.
He
He's just a
doesn't.
local
But but
dude
we,
who's
but he
trying to fight
doesn't.
crime.
But he doesn't have to be.
That's my point, though. Like you said, he was
He's
boring. Like, what
boring.
he's supposed to be.
Did you like
Well,
season 2?
it was a little. It was serviceable for a little bit.
This man says serviceable.
It was serviceable.
Luke
Serviceable.
Cage with the toilet paper. They got the
Serviceable.
job done.
But the best show out of the Netflix films, man, was Daredevil. Daredevil doesn't have a bad season at
Towards
all,
the end, it
bro.
kind of got shaky.
At all, bro. And let me tell you something, man. When him and Bullseye first duked it out, I screamed like a cheerleader. I was waiting for it, bro. And you know what's so funny, man? When before season 3 come out, they over here trying to hide it because because movie producers stuff, they can't hide this stuff. We're gonna find out before they try to sit there and say, Bullseye's not in this, a new character, Point Dexter. Bullseye. We already in it, so the rivalry between Daredevil and Bullseye, we was waiting for it. And when they finally fought, I was like, okay. And he wearing the Daredevil suit? Man, it's one of the greatest written TV shows I've ever seen in my life.
I ain't gonna
And that's
lie,
not
I
an
was super hyped
exaggeration.
about that season. I ain't gonna lie. I was crazy about that season.
Oh yeah, I couldn't wait.
I
And
need
I
to
think they
rewatch those
adapted some
original
parts
shows.
of the Born Again storyline in season 3.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like I love season 3 so much because they adapt. Well, it's not panel to panel, but I like they
Yeah,
took the idea of Born Again. But like that's what makes me nervous about the Daredevil Born Again, the one they're working on, because they had to redo the whole thing. I'm like, man,
yeah.
if you're gonna do this story, you better do it right. Because I'm gonna tell you something. I
I
mean,
think
I
I
try to
think
be
that's more of a
fair.
metaphor. I don't think they're going to adapt the actual storyline into that.
I'm just saying. Usually, I'm pretty fair with Marvel. I don't usually go crazy about Marvel hating on them, but if they mess up Daredevil in this way, I'm gonna tell you, man, I'm gonna be a whole different content creator on this app, wherever I'm at. I'm gonna let it fire in Marvel's ass. I ain't playing about no Daredevil. Come on now, Daredevil fans been screwed over 10 million times.
Yeah, man.
Tired of their crap.
The weirdest thing about
I
Marvel right now for
feel
me,
it. How
outside
do you?
of
Hey, look.
Daredevil, I
How
have
I
nothing
feel
to look
about.
forward to.
See what?
I said outside of Daredevil, I have nothing to look forward to. Or not Daredevil, Deadpool. Outside of Deadpool in the MCU right now, I have nothing to look forward to.
Well, I'm kind of
Yeah, me
interested to
neither,
see what
bro.
they're gonna do with Spider-Man because I really want to see Tom
Oh, they'll
really
be
be
fine. They're
Tom.
not gonna mess that up.
Yeah.
They'll be fine.
But when's the next movie coming out? Supposedly.
Well,
I have no
the
clue.
the
I
script
think I think
for
I think they're just waiting for Tom Holland to be like, all right, I'm ready to do this.
no, he signed a 6 film deal and they already finished the script for it. They just can't do anything because of the strike right now. But he's posted what the talks are that he's supposed to be the main guy for Avengers King Dynasty. Like he's going to be like the head. I mean, they're going to have all the characters, of course, but he's going to be the
Yeah,
main guy.
yeah, but No Way Home
Isn't that
was
like 5
fire. I
years from
ain't
now
gonna
though?
lie. I love that movie.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of that's just
Well,
because
that's
of
what
the
I'm saying
strike.
though. I gotta wait 5 years for another good movie.
Well, a lot of
Yeah.
that's because of the strike. That you can't put that on the MCU. Come on
Well,
now.
yeah, I'm not saying that, like, yeah, definitely the strike. But what I'm saying is, like, normally, a prime example, in after Phase 1, they kind of told you what was going to happen in Phase 2, what was coming, whatever. Right now, we don't know what's coming outside of a few projects, so we don't know what's coming down the
Well,
pipeline to be excited about.
Hey,
that's
look,
what I
man,
was
I'm
saying
not I'm
earlier
not holding my
because
breath, man. I'm just gonna look at other movies, man.
well,
I'm
that's what
see.
I'm.
Yeah, I'm gonna just keep that occupied. I'm just waiting, man. Really, my most anticipated comic book film is the last film of the Spider-Man Spider-Verse film
Man,
trilogy.
that's going to be so dope. Oh, I can't wait for that.
That's really what I'm excited for.
Even when
Oh,
it comes out.
Talk about
Man,
wait.
don't
That's
say
what
Look,
it's
things
like.
like that, man. That
well,
breaks my
honestly,
heart.
forget any Marvel or DC movie. If
If
they
they
delay that
cancel that
movie or that movie
movie,
doesn't come out, people will riot.
let me tell you
Well,
something, bro.
I
If
think
they
they pushed
cancel
it
that
back to
movie, it will be
2024,
just like
didn't
how I
they?
felt when they canceled Spectacular Spider-Man. Spectacular Spider-Man is the greatest Spider-Man show ever made, and it just got canceled. It's the greatest Spider-Man show
Now,
ever
I think
made, bro.
Ultimate Spider-Man was
Oh
the.
no, you did
What?
not say that. You better get out of here with that.
Well, then again, I was watching that when I was younger, so that's when I was like, that one's the best one.
That
But
is
Y'all better
honestly,
not.
disrespectful.
Y'all stop disrespecting the '90s animated series. Stop it right now. Stop it right now.
Amazing
Spectacular
Spider-Man was my
Spider-Man is way
favorite.
better than
I ain't
that,
even gonna
though.
lie, Amazing Spider-Man was, in my opinion, because I grew up with it, the best Spider-Man.
You talking about the movie? You said Amazing Spider-Man?
You're gonna have Spider-Man fans up in this.
Amazing
Spider-Man, my
Spider-Man,
damn
you know, back
superhero,
in
bro.
'95.
Oh, you
No,
talking
you talking
about?
about Spider-Man the animated series?
Yeah.
One of the worst voice actors I've ever heard in my life.
That is
Oh,
cap. That
See,
is
that is
here's the thing
cap.
though. If you weren't watching Spider Man and like 8 o'clock in the morning eating cereal in front of the TV, then like honestly your opinion
Nigga,
doesn't count. Like if you're
Let me
like,
let me
tell
tell
you
you
oh, I'd
something,
rather
something.
watch
bro.
Let
Hey,
me
every
tell
night
you
And that
something.
theme
There
song
ain't
was
no.
Saturday morning,
that
no, you
look,
theme
can't
hey,
get
song
me
was
look.
now.
Let me
freaking
tell you
awesome.
something, man.
Kick
Hey,
ass.
look. When before Spectacular Spider-Man came out, of course I watched Spider-Man animated series. But after Spectacular Spider-Man came out, let me tell you something right now, man. How Kevin Conroy is for Batman, Josh Keaton should be voicing Spider-Man in every animated film, movie, whatever. Josh Keaton is the greatest Spider-Man voice actor of all time.
That is
All right,
cap.
and he proved it, in one game. When they did Spider-Man Shattered Dimension, they basically had the best Spider-Man voice actors in that game. They had
You're
Christopher Daniel Barnes, they had Dan Gilbert, and they had what's the dude name from How I Met Your Mother? What's his name? What's his name? He played the Womanizer.
I know
Oh,
you're talking about.
Oh, Doogie Howser. I know you're talking about. What's his name?
My brother with the dark hair.
I know who you're talking about. I just can't think of his name.
What's his name?
Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris.
Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's his name. Yeah.
Yeah.
They had four of the best Spider-Man voice actors in that game, and Josh Keaton outperformed all of them.
Yeah,
And
because Yuri wasn't there.
well, who?
Yeah, because Yuri wasn't there.
Man, get out of here, man. Don't come to me about no daggone Sasuke, bro. He's not better than Josh Keaton, the Spider-Man. I'm sorry, he's
But he's
not,
above
bro.
Barnes though.
Huh? Yes,
He's
he
above Barnes.
is.
Man,
Yo,
get
let me
out
tell
of
you
here.
something. One of the best levels in that movie, I mean in that game, is the Deadpool level. Now we all know that Nolan North is the greatest voice actor to play Deadpool. The
Facts.
dialogue between him and Josh Keaton on that level is one of the best writings I've ever heard in my life. Josh Keaton outperformed Christopher Daniel Barnes, Dan Gilbert, and Neil Patrick Harris. And you know that was that game is the sole reason why Miles Morales have his own movie, because Dan Slott wrote the Spider-Verse, which was inspiration from Shattered Dimensions, because he wrote the whole multiverse thing that
Nah,
Dan
because
Slott wrote. It
That's not
was
right.
that is right.
No, because the reason why
Yes.
they made the Miles Morales is because of Donald Glover.
yes,
No,
yes,
that's
Yes.
no.
yes.
I'm talking
The
about the
right,
movie, man. I'm not talking about the
the
character.
writer said it. There's videos online where he said it because he liked watching Community and he liked Donald Glover so much, and because he talked about Spider Man, he made a version of him for that, and he even had Donald Glover voice acting the first Miles Morales in the cartoon. That's
You
You're not
want to talk
listening,
about
bro.
100%
Spider
fact.
You're
Verse?
not
You
listening.
want to talk about Spider Verse? Who introduced Spider Verse first?
Dan Slott was Shattered Dimensions.
Oh, really?
That's who wrote Spider-Verse. He wrote the Spider-Verse storyline came out after Shattered Dimensions.
We're not going to talk about '90s animated series
Yeah,
and do that
exactly.
exact same thing.
No, I'm not talking listen.
Christopher Daniel Barnes.
No, you're not. No, I'm talking about the Miles Morales Across the Spider-Verse movie. The directors of that film, they wanted to make a movie with Miles Morales directly adapted from that storyline, which was the multiverse that Dan Slott wrote. Dan Slott wrote the multiverse storyline from when he wrote Shattered Dimensions.
Where do you get that idea from?
No, okay, I'm gonna read it to you.
There's always a writer for inspiration. That's why I say these comics are very important, and a lot of this stuff is really important.
Well, I know the Miles Morales got started because of Donald Glover. How that whole stuff that came about was actually really interesting. But
Oh, I love it. I went back and reread all the Miles stuff earlier this year.
yeah,
It's pretty dope. I love that whole thing.
This
I'm not a big
and
comic book
the
person, but
Spider
like
Verse
I've always enjoyed
storyline.
reading up on that stuff.
It says it right here. The Spider Verse storyline that was written by Dan Slott was directly inspired from Shattered Dimensions, which he wrote, and that was the basis for the Miles Morales, the Spider
Okay,
Verse
but
movie.
how was Shattered Dimensions inspired to be made?
Dan Slott wrote it.
Why was he inspired by that to make that story?
Is never said anything about that.
Interesting.
What?
You don't think the '90s animated series had no inspiration from that?
No.
Did you finish the '90s animated series?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so
I'm from New York, man. Like, Spider-Man's a religion. Like, what? I was there when they was filming
Spider-Man's a
it
religion.
downtown.
Spider-Man's almost he's above everything else with me.
Man, what? Like, I seen Tobey Maguire at the premiere when they had it in New York. I seen this man. I was a kid. They filmed it downtown. What was it? Well, they was filming it before the Twin Towers went down. But I remember, man, all of that stuff. But
Man, I've seen Andrew and Tom at Comic Con. Come on now, let me get out of here with all this. And I've seen Barnes at Comic Con. And actually, your
I
boy
never
you're
met
talking
Barnes.
about, Josh Keaton too. I've seen him too.
Josh Keaton is the greatest Spider-Man voice actor of all time. He's just not appreciated enough. And what they did to him, and this is something that Disney did that was very disrespectful, because he voiced Spider-Man again in Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. They dubbed Dredge Bell's voice over him. That's disrespectful.
I mean, I'm not trying to take away from Josh Keaton. I'll give him his flowers. He definitely did. I mean, I love the Spectacular series, but I'm just saying. I mean, it's pretty wild. He's the best one, though. I mean, it ain't nothing. It's nothing right. It's nothing like waking up on a Saturday morning and watching the Batman animated series from
Well,
Kevin
that's
Conroy.
nostalgia, bro. You talking about nostalgia.
It's not nostalgia.
Is that nostalgia?
It's not just nostalgia. I hate
It's
that.
just a known fact that Kevin Conroy is the Batman. That's
Well,
just
yeah, that's true. That's true, because Kevin Conroy is a great voice actor. We all know this.
But those episodes are just as good as well. They still live up to this day, story wise.
And those episodes are written so beautifully.
I'll tell you this. Josh Keaton is a way better voice actor than Christopher Daniel Barnes.
I'm gonna let you go though.
Yeah, I'm gonna let that simmer for a second. I'm just gonna let that simmer.
I'll take Josh Keaton as a voice actor over Christopher Daniel Barnes any day.
Oh, until you get to Yuri.
He's better than Yuri too.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. Who's the current voice right now, right?
That doesn't mean anything.
They be using Yuri's voice a lot lately, not just for the games, for the Spider-Man stuff.
Yeah, because he is in the games.
He's in other games too.
What other games did he play in Spider-Man?
Midnight Suns.
Yeah, Midnight Suns.
That was after he did Spider-Man PS3 PS4.
Either way, so voice Spider-Man.
Wow. Okay, then so it's the same thing with Josh Keaton. I mean, he voiced Spider-Man again when he did Marvel's Capcom 3. I mean, come on.
They're pretty much neck and neck if you really think about it, to be honest.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, because out of the two voice actors that voiced Spider-Man beforehand was in the Across the Spider-Verse was Josh Keaton and Yuri, because Yuri was in there for a minute too. For a second.
Yeah, but who wasn't on it though? I said Josh Keaton was on it though, right? And Yuri was in it. But who wasn't on it? Who wasn't on it? I mean, come on now.
Sure. All I'm saying is a lot of the stories from the Spectacular came from the '90s animated series too.
No, it didn't, bro. No,
yes, it
didn't.
did.
Don't disrespect. Hey,
a lot of the Toby stuff.
That's not Christopher Daniel Barnes, bro.
And you don't think a lot of the Toby stuff from the films were inspired put into Spectacular?
No, heck no.
Dude, his black symbiote suit is literally identical to the Toby suit. It's literally identical.
Not.
Come on now.
No, it's not. Now you just saying stuff, bro.
Now I ain't saying stuff.
It is.
I'm just keeping it real with you.
No, it's
That's what I
not.
see.
Hold on.
Okay, the
What
real
black suit you said was
question
similar?
is Batman a superhero?
No,
He is a superhero. Don't disrespect Batman like that.
no, he's
Hold on,
not.
but what black suit did you say
Batman's a
was
punk.
similar though?
Huh?
Batman's a punk. He's just a nepo baby who needs therapy.
Man, ain't nobody trying to hear all that, man. You being disrespectful. But what
It's
you
fat.
but what you said about the black
He's
suit
Batman
I'm
needs a
gonna
hug.
call
hold on,
King
what you said
Lion.
about the
Batman
black
needs a
suit in
hug and
Spider-Man
needs a
3?
birthday party.
I'll call King Lion, bro. Bring him up.
Elon Musk with some Tybo classes.
Hold on. So what you said about the black suit about Spider-Man again?
What we talking about? The spectacular Spider-Man?
Yeah, the Spectacular Spider-Man was what now?
I'm confused. The
Batman is
question.
just Jeff
No,
Bezos
what
with
you
a
said
black
earlier
belt.
about being inspired from the Toby suit or something.
I'm saying that the design of this black suit for Toby Spider-Man 3 was almost identical. I'm not saying verbatim, but it is identical to the spectacular, or you know what I'm saying.
The Spectacular Spider-Man suit? Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I can get with that.
But I'm saying a lot of like the Toby trilogy stuff is inspired from the '90s animated series. The director himself has said that.
No, he didn't. Sam Raimi ain't never said that, bro.
Yes, he did. Watch the behind the scenes
No, he
documentary.
didn't,
Yes, he
bro.
did. When
He
he talked
never
about
said that. He
he
never
took
said that.
inspiration from Steve Ditko and took a lot of inspiration from the '90s animated series.
No,
Yes, he
he
did.
didn't, bro.
Go watch the documentary. I'm telling you,
You
bro.
talking
My
about the
name
behind?
ain't
You talking
Cinema
about
Fans
behind the
for a
scenes?
reason. My name is Cinema
No,
Fans for a reason, bro. Come on now.
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no. And Spider-Man the animated series wasn't even that good of a show. It was just
Well,
that was
hey, I'm gonna have to
nostalgia.
stop you there.
It
Spider-Man the
wasn't,
animated
bro.
series was by far, in my opinion, the best adaptation of Spider-Man since the
No,
comics.
no. Spectacular Spider-Man blows over that.
If it wasn't for the '90s, it wouldn't be spectacular.
No, don't dis
Exactly.
first of all, don't you disrespect Greg Weisman like that, who's one of the best cartoon producers of all time. All right. His shows just get canceled. They have a history of getting canceled.
I wonder why.
Obviously he's not that great if they keep getting canceled.
No, it is great. It's just that with Spider-Man is that Disney bought the TV rights, but Sony owned the rights to the Spectacular Spider-Man show. So they had to cancel it. It was a rights issue. It wasn't because the show wasn't good. Like
Either
what?
way, the best Spider-Man is the animated
It
series
was just
Spider-Man.
he just made the show at the wrong time. They could legally they couldn't make any more Spectacular Spider-Man seasons. And Greg Weisman was supposed to do what, 4 seasons in total. It never had a chance to finish.
Look, all I'm saying, I mean, that universe of the Spider-Man, X-Men is coming back, and Spectacular ain't nowhere to be seen. They could do it, but they ain't going to do it. They could, but they won't. He'll show up, he'll make a cameo in a film, but that's it. That's the best you're going to get. They literally had to use him to get the point across with the whole canon event thing. To basically
They
fill.
used him on purpose because Spectacular Spider-Man Josh Keaton is a legend who was canceled early. That's why.
Okay, are you saying it's because of a bias standpoint?
No, it's because Spectacular Spider-Man is universally loved. That's why he was on.
So
That's
was the
why he was on that
'90s.
film in the cameo.
So was the '90s universally
But
loved.
he wasn't in there. I mean, come on, bro. Like,
So you're saying because he was in that one movie that makes it above everything else?
no. I'm not saying he's above everything else, but it's just the fact. It's just a testament to how great Spectacular Spider-Man was as a show. It was canceled because it was released at the wrong time. That got
Okay, then I
canceled.
can say the same thing about Yuri then. At this point,
What do you mean?
if he was in there, Yuri was in there. Shit, we can say Metro Boomin is probably a better voice actor for Spider-Man. He was
No,
in there
but
too.
no. But Yuri's the current voice actor for Spider-Man, though, and the Spider-Verse. I mean, they pretty much said they was trying to get every version. I mean, they even had the Spider-Man Unlimited version on there.
Let me
Spider-Man
tell you something.
Unlimited didn't even complete its first season.
Let me tell you something. The reason why I didn't bring Barnes back because Barnes is too much of a goat to return. He
Man,
has
ain't
to have his
nobody
own
trying to
film.
hear that. Ain't nobody trying. Josh Keaton is the greatest Spider-Man voice actor ever, bro.
That's cat.
He's amazing. It's not cap. He outperformed because if you play Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, he played the ultimate version when you played the symbiote.
Who also was in that game?
Yeah, Christopher Daniel Barnes.
Okay.
And Dan Gilbertman and Neil Patrick Harris.
I wonder who they called first.
Neil Patrick Harris was the first one.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually the first one announced when the game was announced.
Shit. Don't make me trolling up in here. I'll be trolling.
Yeah, nah, it's the truth. Christopher Daniel Barnes, he didn't play the regular Spider-Man. He voiced the Spider-Man Noir version.
He's still the GOAT, either way.
Negative. Negative. I will not accept that. Negative. Josh Keaton is the GOAT.
A short-lived GOAT.
Negative, bro. Negative. Well, yeah, you're right. He is a short-lived GOAT. You're right about that. He should be voicing Spider-Man in more shows and stuff.
I had to get in line with Yuri.
Nah, man. Yuri was great at Sasuke. That's as best as you're gonna get.
Don't be all right. We ain't gonna be start disrespecting Yuri, bro. Come on now.
I'm not saying he's not a bad voice actor. He's a terrific voice actor, but
look, all I'm saying when I'm reading a Spider-Man comics, the only voices I'm hearing is either Yuri or Barnes. That's the only people I hear.
Josh Keaton, bro. Josh Keaton is definitive Spider-Man.
Might as well just listen to Drake Bell.
No, don't you dare. Drake isn't even a voice actor, bro. They just put him on there. I don't even know how. I don't even know how he was hired.
I'm trolling a little bit.
I know. I'm just. Oh man! Speaking of which, I haven't even played that Spider-Man game. I gotta buy that.
Oh, there you go. You haven't even played the second game. You've at least watched it. I hope I didn't spoil anything for you.
I really don't care.
Okay.
I think one of my homeboys told me that you play as Venom for a little bit or something like that.
It's for he's a monster though. I ain't gonna lie. It definitely paid tribute to the game.
I heard the game was great.
It was great, man.
I heard, bro, but I expected. I'm the game that I anticipated the most. That was excited for was Alan Wake 2.
Oh, I heard some good things about that too.
Yeah, horror games has been on the rise, man. Resident Evil 4 remake was amazing. I was on that like right on right.
Man, no, hold on a second. No, I'm blocking you, dog. No.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna say that. Mm-mm.
Resident Evil 4 remake was amazing.
No, I have to block this up, one dude. We ain't gonna say that in my live stream. No, that's a dumb. No, that was just dumb. Straight up dumb.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, he's wilding. Wow. Yeah, he's wilding, bro.
I'm totally gonna hear it from Mark though after this live stream. Stole his phrase. The MCU's in shambles.
They did my boy Josh Keaton wrong. He should be voicing Spider-Man in them games, man. I'm telling you.
Maybe they can bring him back as Uncle Ben.
No, they had him voice Electro though.
Yeah, there you go.
That's disrespectful.
The MCU, you know what? No, the MCU is not in shambles. DC's in shambles. They've been in shambles. They've been in shambles since Man of Steel. BVS was trash. That was a flop.
Shazam was actually a great movie.
I'm just trying to stir up.
Not the second one.
Who?
Shazam. Well, really Captain Marvel.
Man, Black Adam was trash.
Yo, Dwayne Johnson is the epitome of he's a gimmick. People go see him because he's The Rock.
Man, he thought he'd bring everyone in the theater because he got Mr. Henry Cavill on the screen. I'm like, man, get out of here with all that. You got Soups over here fainting in the theater.
I'm excited for no reason.
That's when you know DC's sad, when you had to get a content creator to faint in a theater to promote your film.
Hey, look.
Hey, yo.
That's all Dwayne Johnson. Dwayne Johnson think he's a writer now. Like, he think he knows what's best for DC. Man, I'm like, man, you better get out of my face with that.
That's why his show canceled, right? That's why his show
Yo,
can't.
I
Be.
mean,
yo,
but he does make money, but Dwayne Johnson, I can't enjoy his movies. I can't. I can't even watch the Fast and Furious movie to me is terrible, but I just can't.
man, he was firing fat, and he was firing Phase 5, man. He was jack as
Oh
fuck.
yeah, when he first came there, oh yeah, he was dope. But after that, it just turned to a gimmick.
Man, they lost. I mean, they done a lot of crazy stuff in the Fast series, but
They,
I walked out of the
I
theater.
can't, but that's Vin Diesel for. I can't take Vin Diesel seriously.
Man, I walked out of the theater when they went to space. I was like, they ain't no damn put duct tape on a
bro,
car.
man, they should have ended when Paul Walker passed away, man.
No,
I agree.
seriously.
Hey, look, hey, look. Real talk. I thought that was fake because I never went to the movies to go see that. I never watched it. I thought,
I walked out. I was like,
I thought it was.
Yo, come on,
I
bro.
thought it was like. I thought. I didn't even really think they really went into space. I'm like, hold on, is that really? Did they really went into space in the movie? I'm like, I thought this was fake. I thought it was another movie.
man, they
You know how people like they troll they say they put a scene of a movie and
Yo,
retell it as something else.
when I saw that
That's what I thought it
scene,
was.
yo, the moment I saw that scene happen when they went in space, I literally had to double take at my friend. I'm like, "Are you sure we're like not in some Back to the Future bullshit right now? Like,
Oh my
am I
god.
not going
and
to
they
see
tried to
Marty
trick
McFly?
you, and they tried to
Am I
trick
not
you.
trying to? Am I not trying to see Marty McFly just come right out of space and then just save the Furious team from like certain peril? And then it's nowhere like yeah, Marty McFly tapping and then saying
I
it's
can't
all
do
in
it,
the
bro.
family.
Oh my god.
These action movies, man, stale. Only John Wick has been saving me. John Wick
Oh
4 was
my
whew.
gosh,
Yeah,
that is
I still
peak.
enjoy John Wick, man. Like, what the fuck, man? That is so
It-
strange.
It's
All right,
because
so
I just don't
it's be,
understand like John Wick. John Wick is a film series where you know how you know when you at the phase where they made too many movies because it gets stale. It's not like that with John Wick.
mm-mm.
I think what it is, I mean, this is my personal reason why I like it. It's because it follows that clear-cut linear path into a story. It doesn't convolute things. It doesn't make it things hard to understand. It actually simplifies everything so much to the T that when you look at it, it's like, wow, each moving piece actually makes so much sense. And then by the time you get to the last film, you're just left in this emotional state where you can't like comprehend reality to that moment because you went on this journey where it originally started from a man who wanted vengeance after his dog it was killed and his car was taken, but then it evolved into this whole other episodic moment that was just so well paced, and that's the key thing right there. It was beautifully paced.
I agree.
Those films are a professor 5 paragraph essay type of film where the true definition of I got that dog in me. That's literally the trilogy. That's
But
you
that's
should.
because I mean, Keanu Reeves is a great physical actor. I mean, because the director of the film, he was a stunt double back with the Matrix, so they know each other pretty well. But it's one thing that I noticed about a lot of these American action films. They don't know how to edit or direct action, because those John Wick films, they don't move their camera. They stand still.
Man, that
Action,
POV from the ceiling in the
action and
last movie.
reaction are in the same frame.
Man, that POV on the ceiling in the last movie, where
Yeah,
they go on that game. What was that
they
game?
don't.
They
They never use shaky cams, bro.
they did in Jason Bourne,
Oh,
the
Now
oh,
that's
Bourne.
different.
and don't
Yeah,
and don't forget Top Gun Mavericks, bro.
yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
See,
To
like
be
the
honest
take
with you,
this.
I really wasn't. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think that movie was gonna be that good because the first Top Gun movie wasn't all that. I mean, I know it was an '80s classic, but I didn't think it was gonna be that good. You know.
It's mainly due to the nostalgia behind it. Like you got to keep in mind, there's a lot of people that grew up with that movie and grew up with Tom Cruise. So the idea of there being this sequel that they,
It was perfectly directed though, man. That the
it it
scenes
it
though, they was actually in the plane flying that. Well, he
it
wasn't flying it.
was. Yeah, dude, believe me. Don't get me wrong though. I went in there thinking to myself, all right, I'm going to be skeptical here. I'm just going to, whatever. I sat there and I was just like, and it literally, I don't know, for me, it brought me back to my childhood because when I was a young kid and I saw the first Top Gun movie, I was just blown away as a kid. and then now it's like I see the new one, and it just reminded me of that magical moment of seeing this film in all of its glory.
Man, seeing that movie on IMAX was just a beautiful thing because the sound of it was just, it shook the theater. It was amazing. I loved it. And they had a bunch of the Air Force in the theater as well. I kind of felt out of place a little bit, but I was like, it was a fun time. It was a fun time, for sure.
Um,
But no, like to the whole thing with the action, the American action movies, especially like the whole MCU in shambles. I mean, this is just my whole thing. I was talking with my friend about this, and
Too much CGI.
too much CGI, and
Editors
part of
are terrible.
it's also because the way that the story, some. I mean, Doctor Strange too. I know some people have some grievances with that film. I personally liked it because
A lot. It was
I
supposed
was
to be more of a horror movie.
I know, and then because you have Sam Raimi in there, I was just like, yo, oh my God, they got
That's what I don't
Sam.
understand. How you gonna replace a horror director with another horror director? I'm like, what? Like what?
for Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, Scott Derrickson. He directed the first Doctor Strange movie. He wanted to do something different with Doctor Strange. He wanted to make more supernatural horror type stuff. They said no, and he was like, "Well, I'm gonna leave." He directed Black Phone, and then they replaced him with another director who's known to direct horror films, who is Sam Raimi. I'm like, what?
Well, I mean,
Well,
I think it's because because they looked at the fact that, oh my God, we can get the guy who did the original Spider-Man trilogy and add his quirky side of humor to how he did the Spider-Man trilogy into the new Doctor Strange movie.
It's,
That or the Evil Dead angle too.
Sam Raimi was a legendary.
Evil Dead is a classic.
Yeah.
Sam Raimi was a legendary director, but the writing is just it wasn't there, man. The writing just wasn't there.
He was just a felon, bro. He was just there for the check.
No, no, not just that though. Yo, let's just all be real here. Black Bolt could have just killed Wanda right then and there, but Reed just completely just ruined it. Let's just all
Just
be real.
for 10 minutes of cameos. 10
Like,
minutes.
bro, I know that your wife can definitely make you shut up, but in a moment when everyone is going to die, just let the man who literally can eviscerate anyone with his voice do his job without you explaining it to the otherworldly dimensional witch who literally caused him to blow his head up and implode in the inside. Like, oh my God.
Well, I don't know. I heard a lot of people don't. Could be a lot of. There's a big fan base where they don't like Black Bolt at all. So all I heard was cheering in my theory when he got his head got smushed. It was so fun. I was laughing my ass off.
And by the way, man, I got so much argument about Black Panther Wakanda Forever. I just could not enjoy it because they kill off T'Challa. I
Oh,
cannot enjoy that movie.
I already know that was going to happen, bro.
Like, bro, like they should have recast the character, man.
They wasn't going to do that.
no, it's because like Chadwick Boseman was so significant into the role. And it wasn't just one of those things where he he based himself around what he needed to learn from the character. He actually became the character, and then
I felt there
that's
were
what
other black actors who could have played better. Right?
Yeah, listen, man. Chadwick Boseman.
Washington's son is a better actor than he is.
Yeah, but listen, bro. That new character I saw from the end, he's not in the fucking comic book. They just create a new character, which that is clearly doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't matter, bro.
Who you talking about?
Talking about his son.
T'Challa Jr. That nigga's not in a comic book. The fuck?
I mean, it would if they just would have done it right, where they introduced Storm and had then had the whole found out that he had an intimate child with Storm from the X-Men. I would have been like, all right, that would at least make a lot more sense because in the comics they do get married, so it would make some sense.
Well, I kind of go with what's his dude's name? I agree that some. I mean, They had to put that film out regardless, either recast them or not. That's why I keep trying to tell people, like, they could not push that film back. That film is important for future MCU films that they're trying to put out. So they had to put that film out regardless. So I
Yeah.
understand what they were going with, and I agree. I think they should have recasted it, but I'm fine with what they did. I mean, I'm cool with what they did, and honestly, setting up the future, what they could do with the T'Challa character too. Also, the MCU is going to get a big reboot, so we don't know what they're going to do. To be honest with you,
I heard about that. I'm just like, wow, because I'm already excited for Mr. Gunn's version of the DCU and what he's going to be doing with that.
I was
They
telling
did,
them
they did
earlier. I
a
was like,
lot.
man, MCU better step up to the game because if James Gunn gets his things right, it plays Aries card right. Well, I'm telling you,
He
Marvel
will.
going to like DC.
I just can't wait for the Superman movie.
Like, bro, man.
Deadpool 2 was already a flop.
Yeah, man. Sometimes I don't trust Disney because Disney they still got agendas around here, you know.
The what?
I said Disney, they still got the agendas. Like they got politics everywhere in this movie.
Yo, did
Well,
you
there's
see
politics
The
in every
South
go.
Park special making fun of Disney?
Mm-mm.
I didn't see
Oh,
none, bro.
yo, dude, you need to watch it. They completely destroyed Disney in that special.
Oh yeah, you talk about the actor?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I seen this before.
Dude, that special, they destroyed Disney, and like apparently I read somewhere Disney was gonna plan on like suing Matt and Trey Parker, but the problem is it falls under fair use, especially with it being a parody. So Disney could try to find any loophole they want. They can't beat South Park.
South Park does it to everybody, so the fact that Disney would even try that, it's like,
Yo,
That's
dude,
yeah,
dude,
that girl from Mandalorian, shout out to her, man. I really appreciate
yeah,
it.
South Park does it with everybody. They make fun of everybody.
Yo,
Yeah.
like if I was telling my friend if I somehow some way I really doubt it, but if my ass ends up ever getting famous and I get parried on South Park, I'm gonna wear that like as a badge of honor because that to me is the would be the ultimate highlight of like enlightenment is getting made fun of by South Park.
Either that or Family Guy.
Yo, when they parody and made fun of Bruce Jenner, yo, I was on the floor
Hey,
crying.
y'all be careful with the live stream 'cause I ain't trying to get banned because people will report me.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
not
all
trying.
right.
I ain't trying to keep y'all from saying what y'all said. I just don't want to give. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
no, I'm sorry,
well,
man.
that episode in
There you
particular
go.
was hilarious.
Just you can say it. Just be careful how you say it.
All
Gotcha.
right, I'll just keep that part of me as PG as I can.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Cause sometimes I
Yeah,
don't
well,
want to say
that
that word a
particular
lot.
episode was hilarious. The
Uh,
Kanye West episode was hilarious.
oh my God, no,
The
I
fish
love
sticks one, oh, bro.
the one that's great is the one where they make fun of Harry and Meghan, and literally Harry and Meghan were gonna plan on like suing them, and I'm just like, yeah, just try
I
doing
don't
it,
know about the
do
Marvel.
it.
I don't know about the
Can't
Marvel.
sue South Park, bro. It's just South Park makes fun of everybody. It's like you can't. It's comedy. That's what comedy does. Comedy's purpose is to step over the line.
Oh yeah.
It's, they
Yeah,
feel
Blade. You
they
talking
oh
about
yeah,
Blade?
and they don't need to be making any more Thor films. I've had enough.
I mean, I'm excited for
I've
Blade,
had
but at the same
enough.
time, but Marshall Ali is like almost 50 now, so I don't know. They should.
Wait,
He
you talking
about
about Blade? So
yeah,
Yeah,
what?
Blade, bro. He's getting old.
yeah. He's like in his 50s now, so
Damn.
I rather have a younger actor be Blade, to be honest with you, so they can make more
Yeah.
films.
I feel it.
Don't get me wrong.
He was way older. Wesley Snipes was nowhere near 50 when he first did Blade. He was like in his early 30s when he did it.
I'm talking about the newer Blade film that's about to come
Yeah,
out.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like why they got
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
older.
just like a draw comparison because like
Wesley Snipes was nowhere near 50 when he first did Blade.
Yeah.
oh yeah, no, and like wasn't he like at his
In his
most
early
peak?
30s, Blade came out what in 98?
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
Long
98.
yeah, longer.
Yeah, he
Longer.
was
Y'all
nowhere
making
near
me feel
50
old.
when he did that movie.
Don't make me feel old. The Blade
Yeah,
came out in
man. Don't,
98.
come on, bro. Don't, because I missed 2000 by the way, bro. Because 2000 was kind of lit.
Yo, I was because I've been rewatching the MCU, and I'm gonna tell you right now, there's a big difference between then and now. But I was watching. I had to sit through. 'Cause I powered through, and I watched Captain Marvel. And there's this particular scene that got me thinking a little bit. I don't know if it's been talked about
I
before.
don't know how you watched that movie more than once. I
I
couldn't
didn't.
do it.
To me, I do. I'm gonna try
I
my best
gotta,
because
I gotta give you
it's gonna be a lot
props.
of empty seats out there. I'm the only ones. I'm the only
Are
one
you
who's
talking about the Marvels, bro?
the Captain. The
I be.
first, no. The first
No,
Captain
no,
Marvel
Captain
film.
Marvel, the very first one.
The
Oh,
one I
okay.
just went here, bro. There was no
Oh, I for
people
damn sure
around
they
here,
didn't spend money to go
bro.
see
There
that.
is no people around here. That shit was hilarious.
So I was watching Captain Marvel. You know that scene with the Stan Lee thing, that
Yeah.
little cameo. Well, I didn't really pick this up beforehand. I've seen the film a couple times, but I'm like, can't believe I missed this. But he's reading the script for Mallrats, and I'm like, oh yeah, because he was cameoed in Mallrats. I'm like, and I started really thinking meta wise. I was like, so does that mean Stan Lee is real in the MCU? And if he's real in the MCU, and the only reason why he's in Mallrats is because he's a Marvel comic, the legend. So I'm like, so is Marvel Comics in the MCU then? I was like, that's
Yeah, they kind of did the same thing with Luke Cage when they had. I mean, with Iron
Dude,
Man
I
when
never
they.
thought of it
What?
like
What?
that.
What?
Oh
What?
my
It was.
God.
Yeah, well, it was a deleted scene, but he had Ghostface Killer on there.
yeah, because it makes sense because it takes place in the '90s. He's reading the Mallrats
Oh
script, and
my
the only
God,
reason
dude, you
why,
need to stop. You're like ruining my brain right now. I can't process this level of awesomeness at like once.
Yo, I'm surprised you
I
watched
feel like
Captain
I've
Marvel more than
watched it
once, bro.
somewhere, but I love Mallrats. So I
Oh
was
my
No, not
God,
more.
dude.
I said I'm surprised you watched Captain Marvel more than once. I gotta give you
man,
praise for that.
I only watched once, but I don't want to watch it again.
man, look,
Okay,
as a
okay.
content creator, I have to do certain stuff I don't want to do, but I do it just for the sake of
Hey, I
content.
respect the
No, no, and
craft.
then that's where I applaud you, good sir, and I applaud you so heavily for you sacrificing your sanity for the sake of informing us of how horrible things are.
Bro, like I still watch I still watch the first Iron Man film to this day
Venom. That
Yeah,
is
man.
because how
classic.
great the movie is. Yo,
I
2008
enjoyed
was a
it.
great year, bro. Iron Man came out, The Dark Knight came out, Tropic Thunder
Man,
came out.
Yeah,
I still, I
yeah,
still
that was my
can't.
first. That was the first MCU I ever watched since the
Nigga
Incredible Hulk.
Christopher Whalen.
I still
Yo,
can't forgive what they
best
did
movie,
to
best
Taskmaster.
best movie I can tell you from like like late 2000s, start of the tens. Uh, Really underappreciated gem, at least in my eyes, because it's a really great movie. Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Oh yeah.
I agree. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, that movie deserved way more love than anything because the what they did and how they relatively stayed faithful. Because I read the original graphic novels and everything, and fun fact to know. Brian O'Malley, the guy who created Scott Pilgrim, while he was actually working on the final volume while the movie was going on. So that's why when you read the graphic novel, the last volume, and then you see the way that it pans out and towards the end of the movie, how they're completely different because he had no idea what they were doing and they had no idea what he was doing. So when they were released, it was like, oh, so you get literally two alternate endings.
Mhm.
Edgar Wright is I love his comedic style in his films.
Are you hyped for the
Cause
anime?
Shaun of the Dead is one of the greatest zombie movies ever made.
Are
Praise
you
I
hyped?
that,
watch that
brother.
movie to
Praise
this
that.
day.
Y'all hyped for the anime though? The
Oh,
series?
dude, I cried when I saw that announcement. I was in tears. I was like,
Wait,
my
what movie?
God.
Yeah, I'm hyped for it too.
Bro, and
Wait, hype
especially
for what?
Hmm?
You say you was hype for what now?
The anime, the series they're doing for Scott.
Oh yeah. They got all the original actors to voice them characters.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
remember where that's going to be streaming on though.
I'm
I
a,
know
Netflix.
it's gonna be on Netflix.
I'm
Oh,
still
Netflix about to make money.
I'm still waiting for Deadpool comes out, man. That's all I got said.
Dude,
They
me
was supposed to
too.
make a
Because
Deadpool show, but they
yeah,
canceled it.
yeah, they cancel it, and the filming for Deadpool.
Donald Glover and his brother was writing it.
Yeah, dude, I heard about that. That's what got me excited for the project. I'm like, if they got Donald, if they got his brother, then like because again, you got two guys who are hardcore into comic books, who know what the hell they're do. Sorry, who know exactly what it is that they're doing, and then
Dumbledore's a
it's just
genius, bro. He's a singer,
yeah,
a writer, and an actor. You
I
could be
know,
wrong.
I know. I was like,
Atlanta's one of the funniest shows ever made. I
yo,
love Atlanta.
that cameo of him and across the Spider Verse as Prowler though, that
Oh
that
yeah,
made that was a highlight for me.
I'm
yeah.
waiting for a Miles live action, to be honest with you.
Bro, man. Yeah, well, yeah. I know some people who wasn't familiar with Miles Morales' character. You know.
I don't care about those people, to be honest with you.
The Misfits?
Miles the goat. I ain't worried about what anybody got to say about it.
Yeah, no, see, for me, like I immediately liked Miles because I thought he was always different, but also like this was during a time when part of the reason why people hated Miles was because they see. Here's the thing: the Ultimate line was kind of dying in a way, so in a way for them to kill, I mean, oh, sorry, unalive unalive that Peter Parker is in the Ultimate Universe. They felt okay, we can maybe reinvigorate this whole thing because we got to like add something to the Ultimate line. But the amount of fan backlash happened was because people were angry that, oh my god, you're killing Peter Parker just to replace him with this other character who just
It
randomly came
wouldn't be
out
the
of
first time.
nowhere.
It would not have been the first time.
I know,
I
I
remember that
know.
backlash. I remember the backlash with the whole Falcon thing and Captain America. That was crazy too. That was wild.
Yeah, no, but like the other argument though you had with Miles, which really irks me bad, is the fact that so many people are like, "Oh, but um, Spider-Man is supposed to be a white tea person." It's
No,
like, how dense are you?
I
What?
don't
no.
even engage with those people at that point.
First off,
I've talked to the end of the day. I'm so annoyed with those people. I
I
tell them just go
know.
kick rocks.
those are the same people that don't even read comics. The first
Exactly.
Spider-Man was a Nuncy the Spider. Go
I'll
ahead
say
and check
this
that
to
issue out.
the people that bring up the ultimate stuff, like they say, "Well, they killed Peter off from Miles." Like, then you didn't read the stuff because at the towards the end of the ultimate run before Secret Wars happened, is that there was a nice send off for Peter and the passing of the torch. They came back and had that big fight with Goblin, which was
Oh
dope.
yeah.
And I was like, that's y'all don't read this stuff. That's the problem. People don't read stuff and they just run their mouth. That's the problem with TikTok and Twitter or X now, is that people run their mouth and talk about how this character isn't supposed to be this and that, but they've never read a comic in their life, and that's why I say comics are so important, because then the character of the idea of the character gets lost within movies and whatnot, and the comics are what keeps these characters what they are. So
Well, yeah. So, I mean, I see some on YouTube are going crazy. Are going crazy about anything about Miles too, but they say that he's not Spider-Man or he's a token character because he's not an original character. But you know why? Because Peter Parker was a real Spider-Man more than Miles. That's why they keep saying that.
I mean,
He's
there's
not.
so many other Spider characters, and canon wise, Peter's not the first Spider-Man. So I
Nancy the
mean,
Spider, which is Black Spider-Man, by the way.
exactly.
Which is crazy. Which is crazy. So, and then there's still people that don't even want to accept that. But it's like it's the comic. It's what's happening right now.
It's Bible. You can't. It's Bible.
They
It was
said the
like,
same thing about Spider Woman. They're like, oh, she's not supposed to be black. She's not supposed to be pregnant. Even though the first Spider Woman, like that was black, was in the 70s, and Spider
but
Woman,
that's literally why they went and made Across the Spider-Verse and Into the
seriously,
Spider-Verse for this reason. For the people that saying
No,
Miles is Spider-Man.
and it's even more funny considering the fact that these degenerates who talk exactly like this kind of miss the point that the God Daddy of them all, Stan Lee, was the biggest supporter for black rights and everything. So it's like oh, well, he's supposed to be this. I'm like, who cares? Considering the fact that Spider-Man was created by a man who literally had more love in his heart than your dad ever gave to you.
As a matter of fact, last time I checked, Stan
Speak.
Lee said Spider-Man wasn't a character to be made that was white or black. He was made
Exactly.
with a mask. There was no skin to show, so you could be Spider-Man. That like look, nobody was ever listening to the words. Like, come
Yes,
on.
yes,
That's right.
sir. Yes,
That's right.
sir.
You
People
know it's
act like,
cheap writing,
oh,
bro. You know it's cheap writing. When the reason you want to say it's cheap writing, okay, that's why you're a basement dweller behind a computer screen or a phone. Meanwhile, you have these writers and whatnot making big money and actually making good stories while you're sitting there just hating on a character because you just can't read a comic book or just accept the fact that there's more than a white Spider-Man. So how about you just stay to your little tweet, whatever? Then we'll stay over here with the good comic book stories and whatnot. You keep on hating, bro.
And
Talking
also, don't
since the
forget, these same
seventies,
exact people have never
since the
once been hugged
seventies.
by their dads.
See, since the '70s. See, you don't even know what you're talking about because Spider-Man's been around since the '60s. So you don't even know what you're talking about. You're getting blocked, bro. I'm not gonna argue with you, dude. You don't even know your comic stuff.
And another thing too, going back to the Spider Woman thing about like
He
how
made
she's
me tight.
pregnant,
Oh no, he
people
made me tight.
pressing the fact that why is she this black Spider woman pregnant and everything? They did not have this energy for Jessica Drew. They did not even have the same energy for Peter B. Parker, who had a legit child on his chest while doing all these missions. Like what?
That's child endangerment.
Seriously?
I don't know. She got that dog, and I ain't gonna lie. The way she's a what? How did Spider Punk put it? She was a little anarchist or something. I can't remember. That was pretty dope.
I mean, I ain't
Mayday.
gonna lie.
I love Mayday.
But I ain't gonna say if you read the comics, if you see Mayday, I feel sorry for Peter. I ain't gonna lie.
Ooh, that's ooh. He
Because people keep thinking that Spider-Man 3, the game Mayday, was going to show up. I'm like, if she shows up, I think we all know what's going to happen to Peter. I ain't
Yep.
gonna lie.
mm. No, I feel like it's death happening. Not just
Oh,
because of that, but also Miles is like the main Spider-Man right now.
Yeah.
And also
Okay.
they're
Have y'all
teasing
played the
Tommy.
game? Have y'all beaten it?
yes, I have.
I've only seen the walkthrough.
Yeah. All right. Can I
Yeah.
talk about it? Like how
Oh
much?
yeah, no, dude, you could talk about it, like that. You're just gonna make me want to play it even more.
Definitely. Listen, 10 out of 10 fucking game. All right, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. All right. The ending. I ain't gonna lie. It's touching. It's really touching. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about.
Or which one? You talking about the ending or the credit scene?
Not the credits. Not the credits. I'm talking about Peter and Miles.
Oh yeah. I like that. Yeah.
That. But here's what's going on right now. There's a couple of people that ain't liking that. There's a couple of people that ain't liking that.
I don't care what those people, man. They can just shut the hell up. I don't even worry about them.
like apparently it's like they're trying to quote, as they said, kick Peter aside.
No, Peter needs to evolve. I'm tired of Peter always being stuck in the same thing where he's about to evolve, but then they throw him into an apartment that he can't make his bills and whatnot, and him and MJ never hook up again. And that is they've been doing that since One More Day for all medium from Spider-Man. I'm done with it.
Since Tobey Maguire.
Toby's like the only one exception that he's the only one. I think Peter is actually living a good life, to be
Yeah,
honest.
no, see, and that was like also the thing, like kind of bringing back up with Sam Raimi was like to me that's where
Nah,
like
Andrew's Peter has to be fine now. He got his
yeah,
redemption. He
Andrew got
definitely got his redemption, so he has to be cool now.
Yeah, but I'm talking
no,
about
no,
just evolving, just having a
but
good life and being married and all.
Yeah, fair point.
yeah,
What
not having our boy like
did
literally
he
go
talk
fall into
about
deep
MJ?
depression.
I do not remember him talking about MJ.
He
No
meant
way
he
home.
makes a little mention of it when they're talking about he's not it's the when they're doing the sign like making
They're
the
not
stuff
together, right?
to cure the villains, and I think it was Andrew or something, I can't remember, but he makes like a slight like little mention of her that I have my MJ back at home and we worked it out or something like that. I have to rewatch it again. It's been a while.
Yeah, but no, like here's my whole thing. I know a lot of people when Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2 came out. I loved them deeply, and I thought And this was also the thing for me too. Like me as someone who personally loved the Ultimate Spider-Man line, it literally felt like because I also saw like the in the warehouse scene you have with Peter in that film where he's like with a skateboard and everything, like testing everything out, is actually was inspired from when Peter in the Ultimate comic book started testing his spider abilities out and everything. I literally thought to myself, oh my God, this is like almost like a live adaptation of the Ultimate story, Ultimate line. And I've always loved Andrew Garfield's portrayal, as considering the fact that again you have a guy who is a huge hardcore Spider-Man fan who wanted to give the audience what they wanted, but Sony did what they normally do, and being able to see that glorious moment of, oh my God, he's finally got that redemption. He finally uh, got over his guilt of not being able to save Gwen. By him saving MJ, it finally gave him the closure. And dude, I was literally like hugging my friend, and we were crying like little babies.
I already knew that was gonna happen though.
But it
Yo,
was still
bro,
beautiful.
it was beautiful, but it was like it was too obvious. It was too obvious. They
Hey
pointed
man,
this
it was
out
obvious,
so
but it was still emotional to me, man. I was,
Man,
okay. Listen, I cried more harder than the moment when I knew my dad would never come back home with the bread, chocolate, and milk.
wait, y'all talk
What?
about No Way
What?
Home, right?
yeah.
Oh
But
I ain't
yeah.
gonna
hold on,
lie
hold on.
though. I'm not
I
gonna
generally,
lie.
I genuinely cried in tears to see Toby and Andrew came in the portal,
Can we
man.
genuinely just talk about how Tom literally got his ass whooped throughout the entire film?
Oh my God! Don't get me
He
started
got
on Green.
beat up
Don't
by
get me started on
Goblin.
Green
He
Goblin,
got
bro.
beat up
Oh
by
my God!
Sandman.
Goblin ate his
Don't get me started. He
punches.
was getting his wax every time, bro.
Like, and then at the end, the end was just some bullshit.
That's why I can't take people seriously when they say that, oh, this movie is just about nostalgia, when there's a clear story here. You got Toby's story, Andrew's story, and how their stories are going to affect Tom's story. So it's just very weird
Oh,
how.
Cage, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I gotta go, guys. But let me just follow all you guys real quick so I can like keep in touch with all.
Alrighty.
Definitely.
Dope. I ain't gonna lie though. I think out of all the reactions in that film, the Matthew Murdock one was the biggest one for me in
All
the
right,
theater.
peace, you beautiful peoples.
Peace.
I love that so
Yeah.
much. Sorry about this.
I feel like I saw like 3 different theaters go crazy for Andrews.
Yo, I went. So I went 3 times in the theaters, and so the first and second one were kind of the same. You know, Matt was the biggest one. Andrew was crazy, and Toby. But man, the third one is one of the experiences where just a bunch of young kids in that theater, so they're just going crazy with it. So the lady got so mad. She told one dude to shut the fuck up. Because it was when he saved MJ. Andrew did in that moment where it's like silent, where he's kind of getting all teary eyed, and he's like the dude in the back was just yelling, cheering him on, and some lady came out. He's like, "Shut the fuck up!" It was so hilarious, bro. I miss those moments in the theater. To be honest, it's been a while since I've had that.
Facts.
You know what I missed? A good Transformer movie.
Oh, the new one.
That one was decent. It was decent. I actually liked that one. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm really happy they bring Transformers back, but some people still don't like that shit.
I feel like they shouldn't have did that GI Joe plot, but niggas will see.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Just don't bring Michael Bay back.
By the way, y'all, it's only in November already. That shit crazy.
Facts.
Oh, it is November, so
Yep.
yeah. Y'all gotta stay clean for a month.
Yeah, as I'm rolling up.
Oh my God, bro.
I'm gonna leave that there. I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you, King
So,
David.
so And by the way, if the MCU has been shambled, I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna try harder not to say yes or maybe no. I don't know, man. I think it's kind of felt like it was, but I love MCU, but I mean I'm not MCU. I love Marvel, but it was just Disney keep ruining everything, man.
What's going on? Is someone sleeping or something?
Bro, what is going on here, bro? What? This nigga snoring like a motherfucker, bro. Yo,
Is he really snoring?
this nigga's really sleeping, bro. If this nigga's sleeping, it is, bro.
I mean, let me drop him.
Nah, but if that's the case,
Nah.
though, what is DC doing? Because they've been giving out people the same movie for the last 20 years.
I mean,
Wait, who's this dude? Wait, I'm so confused.
This dude's sleeping, bro. What is going on?
Oh, is this? I thought it was the other. My bad.
Oh, wow.
Hold on, I got you. Hold on, bro. I saw. I'm not. Hold on. My bad. I thought it was you.
That ain't me, bro. That was a guy with a Patrick profile on, bro. He just sleep. He just left it. He's still on.
Man, he was talking the whole time on live stream. He just fell asleep.
That's right.
Yo, man, he got. If he's tired, bro, he gotta turn his shit off.
Dude, he was talking the whole time.
You talk like hours?
Yeah, bro.
Damn.
Josh Keaton.
Josh Keaton. Too much of that Josh Keaton. Put him to sleep.
Hey man, I'm so glad I followed y'all, man. It really gives me the asking a question on even peaceful, whatever it is, man. It's not personal. It's like I've given my thoughts. That's all I got said.
Hey man, that's the whole point of why I do this, is to give people a platform to, voice their whatever. I do this every other week. It's literally called Cinema Fans for a reason. So.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I got arguments all the time. I got attacked by any kind of superhero fans or whatever it is, but who else who want me support or not support, like just this shit was kind of wild. But hey.
Don't believe me, I got heated one time. It was last live stream. Got really heated because I did a spoiler review for the Spider-Man 2 game, and it got really heated because the whole fight between Peter and Miles.
Yeah, and by the way, years ago, like 6 years or 8 or 5, whatever it is, but I'm gonna say one thing. Why was the first Black Panther? I got so much argument about the Black Panther film.
Well, you don't like that film?
No, the first film. The first one. I enjoy the first one. Me and my brother watch it.
Oh.
I enjoy it, but some people they say this movie was kind of racist. I was like, what the fuck?
Makes no sense.
Like what the fuck? Like because some you don't believe it. China don't like Black Panther. They say it was too black. Like what the
But
fuck?
that's not racist?
That was China. China watched that, and China people was watching. They say it was too black. Like what the fuck?
Yo,
bro, that's wild.
That's why I was like, yo, man, y'all got that shit. I can't get this off my mind, bro. What they said, bro. That shit was wild.
That sounded like some Twitter stuff going on right there in the comments.
If you can't name more than 2 symbiotes, you ain't a fucking comic fan. All right. Venom, Carnage.
That's too easy.
Scream.
It's Venom.
Yo, I went trolling in that last live stream I was in because they were, talking about Peter and Miles and that whole fight. And I was like, because they were getting really heated. And I was like, you know what? You're pissing me off, but I'm going to just troll with you and I'm just going to mess with you. So I was like,
why? Well, they were mad. They were mad because Miles, Well,
I told them that Peter was getting weaker in the second game compared to the first 2 games.
Oh, hey.
And they were like, no, he's not. No, because they kept trying to, because they'll say like, it stayed in whatever stayed in the comics is what's happening in the games. I'm like, that doesn't work that way. That's like lazy story writing. And they're kind of going back and forth with it and saying that, cause I brought up the whole Rhino thing and the Miles game, and I was like, well, look at that game. Like he literally, if it wasn't for Miles, Peter would have been done for. And he's like, well, that's the first time he had to deal with Rhino like that. I'm like,
what?
You
No,
crazy?
no, they completely missed the first game. Then what?
They're saying they didn't go crazy in New York City like that. I'm like, so you're telling me the 8 years he's been Spider-Man fighting Rhino, you telling me he never had, he didn't destroy New York City like that? I mean, that's that moment. I started trolling. I was like, yeah, Spider-Man weak. He got his ass whooped by Miles. Just keep on.
Peter literally admitted that he needed help like multiple times.
Well, I brought it up in the game. It's like there's a lot of moments where, like, if it wasn't for Miles, it would have been a bad situation where Peter would have lost some people. If it wasn't for Miles.
What happened in the beginning of the game? wasn't he drowning in sand for some fucking reason?
Yeah,
Wasn't he fucking drowning? Didn't
makes you
Miles?
think how he got him into that little pill thing, whatever it's called, that bottle thing from the first game.
And mind you, the only thing that defeated him was by using powers together. So that's tough.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even know how he did all this stuff when it was just himself.
For all the dumbasses that really thought Sandman was in that tiny ass vial in the first game, I really want to know, how do y'all sleep at night? How? Why? Why?
Well, I sat down and watched the interview with the director of the Spider-Man games on IGN and whatnot, which is ironic because IGN is the only one that gave him shit for the game. Yeah, so a lot of stuff that people just don't. They be just saying stuff and don't know what they're talking about. Like, it's just they don't either read the comics or pay attention to the games or the movies. They just run their mouth because it's popular to say. Hence the why the title is called is the MCU in shambles. Because if you're on TikTok a lot and in this space, you know exactly who says that. So
I got called sexist for not liking Captain Marvel.
No, don't even listen to it. Listen, you don't have to like the Marvels. You don't have to like Captain Marvel. Fuck them.
I just told them.
Don't let them tell you what you can or cannot.
No.
Okay, let me ask you this question: which are you talking about, the comic or the movie?
I'm talking about the movie.
I'm gonna say both because first of all, I did not forget what Captain Marvel did to Miles in Civil War.
Oh, I agree. I know you're gonna bring. I was wondering if you're gonna bring that up.
And secondly, that movie was mid. Like, in my opinion, I think Photon is a way better Captain Marvel than the actual Captain Marvel.
Yeah, I agree. I love Myron. I agree. I think TikTok has ruined some of the MCU as well. I think a lot of the fans have played a part in that as well.
Yes.
I don't even know if to call them fans, but yeah.
Like,
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, if you have a good constructive criticism, that's fine. I like to have those kind of conversations. But if you're gonna sit there and say, "Oh, this," for instance, they'll watch Guardians 3 and to come out the theater and be like, "This movie is completely utter shit show trash. It's mid." Okay, why is it mid? Because it's trash. Why is it trash? Because it's mid. I'm like, am I in a freaking Twilight Zone or something? What's wrong with you?
give me a headache. Like, you can just explain it.
Ever since do you guys have you guys ever heard of the YouTuber named Tyrone Madness?
Yo,
Tyrone Madness was out of it. He's just this ever since he couldn't stand I'm gonna ask you something. This is the first hate of the review of the MCU from Captain Marvel from Tyrone Madness. He gets so much hate that he got all these people unsubscribing because he couldn't even stand, it's called it woke.
well, my thing with Tyrone, man, because he was like one of the first people I thought subscribed to on YouTube.
I subscribed since 2013.
And I'm talking about like the first video when he did that impression of The Rock video. But man, he's definitely changed his content, over the year, which is expected. As a creator, you got to evolve and change. But man, sometimes he'd be saying some stuff that'd be like, okay, you're a little wild for that one a little bit. But I'm like, but that's the thing. I respect him because he actually, gives a reason to why he critiques something. Unless it's The Last of Us 2, then he just be doing it for the clicks. Dumb,
The
because at
Galaxy
that point
3.
he's just doing, huh?
Ever since he watched, watched Galaxy Guardian of the Galaxy 3, he finally said thank you without a bunch of woke BS politics. Thank you.
My thing is, okay, I don't mind politics in a movie or anything like that, but as long as it's like serving the story and telling the story correctly, I'm fine with that. Like, but if it's going to be like one of those situations where you're sacrificing the plot and the character development and whatnot, or sacrificing the compelling story just to get your message across, and then tell people they're, such and such because they didn't go see a film or read a comic, then that's problematic for me, at least. So,
I have a question for you guys. Have you ever seen? I mean, you probably have, but what was it? The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I think that it
I like
introduced
that one.
politics perfectly.
I
Oh
think
yeah.
I like.
I actually enjoyed that. One of my favorite shows from Marvel. So they're able to do it without making forced or pushed. I feel like that was one of the movies that actually did politics really well.
Yeah, at the end of the shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that show
Yeah,
is
that's
very underrated.
but yeah,
that's
I agree.
yeah. Go
MCU
ahead.
is in huge. Oh my bad, my bad.
No, go ahead. You're good.
Oh, I was gonna say, I believe it's in huge shambles, and I don't think anybody's gonna watch that new Marvels movie. I think that thing's gonna be a flop.
Nah, it's
I
crazy.
I
I,
think it's.
I saw that trailer. I was like, nah, I'm not going to that.
I am because
I,
I'm here's why I'm saying that because I'm gonna go see it and I'm gonna listen to everyone's view, but then when that movie comes out, there's certain things gonna happen, and everybody's gonna be riding that film when that happens too, and I'm gonna call everyone out. I'm like, oh, y'all talking all that smack about the film, okay?
Hey man, hey man,
I'm putting down names.
hey man, it's gonna be a lot of hate. You know that, right? Because
Right now,
I ain't worried about no hate.
everybody keep bitching
I ain't gonna lie. I'm keeping the
about
same
results.
energy for both studios right now. DC, Marvel, because DC has not put anything out good. I could not get through Blue Beetle. I'm sorry.
yeah, that's true. They're also suffering. I don't know what's going on with superheroes in general. Like, I don't know what they're doing out here.
You know what they need to do? They need to go back to all the good characters and restart.
You
Restart.
think they need to reboot the MCU?
Oh, they
Oh
will.
yeah, they are after Secret Wars. They're gonna do that. I mean, they've been talking about it.
But I'll be
Yeah.
too. I'll be too late. I feel like it's too far. You know, to
Real for I'm
reboot
tired of
now.
Marvel superheroes. I need my son Ben 10 in the door.
Well, it's when I say reboot, it's not going to be like a remake. It's going to be like a. They're going to take things that work and didn't work and go
Yeah, it's
forward
gonna
with
be like a
MCU.
soft reboot.
Yeah.
After reboot, I think. I don't know. I just think I feel like after Infinity War, I think they didn't think they would go that far, and so now they're like scrambling. I'm like, oh wait, what character should we make? Da 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 da. And it just seems like the management at Disney, they're just going crazy
Did you
and
did
not
y'all
really giving people what they want.
did y'all read the book about the recent one they released?
The MCU, no, I
Yes.
did not read the book.
Because they were originally were planning all the stuff after end game and all that. But the problem is that you had the pandemic, then you had the death of Chadwick Boseman because he was going to
That's
be
true.
like the Tony Stark of that next saga, and then you
That's
had the whole Spider-Man thing. 'Cause everyone forgets about that Sony problem they had,
oh
where Sony
yeah.
was going to take back Spider-Man, and then just because I mean, who mentioned the Falcon and Winter Soldier? Like that was going to be a
Me.
completely different story.
Yeah.
Um,
I
and
think the story they went with was good though, right?
Yes.
and
Oh yeah.
also, Wakanda Forever was probably their biggest one because they could have recast them, but the problem is that the story itself, what they were trying to tell in that movie, is setting up other films and future projects. And if they didn't do that film in time, then it would have made it prolong the process, and they needed to put stuff out because they were losing money because of the pandemic and all that. And also, Bob Chopek, whatever his name is, was running Disney at the time.
Chapek, Bob Chapek, whatever.
Dude, he ran. I blame him. I don't even blame Kev. I mean, granted, I think Marvel
I
does
don't
have
blame.
some blame,
Well,
but
everyone's blaming what is that guy? Bob Iger.
no, Bob Iger. The only I give Bob Iger the the. I think I'm happy that he returned because he's going to put everything back to where it was. Because
Mhm.
the other Bob came in there and just basically, literally put Disney into shambles. Just firing everybody that was actually good. and had people leave, and then he put all his people in there. It's like me if I went to like McDonald's and just fired everybody and got all my homies and friends to be employees, pretty much. That's a good analogy or not? Oh, why is it McDonald's?
I have a
Well,
question for you
I'm
guys.
sorry,
What
bro.
could fix the
Man, forever
MCU?
people crying over Iron Man. That's not even Iron Man. What?
Wait,
Read the comment.
what did this dude say, bro?
What the fuck is he talking about? He said,
I
Mr.
like Wakanda
Screwhead
Forever
said,
for crying over Iron Man. That's not even Iron Man. What are you saying? What? Nah.
Bro,
what do
I
you
almost,
mean RDJ
I,
and Iron Man? You're
I
wildin'.
almost cried at the end game that the Iron Man was
I
killed.
ain't gonna lie, I cried balling, bro. Like that whole movie was sad. I ain't gonna lie.
I was tight. I was supposed to go watch it. I didn't. I came back home. My mom called me. Her friend had went to go watch it. He had called my mom, told her the ending, and she came and called me and told me the ending. I was like, what the fuck? Damn.
Damn,
Yeah,
Damn.
Tony Khan was
I was like,
crazy.
what was the point of that?
that's tough. Nah,
Oh,
I think I don't know. I do believe Spider Man is right now. They're like their only hero that they can really depend on right now, in my opinion, because he's one of the
Well,
biggest superheroes, and they
they're
make
saying
hella money.
they're saying King Dynasty is going to be he's going to be the main guy. King Dynasty.
And
I
so
don't know
what
about
did
I don't know about King Dynasty, but but I only thing I'm ready about is Secret War. That's it.
yeah,
I
sequel?
don't know.
I
Loki
have a
season
question.
2 got me hyped.
So what? So what
It's
did the
crazy.
so what did the Sony deal? Like I remember the whole Sony scandal. What was it? I remember they wanted to take him back, but what also did it affect as well for them to kind of like scramble? Like what they were gonna do with him?
Because they wanted because they originally had a film deal with Tom, but it was running up, and then they needed to redeal. But the problem was they couldn't get Spider-Man 3 out in time because they were going into the pandemic and whatnot. Well, it was before the pandemic. It was like right before it, and they were basically saying if you don't put a film out within next year, which they couldn't do, then they were going to take the rights back and whatnot. But also money as well,
Oh,
because Marvel was making more off of Sony through Spider-Man than Sony was through Marvel. So Sony, it was basically money issues.
okay,
Pretty much.
yeah, but I do believe. I feel like the MCU wants to make a little bit more money. I'd say use Spider Man right now. I
They're
mean,
gonna
that's the.
this next trilogy they're gonna bring Miles in. I'm a little bit upset about that.
I think it's
I
too
ain't gonna
early.
lie.
I don't think Tom could fit with a mom. I can't imagine. He would probably look as young as him. Like, I don't know.
That you know what? That would be fun. That's something they need. That's something for
That's true.
that's the teens right there. That attracts so many teens right there. Everybody, all kids. Because you know what? You're having two different Spider-Men that are young, still
That's true.
active, doing shit.
That's true. And
I
you
just
do
want
a
some
lot
good
with that.
college years of Spider-Man.
Yes.
Marvel got to make better movies.
What happened to Fantastic Four? I know it's coming, but I thought that was gonna come way before.
The active strike, bro. That's basically what it is.
Oh, the strike. Well, so many. I think they're just unlucky. They got the strike, they had the pandemic, and then the people at Disney. I think it's crazy.
The next year was supposed to be stacked, but now they're only talking about maybe 2 films are going to come out, maybe a show. That's it.
What do you mean coming out next year?
Deadpool 3 and Captain America 4 are the only ones that are kind of up in the air right now.
But Deadpool 3 could be good. I ain't gonna lie. I'm excited
I
for
mean, it
that one.
should be good. Yeah.
They haven't failed yet with the first two, so
You
MCU
think?
can't bet on any
Isn't it
Spider-Man.
rated R? Isn't that one movie
yeah,
Deadpool?
it's gonna be rated R. It's
Yep.
owned by Marvel, but it's gonna be rated R. So
Oh,
they
that's
not
gonna be
going. I mean, it's
interesting.
owned by Disney now, but they're not taking the rating away. They're keeping that humor and shit. So it should be good.
That's interesting that they decided to just keep it rated R.
Dude, Jennifer's Body's on Disney Plus.
They knew
What?
damn well. They
No,
knew
stop
damn well they were gonna
lying,
lose
bro.
views if they didn't.
So is Logan. So is there. Well, that was on Disney Plus too. I
Jennifer's
get, huh? Yo, the
I
chat,
think
chat. I'm reading you,
Deadpool
bro.
is gonna be
I'm
trash.
reading
They
the
all
chat. Huh?
Deadpool. All they do with Deadpool is nothing. That's what they gonna put.
You're
Bro,
breaking
Every
up.
like you're underwater, bro. Like Aquaman. I can't even hear you.
He
I
was a
thought,
shambles. He had to jump in water. Man, don't be taking us into the shower, bro. Come on now. First, we had one dude snoring during the live, talking about. Dude, that's hilarious. I'm glad I got that on live. That's the first. And he was wilding too,
Oh
bro.
yeah, I forgot. I don't think they should bring back Toby though. I think that was a one-time thing. I think they should just leave it. Honestly, it's gonna get too old real fast.
Well, they're
should've
gonna
given
bring
him
him back.
Someone in the
Well,
comments
he,
said Toby's gonna
well,
be
he,
Secret
he,
War.
Toby hasn't acting since back in 2013. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have given him a chance to play a Spider-Man 4.
I want to see a
I
Ghost
have a
Rider.
I have a question for you guys. Damn, someone going crazy on their PS5. I have a question. I was gonna say, what was you guys' thoughts on No Way Home, and what do you think they should do with the Spider-Man trilogy for the next movies? Because I think that was one of
Yeah,
the
that shit is
last
bugging.
good successful MCU movie they made.
Oh my
Unless you,
god.
oh no, I lied, Guardians 3. But like, well, what do you guys think about No Way Home though?
I think it is a fantastic film. One of the MCU's best. And then going forward, like the future of Spider-Man, they need to make him more grounded. Like I'm
Mm-hmm.
expecting that final suit to actually be not his final suit, but like the suit that he had at the end of the film, like actually be a suit he has for a while. If they switch it up, I'm gonna be very upset because
Mm-hmm.
it's like
Have you
I
seen it yet?
wait, what?
I said, have you seen it yet?
Oh yeah, yes,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I
yeah.
love
You
that.
played the game?
I
You
was
played the
there
game?
opening day.
Looked at it? Alright. Making sure. Making
But
sure.
yeah. I just want to see him be a more comic book accurate Spider-Man. I'm expecting him to go against Kingpin, team with Daredevil, and then for him to continue to deal with the fact that, hey, I lost my friends, I lost my aunt, and for that to fester, and eventually when he gets the symbiote, we see him absolutely going, ape shit because of not just everything that has happened to him, but anything that could happen to him because of what happened with Tom and Andrew Spider-Man.
I
Do
really
you
want to see a Bully Holland. I really
do you
want to see a
do
Bully
you,
Holland.
do you guys think he should get the suit immediately or wait till the last movie? I think they should just make the whole trilogy with him slowly becoming angrier with the symbiote. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yes.
my
I'm not gonna
Yes.
lie with you. I'm not gonna lie with you. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of getting tired of the symbiote stuff. To be honest with
yeah, no, Spider-Man 2,
I don't
man.
blame you.
I don't blame you, but Spider-Man 2 was the best. It was the best sequel to Web of Shadows we needed. All right.
you, I
Yeah, that's
agree.
true.
I'm getting tired of the symbiote stuff. I mean,
No, but I
I'll
don't
accept
think they
one
should
You're
day.
just
getting
like
tired of it,
drop
but I
it.
know
I
you love
feel like
that
it should be
mission. All right.
Oh, I know you're talking about, but I'm just saying. Well,
All right. I'm just saying too. I know you love that mission. I know you replayed it already. I know you did.
I'm on my fourth one now.
Exactly. Come on. You done did
I'm
the
waiting for
glitch.
that
You
new
done
game
free roam
plus,
with
man.
Venom and all. You done did the bicycle glitch too. Come
Man,
on.
I've done more than just glitch. I went out of bounds with the Miles. You can do it as Peter, but it's so hard. You know the train one. Y'all heard about that
Yeah,
one?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
And
was
they're
trying
trying
to
to
do
make
that
him
one
unlock.
earlier.
Dude, if you get out of bounds, try to go to the part where it's up Queens and whatnot. That one area where it's kind of cut off, but it looks like it's still playable. I went over there, and there's so much stuff, Easter eggs and stuff they cut out.
Wait, speaking of Venom, I just realized that the end of No Way Home, I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of pissed. I actually like the Sony Venom, and I kind of wanted Sony's Venom to match up with Tom Holland's, but then they clickbait us, man. They sent a pack, but they left the symbiote back. Do you think they're gonna find a way to bring it, or do you think they're gonna just make a whole new Venom? different type of Venom? Or you think they're gonna go with the multiverse way and bring
I'm not
Sony's
gonna lie.
Venom to Tom Holland's version?
I can't even hear you. Someone's breaking up though.
Oh, what you were saying?
What was the question?
I was saying that at the end of No Way Home, they teased Venom, but they sent him back, but they left the symbiote. You think they're gonna find like a multiverse way to bring Sony's Venom to the MCU, or do you think they're just gonna have a new Venom
Secret Wars.
entirely?
Mm,
Secret Warriors? You think they're
Secret
just
Wars.
use it for Secret War? You don't think they're gonna use him for like his own like trilogy or anything like that?
Nah, they got his own. They got his own shit going on right now. The only way I most likely would be Secret Wars. Yeah. If not,
Damn.
if not, if not, I really don't see them bringing him back because they left a piece of the symbiote suit for them to find Peter.
Do
So,
you think that was Disney's choice, or do you think that was Sony's?
really, it might have
oh, I
been
just thought of
Disney.
something.
That might have been Disney.
Yeah,
No,
because I was like, because they were hyping us up. I was kind of hyped. I really wanted to see Venom in No Way Home, or
you
at
know
least
what?
have a. I was pissed. I ain't gonna lie. I was pissed about that.
You know what? If MCU had the balls, I know they don't, but they did. Spider-Man trilogy, Tom Holland trilogy, the big villain he'll have to face is Null. I know he ain't gonna win, but what a great way to make him go out like
Bro, dude, cinema fans, bro, you can't be doing that, bro. You can't
Wait,
be
wait,
doing that.
what? Who's
In
the
the
villain?
movies, though,
You can't be
I
doing
don't
that,
know.
bro.
Well, I'm trying to think of the end game here. You got Miles bring Miles in. Have the Avengers come in. So I don't know what you got to do.
No,
Just
I don't think they're gonna do Noel. I don't think they're
Yeah,
gonna
that
do it.
would be too soon. I feel
I'm not
like
gonna lie. I said that just because Phil's.
Nah, but they're taking out of stuff from current comics, like the Blade movie's supposed to have his daughter in there already, and she came out last year. So
Yeah.
like Brielle's a really new character, and she's already gonna be in the Blade movie supposedly. So you know,
Mhm.
Damn, they announced that thing a long time ago.
yeah, I don't know what they're
Blade
doing.
movie. Yeah, I'm like, damn, like where's that Blade movie?
Yeah, yo, Savage, there is a lot of backstory. If they do Noel, they're probably gonna butcher it, just like they did Gore. He'll probably lose against She-Hulk and Jane Foster. I could probably see that happening.
Oh shoot, I forgot about She-Hulk. Oh no, you think they're gonna bring her
Oh,
back as a teenager too?
I know. It's just, oh my goodness, I just could not believe in what I just saw in some of these episodes.
I don't. The thing
It looked.
was,
I mean,
Okay,
they
come
it
on.
was
You
like
didn't.
it looks
You didn't
kind of
like
bullshit.
You didn't like Matt doing the slut walk.
The slow bro.
I was like, what was that, man?
Nah,
It's
I'm
called
not gonna lie. She-Hulk
chemistry.
was pretty bad, bro. That's gotta
It's
be the
called
worst
chemistry.
Marvel show ever.
See,
Come
Matt,
I
on. You didn't
think
want to
right.
see Matt in the yellow suit walking with his feet on the grass and everything, walking away like he done something.
Nah,
He
my favorite
just
part is when She-Hulk
It's
was
called,
twerking.
it's called the Walk of Shame.
yeah, he hit it blind.
He ain't walking. He wasn't no walking of shame. He's walking like he just walked into a freaking candy store or something. He went no walk.
Wait,
I
this
mean,
might be weird,
I
but
I
like, can
watched
he?
mean,
he
like
but he, never mind, never mind. I ain't trying to
Say
get deep.
what?
Yo,
when I watched like the making of the I watched the making of the episode, and it was a lot of feminist talking points where they was talking about how in reverse when women have to do the walk of shame. The whole She-Hulk show was about like it was more about female empowerment than it was about an actual series.
I think the way they did it was wrong. Like, how is her twerking female empowerment? Like, I don't
no,
understand.
Why
you know
No,
what's
why
funny
is
too?
Megan
Hold
have to
on, you know what's
beat it?
funny too? In the comic, She-Hulk literally has banged everybody, and that's the
no,
funny
it's
part.
similar to
It's
the comics.
empowering.
She's a in the comics too, but how they did it in the show, like if you think about the show, she didn't even have like a protagonist. She didn't have an enemy. She didn't have like an arch villain. They was just making it up
That's
as they
true.
go.
literally.
At
And
first, I
the
watched.
the
I don't know if
problem
you
I
guys watched,
feel,
but I watched the. Oh my bad, my bad.
Didn't she literally change a whole episode?
Oh, that okay. Okay,
yeah,
I'm glad you brought that up.
yeah,
I'm glad you brought that
when
up.
she went to go talk to the writers of the
I ain't know she was like Deadpool. Hold on, because
Well, okay, so that one moment at the final episode where that bully dude, the dude that was trying to get the serum and all that, and he turned into like I can't remember the name of the dude, but he
Feel
turned
like a
into the
nerd
Hulk.
Hulk.
The second he started turning Hulk, I was about to turn off the whole episode. I was like, I ain't watching this shit.
No,
Yo,
that
but
show.
here's my thing. Am I the only one who doesn't like the actor who's playing for Jennifer?
She's
You know what it
grown
is?
on me.
I mean,
I think, yeah.
I love Tatiana Maslany, but it's just like her character just wasn't there.
There's nothing
I don't
that
know.
Yeah.
She just seems
nobody could
snarky,
have did for
bro.
that role. The
No,
role
she
was
yeah
terrible.
yeah.
Nobody could have pulled that off.
I mean, that CG was kind of way funky to me because it looks real, but sometimes it's still funky.
And in my opinion, MCU went down after Endgame because after Endgame, that movie made over $1 billion.
That's
Once they
right.
saw
Now
that
they're
budget,
shambles.
they felt that once they saw that, then they felt automatically that every movie they made after that needed to make $1 billion. This is
That's
what.
true.
So the problem that they have right now is that you have movies. Like I think I can't remember the exact numbers, but like the Flash, for example, the
Don't
Flash
do
made
it.
$700 million, but they
Flash was
spent
trash.
$1 billion to make it. So the problem is that because I had to look it up. Like I'm looking at these movies and they're making 200, 400, 500 million, and they're calling them flop. So then
Well,
when
to
you look
be
it up,
fair,
they're
that's franchise
spending
films, to be honest with you. Because look at
no,
Indiana
no, no,
Jones
no.
5. They cost like $300 million to make that film, or 5, I can't remember. But
But that's a big difference. 300 million and 1 billion is a different. Like when they made Iron Man 1, they spent 200 million. Green Lantern 200 million. So that's a reasonable budget for the CGI they need to make. A
some of these
billion
but
dollar
some
movie.
of these franchise films don't need to be paying. Like Indiana Jones, there's no need for $300 million for an Indiana Jones film. There's no need
You
for
For
don't
real.
need you don't need that budget for any of those movies. Like not for nothing, but look at a movie like Get Out. They spent 2 million. Not to say that there's crazy CGI, but you
they
don't.
can't pay their actors.
They are not putting good storylines into the movies no more. After they
That's
kill
true.
Tony and everything, what they're doing is they're introducing brand new characters we've never seen before and telling us, oh, you need to love them and they're
That's
important.
true.
I don't know these people. I don't like them. Like I heard somebody talking
Well,
about
to
Deadpool
be
3
honest with you,
earlier.
do you know the characters they're choosing too is pretty bad because nobody reads their books. Like, I'm sorry, like no one's reading Echo. Like I read Echo because she's with Daredevil a lot, and I just read her. But no one gives a shit about Echo. No one
Why
cares
you
about
make
Ms.
that?
Marvel.
Come
No
on,
one
man.
cares about America Chavez. Like as in
Facts.
comic book sales.
Ironheart.
But the reason why nobody cares about them is because of the writing. I never knew anything about Moon Knight, and Moon Knight, as personally, I think Moon
No,
Knight
his
is one
books
of
are
the
good.
best series.
Currently, right
That
now, his
one that
books
was
are
fire.
outselling Superman.
But this is what I'm saying. I never knew who he was till they introduced him in the show, and to me
Oh, okay.
personally, that series was perfect. Like I
Yeah.
loved what they did. She-Hulk is trash. Miss Marvel is trash. The only
Her
good
no,
series that they
Shield books
did,
are good though. I don't know if you ever read her
Miss Marvel
books.
was
Her
Miss
books are
Marvel
good.
was not bad.
Miss Marvel
I
was.
haven't watched
I
Marvel.
didn't mean. I didn't. I meant to say the series. The what's the series called with the Indian girl, the the
Oh,
the
Hawkeye.
little.
Yeah,
You
that's Miss
know,
Marvel. Yeah,
Miss
no, yeah,
Marvel.
that's Miss Marvel, right? Yeah, that series was terrible.
yeah, that's Miss Marvel. Yeah.
I sat down and watched that series. One episode, they dedicated a whole episode to showing the Middle Eastern culture, had them going to mosque and everything. And I literally watched it. You know
Didn't
that
they
episode
change her
had nothing to do
powers?
with the show? Like they're doing things that have nothing to do with the MCU. They're creating show like
Fact.
look, what's that show they have? The Eternals, right? According to the Eternals, there's some big god in the middle of the ocean that's going up to Earth. Not only was that not an MCU level threat that called all the Avengers, we haven't seen that thing.
Well, we really
So
don't have any Avengers to go after it, to be honest with you, at that moment in time.
Yeah,
so
that
then at
already.
this point, what are we doing? Because Kang is supposed to be stronger than Thanos. I've seen 3 Kangs die so
Mm,
far. So I don't know what's going on.
no.
So
The thing is, hold on. The thing is Kang. He's not stronger than Thanos. It's just he has a lot of like weapons and hacks to where he can just time travel, and he has so much technology. But
He's like a hemorrhoid. He's
Thanos,
just annoying. He
like
just
if
keeps
you
popping up.
like if you read the comics, like Thanos is legit the most broken guy ever. Like legit.
Mm.
Like
Thanos
Kane
ripped
is
him
not
off.
like that in the comics.
But
I mean, Thanos with the gauntlet is broken, but I'm not saying regular
Without
Thanos
listen,
isn't.
I tell you what, I'm gonna go back to comics again because I read the books, but like Thanos, he doesn't even need the gauntlet in the comics anymore. Like, and that's like the one misconception. Like, people think he needs the gauntlet. No,
But the,
that guy would be beating Thor's ass to a
here-
pulp without the gauntlet in the comics.
but even with that, right? Like, so we that grew up off the comic books, right? And we want them to like stay in the comics and stuff like that. They're not going to do that because if you think about it, kids that was born in 2000 is 22 years
Oh, we
old
got
right now.
Geeky
They
Cast
don't
up in here
know
now.
or care anything about the comic books.
The
I was gonna
MCU
ask.
is in shambles. Okay, look. The MCU's in shambles. I'm glad that finally everyone's getting on board with this. The MCU's in shambles. We should just cancel the MCU altogether. Throw them out the curb. Like we're done with the MCU. You know,
Hey, yo,
restart the
chill,
whole thing.
bro. Hey, yo,
Restart the
chill,
whole thing.
chill.
You know what? Restart the whole thing. Restart the
He's
whole
right.
thing.
He's right. Because
Somebody's
they're
got to
trying
do
to
it.
take money from us.
Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it.
Look, I heard somebody earlier talking about Deadpool 3, and let me tell you why I
Oh,
think
my bad.
Deadpool 3 is going to be
Yeah, be
trash.
me.
Lit-
Oh, you
So
think it's
far,
gonna be
from what
trash?
I see with
Don't
Deadpool,
talk about
yeah,
Daddy
but
Reynolds like that.
let me give you my opinion to why. So far,
Okay, go ahead.
Deadpool, I haven't seen a trailer or anything, but so far, every time I hear about Deadpool, they're adding somebody else. Hey, Wolverine's going to be in it. Hey, Professor X going to be in it. Hey, Jean Grey going to be in it. Whenever I see stuff like that, when you are throwing important characters at me and tell me, come see this movie because we're going to throw a nostalgic person that you like in it, that means to me that you don't care about the writing of the story. You just want to sell tickets.
I mean,
What?
do you know the direction they're going with it though? Why they
But
doing
this is
all
what
that
I'm
stuff?
saying. As of this point, can anybody tell me the direction that the MCU is going? Because it seems like
That's
they're
true.
making it up as they go at this point.
Well,
I
I
recently
don't
heard
know. I
they're
seen like
changing
I just
Secret
seen.
Wars and they're gonna bring back Tony. They're scrapping their original idea and what they're gonna end up doing is bringing Tony and Cat back. They're gonna use the
No,
multiverse
no,
stuff.
no. That's yeah. They can't
I'm
bring
so
back.
sick and tired of Cap and Tony. Get them out of it. No one
I'm,
cared about them in the
that's
comics. Nobody cared
this
about
is
them.
what
Maybe
we're
Cap.
talking about.
I could have
Maybe Cap.
sworn. I don't know. I
If you
heard
want to
something about Deadpool.
if you want to make the money that you were making before, you cannot do that with Shang-Chi, the Eternals, and these new people. If you want to make the budget you made with Endgame, you have to bring back the people that were there. You got to bring
Or
back
bring
Tony.
in the
You got to bring
characters
back
that's
Cap.
been like Fantastic Four. What are they going to do with them? They were the first family in Marvel. Come on now. You have it's right there in front of them. They just choose not to. You can't keep
That's
rehashing
true because they do have the
It's
Fantastic Four. Yeah.
yeah, but
and the
look,
X
this is
Men.
the problem.
X Men.
Somebody earlier said don't copy and paste. So you could just read the comic. I disagree with that. That's exactly what I want them to do is copy and paste because I go there and I want to see similarities, but I want you to make it in a way that makes it look good. If I go to if I go to a movie and you tell me that Peter Parker was bit by a radioactive scorpion, I'm gonna walk out because you're not going with the storyline. You cannot just change the story. If you do that to me personally, I'm gonna leave. I don't like that. You
Oh, it's
have
a
to
wrap.
stay.
I'm out.
Yeah, you
It's a
have
wrap.
to follow the guidelines. You can't just make it up as you go.
That reminds me of
My
that superhero. What was that Drake Bell one? That parody superhero film. He got
Yeah,
bit by a
yeah.
dragonfly. Yo, that was
I was
wild.
gonna add too that a lot of the characters from even the Disney Plus shows, they could have been good, but I just think they messed it up. Like I remember watching a review of She-Hulk where they said like, "Oh, why didn't they just have every episode be a different villain?" It was gonna be like, and like you know what I'm saying? Because she's a lore, they could have done so much stuff with it, and yet they just focused on like stupid storylines and like just
they had
mess it up.
I
It's
lost
crazy.
hope when I saw Scar.
they had an episode dedicated to her having a Tinder page. Like
Like what?
She-Hulk is not a real show. Like the
I would have
minute
made
she
it a villain of the
transformed,
week.
she she sat down and looked at the Hulk and said, "Listen, I have more experience at this than you do. I know that you've been through Avengers 1 and 2 and a couple movies. I saw you fight the Abominable in 2008, but I'm a woman. I get catcalled. So I got this." Like
Let's go.
that it they was trying to enrage like us
Well,
as
to
the
be
people.
fair, who'd be catcalling the Hulk though? Come on now. To be fair,
No, no, she was talking about her and no, but if you could see, according to them, when she made her Tinder
Black Widow.
page, her as a regular girl wasn't getting no love, but
That's
when
facts.
she
So
turned into
who's
She-Hulk,
cackling her? Like what?
She,
let me listen. Let me tell you what I think is
wow.
going on in Hollywood. I think that these directors have lost their mind and they don't have a creative bone in their body. Look, they're literally butchering Blade, right? They butchered Blade so much that the actor walked away and they have to find a new actor. That
No,
means that, yeah, you didn't hear?
That's
They
that
butchered
Hollywood.
it
actor,
back. The
no,
original
that
actor
was
is
literally
gone.
perfect cast too. No,
Wait, what
Disney
happened? Wait,
has
whoa.
The,
Disney has become ultra PC.
Huh?
Okay,
PC, no
that's
graphics card.
exactly what Disney. And you
that's
know what I
really
don't
what it
like
comes
about this
down to.
stuff that Disney is doing? They
about all
they're
that.
they're they're inadvertently like causing like kind of like a race riot because they're doing stuff like replacing Ariel with Haley, and then you got people seeing that and they're blaming. They think that's what black people are asking for. Nobody's asking for this. Nobody wants what they're doing. Everything that they're doing in the name of inclusion is
Oh,
awful.
no, too. Making the
I have
core.
said several times, right? If you want more inclusion, make new characters,
We
make
That
agree. Listen,
them relevant.
we told them to make Static Shock. They're not listening to us. We told them make Static Shock. They said they're gonna make Michael B. Jordan Superman. They are not listening to us. That is not
I'm
on
not gonna
us. We
lie.
do
I
not
would love
want
a
this.
Static Shock movie. I ain't gonna lie.
We all
Static
want
Shock
a
would
Static Shock
be
movie. They're not listening to us. Listen, you can make these movies. I saw Black Panther. I saw Black Panther 1. Then I went to the movies to see Wakanda Forever. Let me tell you something about that Wakanda Forever.
nice. I didn't like it.
I
That's been a
After
theme
I saw
No,
Wakanda
today.
Forever, I said this is the last time Marvel is going to get my money without me doing some invest. No more just as a fan. I'm going to go watch the movie because it has an MCU stamp on it. Wakanda Forever was awful. It was a
it was
god awful
good.
movie. Yo, there was about 4 men in the entire movie. In the entire movie, there was about 4 men.
That bull-headed
This
demon.
the, the, so, bro, Wakanda was supposed to be the only place on Earth with vibranium. Wakanda Forever comes out, and all of a sudden, there's a new Atlantis that has more vibranium than Wakanda could ever. Then this dude sneaks into Wakanda, the unimpenetrable fortress of Wakanda that has an invisible shield. He turned Wakanda into Detroit. He broke into the Wakanda and told them, listen, you got to give us the scientists or we're coming back to destroy you. They didn't listen. He came back and he decimated Wakanda. They turned Wakanda into Detroit. I was disgusted at
That's
Wakanda.
me. What's turning
They
Detroit?
went,
I'm
they
weak.
The
went,
thing was,
Yo,
they,
Cozy
they
kind of
went
like,
to
that's
hey,
funny, bro.
they went to go get Ironheart
Turning Wakanda
from
into Detroit.
Cambridge
That's
or
funny.
MIT. Ironheart has no backstory. They just introduce us to a 16-year-old girl that's smarter than Tony Stark's.
You know,
She just
oh,
building
you
shit.
on to something. You on
She
because
broke. She got
Wakanda,
smarter
no
than
Detroit,
Tony
money.
Stark is
and
crazy
with
too.
the Winter
Tony,
Soldier is
Tony
Slim
Stark's comes
Shady.
from money. Tony Stark's comes from money. His father built weapons, so we understand why Tony is making these things. This girl has no story. She's from the projects, but she just has a garage where she's just building tech. This is bull. Listen, I I hate what the MCU is doing. I did to me personally. I don't put no more black people in there because what it's in the name of inclusion. That just keep doing what you was doing, man. Do Iron Man, Winter Soldier, and all of that. In the name of inclusion, they're not writing good stories no more. They're coming out with nonsense. The
I was
only
gonna
good
say
thing
too,
they
they
come up
had
with
a lot of
is Moon
characters
Knight.
they behind.
Yeah,
My bad, my
That
I
man
was
went in
saying
the
that
kitchen and started cooking.
Moon Knight, Hawkeye, and I'm not gonna lie. Right now, I'm watching Loki. Now, let me be honest. I don't know what the hell they doing in Loki, but all I
Okay,
know
hold
is
on.
I got
Slow
Lord
down.
episode 2
Whoa,
or
whoa,
Slow
something.
whoa,
down.
whoa, whoa. Slow down,
Slow
man.
down.
no. Listen, let me finish.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
let
know
you
what's
cook.
going
I'm
on in
gonna let you
Loki
cook. I'm gonna
season
let you
two
cook.
right now.
I'm
All
gonna let
I
you cook.
know is that I am intriguingly fascinated. All I know is that it's a good show. I have no idea what they're doing, but the acting. This is MCU right here. I like this. I like creative shows where you're doing all this. But after this, they got to get rid of this multiverses nonsense because it's just an excuse to just not make any sense. Ever since they created this multiverse crap, death don't even mean nothing. They could just go to another. They could have that Chavez chick punch a hole through a dimension and go get another Tony. Just don't
Yeah,
And
even.
they're
that's
not
basically the
created
It's
with
not.
point.
it
But
either,
that's
too.
lazy, though. That's lazy, to be honest
It's,
with you.
but it's not about lazy. It's like it's what they did in the name of multiverses. They're losing their mind because we still haven't seen Kang yet. I think they said the Kang we're supposed to see, his name is the Beyonder, and they're going to introduce him in the Marvels that's coming out. Now I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to see the Marvels. I'm very not. I'm not going to do it. It looks like
I'm not
garbage.
gonna lie. I'm gonna go see it, to be honest with you.
I,
I ain't
I,
gonna
You
lie.
can come
I'm
spoil it when
going.
you're done.
I'm gonna spoil it too.
Right after right after you leave,
You gotta
right
just say,
after
hey,
you
the
leave.
movie was this. Save me a ticket.
So look, at this
I ain't
point,
gonna
right?
take I'm
All of
going
this is
myself.
supposed to be building up to Secret Wars. So 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 everything that we've seen so far is supposed to be in Secret Wars, meaning the Eternals, Chavez, Hawkeye, Hawk Girl, Moon Knight,
Shot.
She-Hulk.
Whoa,
Are
seeing
all of
Howard
Howard
the
these?
is
Duck.
bugging.
Yeah, are
FNAF
all of
was
these people
weird as
supposed to fight
fuck.
Kang?
That
Like,
FNAF movie made no sense. I'm gonna keep it a band.
Who? What with an alley?
I'm responding to Big Sam. The FNAF movie that just came out,
Well,
I
that
did
movie
not
was trash.
understand it not once.
That movie was trash. Sorry, horror fans. It's trash. I don't care.
I was watching it with my girlfriend. We were just confused. We were just confused the whole time. Just
No,
confused.
the movie is trash. The fans are trash. I went up in that theater room. Now I've walked out. No, it was a
Oh
wrap.
shoot!
People
I
started throwing popcorn across the theater room. I was
with
out.
the my bad. I was
The
gonna
wrap.
say with the multiverse, they are not creative with it either. I know this was just a rumor or a leak. I ain't gonna lie. I wanted to see Tom Cruise as Stark. I wanted to see weird, wacky creations they could have done with the multiverse, but then we ended up getting pretty much what if the movie with
Hey,
Wanda. That movie.
don't disrespect Hugh Jackman. All right, best Wolverine we got.
I wanted to
No,
see
I'm
Tom.
not
I
talking about
wanted to
Wolverine.
see
I'm
Tom
saying,
Cruise
but
as
No, I'm
Puck.
not.
Come
I'm
on,
not
man.
talking about.
That's Hugh
I'm
Jackman,
talking
bro.
about this comment. I'm talking about this comment. He wailing.
Oh, the comment's been wild and ever since I
oh, the
started.
comic. Nah, but
They've
I
been
want
He
to
wild.
see
said something
Tom
about
Cruise.
You,
the height.
you make
Man,
Tom
listen.
Cruise Puck, and all you need to do is give him lifts in his shoes.
Yep. Like, have y'all noticed that they have never been able to make a good Fantastic Four movie? Like,
No, the
if they
first one
were to,
was good. Come on, it wasn't that bad. Come on, I
which
actually
one?
liked
Wait,
the first
The
one.
which
first
one?
movie was okay.
The
The
first
first.
movie was original, was fire. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
You can't tell me. You can't tell me you didn't like the fact you see the thing in a diner restaurant eating a stack of pancakes. Don't sit there and tell me you didn't enjoy that. Come on,
Now,
talking to Doctor Doom. Come on now.
now, let me tell. This is one thing that I've learned. Like, what's
Yeah, the
that
cat.
movie? What's that movie? Bring It On. A movie doesn't
Don't
have to be
don't.
good to watch it over and over again. I watched the first Fantastic Four probably 100 times. I've seen it a lot. It's not necessarily that it's a bad movie. I'm saying that what they have to work with and what they did. If you compare if you compare Fantastic Four 1 to Spider-Man 1, it's completely different leagues and it's around the same time. Now,
That's
Spider-Man 1, it it doesn't hold the water to it. Like, you telling me that you can't make a better Fantastic Four movie? You
Low,
can't make
that's
a better
but
Doctor Doom?
for what it was good. Like,
low key to me, the
Yeah.
best part in Fantastic Four 1 was when Johnny goes to go beat Doctor Doom by going really hot, and Thing looks at him and says, "Flame on, kid."
No, he says, Johnny, Supernova. I thought we said that's really bad. Do it now. I watched the movie 100. I like them. It's not that I don't like it. I'm saying they can do better. The
oh
movie,
wait,
the
who was the
All right.
girl who played the Invisible Girl? What was her name?
Sue
Jessica
Jessica
Alba.
Richards.
Alba.
Jessica
Oh,
Alba,
Yeah.
bro.
oh my! You talking about Sin
That
City? Oh, that
come on.
girl.
Woo.
They can always
Listen,
do better.
I love that movie, but I'm saying that you tell. So wait, y'all telling me you can't make a better Fantastic Four movie? Is that what you're telling me?
You
I didn't say
could,
that.
but I'm just saying for the time and what we got, it was It was good. Like it wasn't
That's
bad.
why I
Like
It was
oh,
not that bad.
That's why I reference it to Spider-Man 1. Don't even get me talking about Spider-Man 2. That's God level compared. What they did with Fantastic Four, they could have did better, in my opinion.
Blade
And
ain't
all
do
right,
nothing for Marvel.
they got
Wait,
all right,
what?
let's talk about the remake. What was the remake? Like they're killing
man,
the franchise.
oh trash.
Fantastic Four should be a franchise. They should be on Fantastic Four 4 by now, is what I'm saying. Bro,
I like the home release one. That was pretty dope. That was the goat. I think it's the best one, best Marvel movie ever.
The 90s one, I think.
Oh yeah, the one nobody ever saw. Yeah, that was real good. Yeah.
That was dope. The Captain America one that went straight to DVD. That was goat. That was
Yeah,
Oh
pretty
Mr.
dope.
yeah,
That was good. That was
yo,
good.
listen,
That Red Skull gave me
what they
nightmares.
the only thing worse than Silver Surfer was Galactus. Like,
that the third Blade movie. Bill? Wait, what? Come on. Okay. Guess I'm bugging.
Don't be
The
disrespecting
Black
Daddy
TV
Reynolds.
show was pretty bad.
Well, I'm honestly now I'm getting mad.
But
I'm getting mad.
I'm not disrespecting. I'm just saying that
Fantastic
third
Four.
one. I could have sworn that third one is what off the. I mean,
Daddy Reynolds, I don't care.
Hey,
I
good
don't
night,
care.
guys.
Good night. Daddy Reynolds is always going to be goat. I don't care what it is. You can.
oh really?
so
Green
Yeah.
you
Lantern.
must have
Green
never seen
Lantern.
Green Lantern.
Oh, I've seen that
Exactly.
film.
Green
I've seen
Lantern.
that
So,
film, and I've seen the Wolverine too. Oh well, the X Men Origins Wolverine. Apologize.
Okay, I can bear with you with that one, but Green Lantern, as I said.
bro, he was fighting Megamind.
Well, I was kind of hot to be honest with you when I watched that film.
What the fuck was the plot of Green Lantern again? Like I can't tell you. I can't tell you.
All
I
I
think
remember was a
the villain had
big.
ADHD and couldn't get a girl.
I think there was a green car or a train. I don't know.
I don't know what's up with that movie, but I always fall asleep watching Green Lantern. I can't watch the movie fully. I'll
Well, that's a
wake up and
good
the
thing.
credits roll.
That's a good thing. It
And I
helps you
think,
get some sleep.
yeah, and somebody earlier was talking about Spider-Man meeting Venom. I thought in the end of Venom 2 there was a cameo where they kind of
No,
hinted
but they
at
messed it up in
Spider-Man.
no they messed it up in No Way Home. They sent him back.
They
Yeah,
sent who back?
they sent Venom back. They left a piece of him though.
I really want to see Sony's Venom with the Tom Holland Venom. I think it would work out really
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Keep dreaming
Right.
about it.
I no, I Tom,
Right. There's
Tom,
not
yeah, they whatever Venom they did in Spider-Man 3 that need to die. The Tom Hardy Venom, that's the good one.
That's good.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say they could have done a cameo with that one. You know, like him just walking around the city or something. I think, or I don't know. I would like to see that Venom, but not as a joke character. The
I
Spider-Man
think
3
I,
Venom.
I think Sony still I think even though they telling us that everything is all good, I think Sony and like Disney still got bad blood. I don't think they really like each other because
Oh, they
I,
definitely don't fuck with each other.
in my opinion, I
But
don't think
Sony
Disney's doing.
woman
I,
back.
I think Disney's like strong arming people. I don't think they got Marvel peacefully. I think they like seduced Stan Lee in his old age and hustled him. Like
Oh yeah, he was senile.
no, for
Yeah,
real.
he
Like
was senile. He couldn't
yeah,
even.
like
He couldn't
his
even
daughter has
like.
a lawsuit against him right now. George Lucas can't stand what they did to Star Wars. He
Yeah,
don't.
that's facts.
Disney
They
is
ruined
not just
Star
MCU.
Wars.
Disney is on a rampage. They recently said they're coming out with a live action of How to Train Your Dragon, and
No,
the main character's girlfriend,
they're gonna
Why?
make her light skinned. Yeah.
they're gonna make her a black. Listen,
They
as a
love
black
capturing
person,
biracial girls.
listen, as a black person, I am against this. Somebody get Disney on the phone and tell them stop. Stop this. We don't stop doing this. Stop.
They're gonna be like,
Make the
no, this is
princess
what
a
They
you
did the
girl.
same thing
want.
with Percy Jackson.
Did you guys
Stop.
see the
They
South
did the
Park
same.
episode, the Panda Verse? Oh, you don't like her because she's black? That's what they're doing.
Nah, they listen. I think we as black people got to come out and stand against this. Like, listen, and with all due respect, keep the originals and make
It
new
feels like
shows.
leftovers. Oh, here
Yeah,
you go. Here's a black version. Here you go. Like what?
like and like so we can't get what we asked for. We can't get a good
Hey,
blade,
yo.
static shock.
Bro, it fits on my live, bro. Hold on.
Yo.
Who's fits out the lot?
What was that, bro?
First, people falling asleep on my live, then people doing God knows what on. I can't. I'm not going to speak on that. Then pissing on my live. Come on now.
I got a question. Y'all think Endgame is a good movie?
It was trash.
I ain't
Thank
gonna
you.
lie.
Thank
That
you.
was
Infinity
fire,
War was
man.
a 10 out of 10. I don't think.
Thank you.
I think the writing for
It was
Endgame was
fire,
horrible,
bro.
in my opinion.
Listen,
It was,
I don't think it's trash. Let me tell you my personal opinion. I
Yeah,
I
feel
was
what
like
just
you guys
joking,
saying? I'm
bro. Just
confused.
I
trolling.
think I think that there's 2 hours of fluff in that movie that don't. I think that there's a lot of fluff in that movie that makes it
that's a
pointless. Ever after
fluff
I
game.
seen that movie in theaters, I never watched that movie from beginning to end again. I watched the
That,
beginning.
You know my
And
problem
the
with the film is? It's the fact that I cannot stand the fact. How in the hell are you going to eat a peanut butter sandwich? Like, who literally goes out their way to make a peanut butter sandwich? Like, seriously, why is Black
Hey,
Widow?
hey, 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 hey. Stop talking your shit, all right? It's a good substitute snack when you poor and broke, all right?
She
We
didn't
ain't
even
gonna
have
talk.
milk. She had nothing. She ate that straight dry. It's like eating a Popeye biscuit straight dry.
All right, cool, bro.
I
that's
don't
what
like that shit.
that's
what
what
That
I
just
that's
also
ate.
what
didn't like about Endgame 2 was, I don't know, Infinity War had such great pacing. I could rewatch that movie. It is perfect every time. But with Endgame, it felt like, yeah, it was a lot of fluff. And I just felt like it was pretty much, they just wanted to get that end battle. I think everything
yeah
else was pretty much filler. And yeah,
yeah Infinity War, Winter Soldier, and what's that other one? Is the 3 best movies they made so far.
Civil
I
War
don't.
was fire.
I
Oh
don't even know why they
man.
call it Infinity War though, because
Yo,
it's literally
what I,
Thanos' quest. That's what it is.
well, what I,
No,
well, what I,
because they introduces Thanos' team. What's that ugly dude with the powers name? I
Oh,
feel like
Squidward.
Squidward.
yeah,
Squidward.
I
it's
don't
like
know.
I have a question. Is he stronger than Thanos? Like, did Thanos fight him to put him on his team? Like, who won
Nah,
that fight?
Thanos got that dog. Don't worry about
Nah,
Thanos.
nah,
No,
nah.
no, that's
Thanos be
true.
But,
bitching niggas, bro.
They're on
but
payroll. They're on
listen,
payroll.
listen, hold on. I respect that. But wait, his levitation powers don't work against Thanos. Like, he can't beat Thanos. Did Thanos beat him in a fight? Is what I'm asking. To get him on his team
With or without the gauntlet?
without the gauntlet.
I don't know. He's a.
He probably snuck him.
Bro, that dude was violating Avengers. He is. I don't think y'all seen how strong he was.
Nah,
Like,
that was just one of his kids. Probably. Nah, if that was
bro,
one of his kids, he most definitely kidnapped that child as a baby.
They were on Jerry Springer. I could have swore.
You gotta remember. He kidnapped his children.
no, he definitely got him at a young age because that man is a capital glazer. Like,
You gotta
he did
remember. You
nothing
gotta
but
remember
glaze.
the whole shit with Gamora. He was destroying planets.
But he was there when he was he was glazing then.
Exactly. So you must have been doing the same shit for a long time. I don't know
For
what to tell you,
years.
my boy.
Yeah, for
Now,
years.
For
now,
years. Oh, that boy
now,
had no hobby. That
now,
that
now,
right there was his only line of business.
That boy Thanos be walking around like, I like you and I
I
want
want ya.
you. Now we can do this
I
the
mean,
easy way.
here's my biggest problem from the Hulk and Infinity War. He just won't come out. He getting waxed by Thanos.
Say what
So
now?
wait, so wait.
I
I
said,
one person answered. Yeah, y'all thought Endgame was a good movie or not?
Yeah.
it
Now
was
looking
fire.
back, no, I don't think it was as good as people said it was. I think
Let me
it was
rephrase the
just the
question.
end.
How many times have y'all rewatched the movie? Because I've rewatched Infinity
I watched
Wars.
it. I couldn't rewatch it. I couldn't.
Thank God. Yes. Okay.
I've been
I
letting it
rewatched it
marinate.
like a. I rewatch it a lot, but that's just because I'm a content creator, so I can't really be answering that question because it's not really real.
I rewatched, I rewatched Infinity War and Endgame sometimes.
I watch Infinity War a lot.
I mean, there
I
ain't
watch
nothing wrong with
it
not rewatching or rewatching that shit though.
Let me put it
I
this
think,
way: I
but
watch Batman and
I think
Robin more
there is.
than Endgame.
I think a movie's replay
Ew.
value. I think a movie's replay value determines if it's a good movie or not. Like, if
Not.
you
yeah,
can
that's
only watch a movie once, is it a good movie?
I think it's a good move for what it's doing, but it's one of those films where I'm not willing to sit down for a 3 hour watch. I'm just
That
not.
that
It's
don't
like
sound like that don't sound good to me.
really old movie with the boat that sunk?
Titanic.
Titanic. Yeah, I'm
Titanic.
playing. I know. Yeah, it's like the Titanic. That's a good film and all. That shit
True,
is
that is true.
That's
4
my
hour
problem
long.
with the Zack Snyder thing.
But what
Oh shoot!
with Justice League?
Yeah,
But
That was
wasn't there an issue with like that he had to step down for a while or something, or his family died
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something?
yeah. One of his family members died.
Yeah, I don't think it was like I think something happened and then he had to go and then when he came back and then they
I'm not.
showed it.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the film itself. Just when he released
It's too
it.
long. It's too long.
Yeah,
The Zack Snyder version.
yeah.
Yeah,
It is too long, but
it's like
I will
11
say
hours.
this:
Right?
I enjoyed the film in its entirety more than I did Endgame. I
It was
think
an event, but I'm just saying, like it just, I
um
not rewatchable.
yeah, but
how?
I feel like but I feel like the movie in its
But I feel like
entirety.
I need to know how you could watch it for its whole entirety though. Like
But
I think that's the real question here.
but
Because you
the
got to
thing
be
with
a
That's
that
my
the
Snyder
thing with
fan.
Did
that
you really
movie is
have
that
nothing to do for 4 hours? There's no way you watched it for 4 hours straight. You ain't have no
no,
job, nothing to do that day. What?
no. Let me listen. Listen. Ever since I watched Lord of the Rings: Return of the Kings, I've always told myself one day I'm gonna watch the trilogy from beginning to end. That has never happened, and I've said that over a decade ago. It's impossible. But the the, the feeling is there. I would love to. I just don't got the time.
Well, I'll put it this way: I'll watch Zack Snyder before I watch the Flash again. I'll never watch that film again.
Oh,
bad.
fuck that movie.
Now,
The
Fuck.
way he,
hold on. Now I'm gonna stand. You don't like the Flash because the Flash was a good movie.
Don't get me started with the Flash.
Now,
Where
I
was
got
Grant
videos and
Gustin? How
videos.
is it a movie about the Flash and there isn't another Flash? Something's not adding up here.
so wait, like
I'm not
so
even worried about
when
the multiverse thing. I'm just saying, as a film itself, it's just not good.
yeah, that I challenge you on that. What are you talking about? Like the acting, like the fluidity, like what are you talking? What do you mean?
CGI looked like a PS2 game. I'm sorry.
It's
Do
not
you not
even the
remember the baby
CGI.
scene?
It's just
The
this.
Him
baby scene?
running. What was that?
The
I
baby
think
scene?
I think it was trying to be one thing and then it was trying to be the other. It was just it didn't know what it wanted to be. One second it's is it a Batman film?
Flashpoint.
Is it a Flash film? Is it a multiverse film? Is it a mother and son type film? It
Flash
was
returns.
it.
I
Flash
think
is.
I think it's a Flash. I think it's a Flash paradox movie, and this is what I'm talking about. Like
It's that.
if we're taking movies from already existing content, don't you have to follow that content? They didn't just create a new movie. They got that from somewhere. They got that from the cartoon movie, even though they tweaked it or whatever. Like,
And it was a million times better for the
Yeah,
animated
they
series.
tweaked it by a fucking lot and
yeah,
fucked it up.
I understand that, but hold on now. It's you see, it's comments like this why we won't get a fucking Batman for a Batman Beyond. If y'all
Yeah,
could just
that's true.
chill
I did
out.
want a Batman Beyond. I ain't
No,
gonna
hold on a second. Because I love Batman Beyond. But let me tell you
Yeah, what are
something.
you talking
Don't
about? I
even
love
try to
Batman
lie.
Beyond.
compare those two together. Because
But
the
the
fact,
guy
no,
in the movie that could have helped you got Michael Keaton in the movie as old Batman, so there goes the character already.
I'm
Just
not
let the
trying to
movie.
see
I
that
don't
old
want
fool's
Michael
Batman again.
Keaton. Yo, bro.
No, you're not here. But wait, so
Batman.
who would play old Batman in Batman Beyond?
Go get
Man, there's
somebody
so
new.
many plenty of
Get
old
somebody
actors in
new.
this industry.
Get
Michael
somebody
Keaton's done
new.
his.
You don't
You
need.
would get so Michael Keaton couldn't be the Bat. So wait, y'all don't like Michael Keaton now?
No, it's
I
not
like
that.
my
I didn't
Keaton,
say
but
I didn't like him. I'm just
I
saying.
couldn't do
Yeah,
it
it's
else.
not that nobody likes him. It's just
So wait, what's the
his
problem
time
with
has
Michael?
came and gone. He had his time to be Batman. Pass it up. Tell me
I
go.
respect. Wait. I do respect that, but do y'all understand the concept of Batman Forever? That the old guy teaching the new Batman used to be Batman, and getting
That's
a guy
true.
that
Funny
used
that
to
you
be
say.
Batman as Batman, how that would be so cohesive? I don't.
Okay, then why does it take? Why they had to jump to a whole nother universe to do that? Why they had to use Michael Keaton? Why can't they just build that story up like they did in the animated series for both? Why couldn't they do that?
because
Why can't they
you
use?
because
Why
because
can't they
you have
Why
use
they
because
had
you
to
have a
use
Thomas
a
movie
Thomas Wayne instead
no,
of
that's my problem with
Batman?
the Zack Snyder stuff. They had to,
because
that's people want to use that crap over. Oh, if we didn't support this film could have happened. Like I don't want to hear that crap.
no,
Seriously, come on.
but it's
I
not
mean,
even
that
that.
is unfair.
I'm just saying that for
That
joking
is unfair
purposes.
because it's
I
still.
like the action. I like the action in the Flash movie. Hold on. You said you didn't like what Michael Keaton. I heard somebody else said the CGI. Okay, but wait,
I,
what else do you like about the movie? You said you don't like Michael Keaton and what now?
I didn't say like Michael Keaton. I
Whoa.
said no. I didn't say that. I said that someone else said that. I said
Oh.
that basically my problem with the film is that it didn't know what it wanted to be. One moment it's a Batman film. One moment it's a Paradox Flashpoint film. Next second it's the whole origin story of Flash, and then it's just it didn't know what it wanted to be. It's not. The pacing was horrible. I mean, if you want to get to the acting, some of the acting I feel like was a little bit overdone, especially for the variant of Barry. I'm tired of them using Barry. They ruined Barry as a character from the show into the movie, and I'm over it. Like just do something different. And when we're talking about multiverse films, they handled the multiverse horribly. They brought
Not
it
only
in
that, I just don't want to see Ezra Miller's face no more.
Yeah,
that too.
listen, listen. If you want to talk about, I feel like the Barry from the show should have been
yeah,
the Flash. I feel like they
I
dropped the
I've
ball
always I've
right
always
there.
said this. I've always said
I,
this, and it's sad on what they did to the Flash show at the end of the day. That final episode, I'm gonna keep it a bin. I had no emotions.
no, I stopped watching Flash and Savitar. They after Zoom was the best thing they had, and then after no Reverse Flash is what they had. Then they got carried away.
That's the thing. I'm not gonna lie. I like the first episode of a goddamn season 4 just because they brought that bright red suit and it was nice. And
Listen,
after that,
I,
it was
in,
bad.
in my opinion, a movie is only as good as its villain. If the villain isn't good, the movie usually isn't going to be good.
it didn't. Oh, the villain was. It wasn't even his. It was Zod.
It was Zod.
Oh,
I like Zod, but the enemy really wasn't. It was Zod, but it wasn't Zod. The enemy was like Savitar. It was Reverse Flat. It was the Barry from the future going crazy
bootleg flag.
because he was stuck in time.
I didn't feel nothing from that when that happened. I didn't feel anything. Maybe that's just me, but like, I feel something for a Thanos story, or I feel like or Joker, or any of them, but I don't feel anything for the villain for the Flash. I don't. Like, I wanted to
But
what's going on with it.
but look, right? Look at what you just said. Thanos. They had 18 movies to build up to Thanos, and Joker is old as Batman. So these are people that you know. The
They
future
had time
Barry.
to build up the Flash. They had time to build up the Flash, but
No,
that's the
but
Or
problem with
just
the
make
whole
a new villain
universe.
return.
they didn't have time to build it up with us because we don't like Ezra Miller. Who did they build up? We
Dude,
understand.
Ezra Miller came out as the Flash back in BVS. This is way before the whole thing happened with the controversy. This is way before
That's
that.
true.
But
That's true.
he never came out with an individual movie. So
They've
you
been
can't
talking
say
about
people
this
went
film
to
since
go see
2014.
Justice League. Yeah,
Damn,
listen,
that's
you can't just sweep something under the rug and thinks it goes away. When they first introduced Ezra Miller, people said, "Where the hell is Barry from the show?" And just because you sweep that under the rug,
So
don't
that
mean people stop thinking.
The
But
Flash
I
film
actually
is
like
an
Ezra Miller as
example of the
Flash.
failure of the Snyderverse. That's what I'll say. The Flash film is an example of the failure of the Snyderverse. They
But
tried to do something, but they fell flat with it.
But this is the point that I'm trying to make. The movie made $700 million. Of course, a movie's gonna fail if the budget is $1 billion. If you're trying to make $1 billion, chances are your movie's gonna fail. How
That
is
movie
seven
was a
hundred
billion
million dollars a
dollars.
failure?
Man,
They
oh
are
man.
spending
But that's
too much.
box office. I'm talking about quality. I'm not talking about box office.
I don't. But I don't. I. But okay, you said some of the acting from the other Barry was bad. There's like 6 other characters in the movie, so not all the acting. I can agree with
Ben
whoever said
Affleck
about the
just felt like he
CGI.
just phoned in his acting. Ben Affleck, Gal Gadot, cool. I
Ben
mean, it
Affleck
just
was in the movie for six
can,
minutes.
can you
and then they
explain to
brought
me
in George Clooney. Then I was done with that. I
Ben
was like,
Affleck,
That
they
was
need
if
to.
they're
I
hilarious.
actually
hold
like.
on if they're doing a hard reboot, can you explain to me why we still got the same Aquaman and the same goddamn Wonder Woman? Does
Wait,
that
who
make
said they?
sense?
I'm not
But
But
defending.
I hate that they're rebooting everything now. I ain't
wait,
gonna
who
lie.
said they're doing a hard reboot?
That's what James Gunn said.
That's what they're doing. They're doing a hard reboot. They want to
Yeah,
That
but
restart
Snyder's
again.
so
verse is over. What do you mean? You ain't been paying attention, my boy?
but this is what I'm saying. Even though they're doing the hard reboot, the Flash movie was already done. So even when they was telling us we're scrapping it, we're not doing it, whatever, that movie was already signed, sealed, and delivered. So they just put it out. It was already finished.
Well, there's a reason why
Damn.
they removed the director from doing
They've been
Batman
working on
Brave
the
and the
Flash
Bold.
since like God for so fucking long. Holy shit.
I'm pissed. I do want a Batman Forever, and now we're not.
They've been
That's
Honestly,
working
I
it's
on
can't
that
believe
movie
ridiculous.
I
since
can't believe
fucking.
y'all not with me on this Batman Forever thing.
They've been working on that movie since fucking Grant got casted. Like a week
Warner,
after the pilot of the Flash season 1 aired, fucking Ezra Miller just had gotten casted for the fucking role.
Warner Brothers is wilding right now. Like I don't even understand how the hell Barbie made $1 billion. You have superhero movies that's failing,
I
but you made $1 billion off of Barbie. What'd you do?
ain't gonna
Like
lie. I watched it twice, but that was
you
because of
hold on,
friends.
wait, you're lying. Wait, is the Barbie movie good? Because I wanted to see it, but I was conflicted. It's good.
I ain't want
I'll
to
give you a
watch it.
simple
I
review.
ain't want to watch
I'll
it.
give you a review. I'll give you a
It's
review.
good. It's good.
It's
It's good.
good.
I told my
It's a
girlfriend to watch it with her
patriarchy.
mom.
Because
I got it.
people
Patriarchy.
think, like, people when they see Barbie, the title, they instantly have their stereotype thoughts. But they have actually go for watch the film. There's actually a bigger message that I really do appreciate about the film.
Yeah,
I watched the
I
movie
was one of
too.
those guys. The one you talking about that stereotyped it. That's me. Hi.
That's
Hello.
crazy.
That
I
was me too. Keep it
I
hello.
didn't
in.
like the ending though. We can all agree that.
Since we admitted our wrongs.
No,
I mean,
but hold
you
on,
could
no,
may not like it. I don't. I'm just saying that that's mainly the reason people say, "Oh, I'm not going to see Barbie because this, that, and the other." I'm like, go see the film for your and
but
make your own opinion then.
It was entertaining. I
they
ain't gonna
didn't
lie. It
advertise the
was.
movie to me. I don't feel like they advertised the movie to me. I don't think I seen a 2 minute trailer once. I don't like.
Dude,
I
they
didn't.
did Oppenheimer and Barbie together. We talking about they did a whole
Yeah,
marketing.
that's why it was big because of the Oppenheimer thing. It was
I
big.
Barbenheimer.
I feel like Oppenheimer was a little bit like. I feel like Oppenheimer had all of the like press release. That was what
Dude, let me
all
tell
of
you
the talk
something.
was.
When I went to
I
go
love
see
Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer, there was nothing. I saw nothing but pink. I saw nothing but pink, and I'm
I
just being
love
keeping it real.
Oppenheimer.
And I saw nothing but pink for 2 months after that.
It's like,
You know
yo,
what's crazy?
this movie Oppenheimer has 10 minutes of sex, bro.
What?
That was the best part of the movie, though. No, I'm
I
kidding.
Y'all
know,
wild.
I know, I know. I'm just
Y'all
saying.
wild.
It's like 10 minutes. Like, damn, 10 minutes of sex.
Now, if you go to China, you won't see it then.
I still love the movie though. Don't get me wrong.
I think
Oppen,
Oppenheimer should have ended way early. I think. Did anyone watch the movie? I don't
I
think
did.
so.
I
I
didn't
didn't
see it. Yeah,
watch it.
Oppenheimer
The
is that the
part
movie
when
about the
he's at the
bomb?
audience and like he's like having like the sounds and stuff, they should have ended the movie there.
I
In my
agree.
opinion,
Yeah.
I didn't think we needed all the other stuff at the end. I think they could
I
have
don't know,
ended
because then
it.
you have to give up some of the Robert Downey Jr. stuff, which I really love, to be
Yeah,
honest with you.
I do like it, but at the
RDJ was in the movie?
Yeah.
Okay, I might
He
watch it.
acted
I
his
might watch
ass
it.
off in that film.
Yeah, okay.
I might watch it now just cause RDJ.
That movie's about like the first atomic bomb or something, right?
yeah,
I think that's the first real film that RDJ was in a part of that was successful outside the MCU in a while.
How,
Tropic
how many
Thunder.
uh, how
I'm
many
joking.
movies has he done outside of the MCU except for the Doctor
He
Doolittle?
Tropic
he
Thunder.
Doc Tropic Thunder. I don't think that was after MCU.
No,
Doolittle,
oh, I thought you were talking
Doolittle.
about before MCU. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. No, after MCU he did Doolittle, and then I didn't know. Yeah,
I was about to say Shazam.
He does a
Sherlock.
lot of documentaries.
yeah. I didn't watch. I didn't watch Doolittle. I heard bad things, and I didn't want to see my man. I didn't want to see my man like that.
It was
I'm waiting
bad.
for. Yeah, I'm waiting for what's that shit called? Game of Shadows. Oh man, what's that
Hmm.
shit? What's he called? Oh shit, you know what I'm talking about? Game of Shadows.
Hmm. Yep.
Sherlock Holmes, Watson, Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, that's
Well, I'm waiting for that third one. I've been
yeah,
waiting for that one.
yeah. I think outside of MCU right now, I think that's the greatest thing that Robert Downey Jr. is working on. His Sherlock
Yeah,
Holmes character, and if they find a way to bring back Moriarty, shit.
I liked him in The Judge, to be honest with you.
Who Moriarty? Tony.
RDJ. Yeah, the judge. I don't know if y'all seen the judge. That's really good
Oh
too.
yeah,
He acted.
the movie in the courtroom. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. His but he usually doesn't like play to those roles like, and he can, but I think he stopped playing those roles like since he was like in his 20s or something. Ever since he like I don't think he like focuses on those anymore. Like like Hollywood, most of the directors, if you hear a lot of them talking, a lot of them like they hate the whole Marvel cinematic superhero movie stuff because
Martin
they say that
Scorsese.
they're not real movies. It's just, people with powers and it's not real acting and it's not stuff like that. And I'm like, you must have not seen Tony die in Endgame because I felt all of that.
Facts.
Well, their
I,
big thing is more franchise. They can't stand franchise.
I
But I'm
laughed
like,
when Black
Well, they
Widow
can't
slapped
stand.
against the ground.
I mean, it's their problem. They can't. I think people need to understand that when people go to the movies, there are events. They're like play like it's like an event. Like when I want to go to the movie, I want to see something big. I don't want to see something like minor, like I can watch on a streaming service. I want to watch something that is enticing, exciting, hype. That's the whole point of going to the movie theater, being in the theater cheering. I don't think people want to go to the theater to watch something like you know what I'm saying? People
and
want to go to the theater to watch something hype, big with a lot of people.
I
and this
say they
is
should just fire everyone. Just get Kevin Smith in there and let him do everything.
Yeah, I agree. They need to throw this.
Look,
The way we
they
should do
made the
this.
best decision when they killed Black Widow.
Yeah,
Don't do my
listen.
girl like that. Don't do my girl like that.
I'll be
Come on,
honest
man.
with you. Like,
Hey,
you know,
listen. Hey, if you could tell me how them tricks and flips was really helping out, go ahead, go ahead. I'll let her
I
talk.
no,
mean, it's
no,
kind of messed up, but her
Hold on.
eyes
Let me go
haven't
to the
really
kitchen. Let me
affected
cook for a
anything.
second. Let me cook for a second. I have to cook. I'm gonna cook you over that one.
me personally, honestly, I don't think Black Widow was there to add with her kicks and flips, even though it was amazing. I think she was there for her beauty component. Scarlett Johansson is a beautiful woman. No, I'm not trying to play nobody. I'm being honest. Scarlett Johansson is very sexy. Like a lot of people are attracted to her. I feel like they're covering a lot
Man,
of methods.
you know it was a problem when they're asking her why the fuck is she doing so many goddamn superhero fucking landings. You know it's a problem then. All right.
Well, I mean, but she needs something superhero. She the only one with no powers. Her and Hawkeye.
Hawkeye.
Don't
Oh,
y'all be
the other
dirty my
useless
Hawkeye.
nigga.
I listen. I loved Hawk Girl. I think that listen when Christmas. No,
I know
listen.
you did not. I know you did
Hawk
not.
bitch, Hawk bitch.
No, listen. I don't care what none of y'all say. I notice people play Hawk Girl and stuff. That was a great series. I like Hawk Girl, and I plan to watch that when Christmas start again. If it's a nice Christmassy winter season series, I like the
Are you talking
show.
about Kate Bishop?
No, I'm talking about Haley Steinfeld.
Yeah, Kate Bishop.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Kate. Oh yeah. The new Black Widow. Oh yeah. Let me tell you, she's not Scarlet, but she got something
I
going on.
love I love I gotta say
Yeah,
one thing. I love
let
Holly.
me tell
I
you
love
something.
Holly.
I like Haley. She is a beautiful. Hawk Girl is a good show. I don't care what none of y'all say. I don't care what none of y'all say. That's a good show. Um, the enemy wasn't shit, but I don't. It wasn't that
I
was
thought it was
one.
the
Wasn't
I
bad.
Hawkeyes.
that No Way Home appearance though. It would have been fire though. We can't lie, but
Oh,
Hawkeye,
wouldn't I would not have
Hawkeye,
cared to see fucking sit face on my screen
I
again.
love Holly. I love Haley.
yeah, she is beautiful, but Hawkeye don't get no like. He was the most disrespected person. No, he wasn't, but he was one of the most disrespected persons of the franchise. And I like his
What was
character. He's a
he
good,
doing?
huh?
I said, what was he doing?
I mean, hold
nothing.
on now. He
Not
was a,
much.
he was he
Name
was
one
He was
productive thing
disrespectful.
he did besides getting
Like
Quicksilver
that's
killed.
what
Bro, he was
he
down
went
in
he
aliens
held
on the
the
top of
gauntlet.
the corner building. We
He
talking
held the
about?
gauntlet and held it down and ran from Thanos. He was the first person to find the gauntlet, and he held it down and ran from the Chitauri.
Again, he sat there and got Quicksilver killed.
All right, hold on. No, when people got when
And hold
everybody
on,
got
can we
Thanos
talk about
snapped,
how dumb that shit was?
when
What are
everybody got
y'all doing?
Thanos snapped, he went to China. He dealt with the Yakuza.
It was Japan, by the way. Now
Yeah, Japan. He got rid of all the yakuza. You got to give him credit for that.
honestly, at
No,
this point,
that wasn't
the
even
only thing
Hawkeye.
I'll
That
say
was Ronin.
against you,
Yeah, that's the same
the only
dude.
thing that
Because Ronin is why he has a sword, and in Endgame he had that same sword. That character development stayed with him, so he went back to Hawkeye and kept the Ronin sword. So you can't discredit that.
Okay. And Wolverine doing the same thing.
In what way?
What movie was that shit? Some bullshit ass movie. It was one of the. My fault. I'm eating a Twix right now. It's a really good. What movie? There's
Hold
like a
on, hold on,
Japan
hold on, hold
bullshit
on.
movie.
Hold on, Mr. Screwhead. We talking about Marvel Netflix show. You better be careful, bro. You better careful.
guys,
What are you asking about?
I have a huge hot take. I don't think you guys are ready for it, and
Don't you disrespect Daredevil.
I had to keep it in the inside. I'm
Which
sorry.
which
I
Daredevil?
didn't really like Black Panther 1 or 2. I didn't
Boy,
like
you're
it.
wilding.
I thought I saw Daredevil. I was about to
They could have
crazy.
done a lot better with the character.
Hold on. Wakanda Forever is
Two
trash.
I can
Talk to
understand, but
yeah,
one.
yeah. Talk to me about one. What don't you like about one?
Well, when we saw him in Civil War, his character in Civil War versus the movie was way different. And I just thought the movie was good. It didn't even really have action. It wasn't even. We didn't see a lot of Wakanda. I mean, we saw it, but not a lot. And I just felt like the plot was dumb. And I feel like they could have done a lot more with the character.
Um,
I think it was
The
overhyped.
plot was dumb. His dad
what?
snuck his. I'm not even going.
Hold on, wait. Before we even get to let's dissect it one by
Well,
one. You
not the
said
whole plot, but like some of the plot points. That's what.
so. First thing you said was the action. What? How do you feel about Captain America one, the first movie?
Uh, uh, uh,
I
All
love
right.
that
Okay.
film.
Nah, I'm
Mhm.
trolling. I mean,
No.
you can't lie. The early Marvel movies were rough, except
No,
Iron Man.
all right. No, I just no, I just that was important. I just wanted to see if there was a
That's
bias
wild.
in honesty. No. Listen, I can't stand the first
Well,
Captain America movie because
Yeah, you
the cap
yeah, you
the
kind of lost me. You gotta give
part
it
one
muscle.
part one of movies are never really action
Yeah,
packed
you
because
gotta
they're
like
about
you kind of
introducing
lost,
the
but you gotta
character.
get your muscle.
So a part one of a movie is never really the most action packed. So if you compare Captain America one to Winter Soldier,
So
it's two
you
different.
gotta like get your.
So, but Black Panther one started with action. It started with the challenge, with M'Baku and
Actually, no, it started with him fucking sneaking up on niggas. If you really want to get technical,
Yeah.
it
oh
really
my
started
God,
with
yeah, you're a liar. That movie has action. You're a liar. That
my son.
movie-
My son
Okay. Well.
looks up
Okay.
in the
Let's
tree.
talk about it. There was the
you're a
He looks
liar.
up
motorcycle
in the
scene,
tree,
and then what
spots
else?
T'Challa, and gets shook in his
He's
boots.
lying. That movie's action packed. He shot
That
that.
There's
Killmonger
only
shot
the
Chadwick with
motorcycle
with
scene,
a grenade
and then
launcher.
the end, which was like looking like a PS3 game. Come on, man.
I mean, the end
Wait,
battle against
what looked
Bro,
like a
don't
Killmonger
bro,
PS3
don't
game?
don't don't
was
get me started about this stuff. Don't get me started about the Killmonger and T'Challa CGI stuff, man. Like, bro,
yeah,
I
that
thought it was
was bad.
I thought it was kind of
Y'all like
it was kind of
CGI,
icky.
literally.
It was kind of icky to
There was
me.
CGI
So
in that
yeah.
movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, hella
E.
When
bad
they was
CGI.
fighting at the end,
I just was not paying
So you're
attention.
telling me the CGI in that CGI moment you didn't like?
I
I didn't like. I just thought
So wait, what did you
it
find? Yeah.
wasn't that. I'm not saying it's entirely bad, but it's not as good as people say it is.
I don't
I think
understand
it.
what's problematic about it. When they was fighting by the trains, like the
Yeah, when they were fighting
CGI
by
was.
the train, the whole fight at the end was just. It was not even that good. I'm sorry.
Wait, what fight? But we talking about when all of the islands were fighting each other with the rhinos, or between Killmonger and thing? Chad?
Between Killmonger and Black
when they
Panther.
was falling, like
Yeah.
when they
You're
was
bugging.
fighting and
You're bugging.
falling at the same time.
What I
The
mean,
last
what?
fight was fire, but I wish it was like in the city, kind of like Wakanda Forever. But it's fine,
No,
I guess.
no, don't jump to Wakanda Forever. Wakanda Forever is trash. We agreed on that. Stay on Black Panther.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Like,
So
stay. Hold on. Don't leave yet.
Yeah, stay on
As
the
far
first
as
one because they did not recast the character.
you wanted them to fight
They
in
don't
a
need a
city.
recast. Stop it.
Yeah, they were supposed to recast. Listen, everything about Wakanda is trash. You want to know how it's so trash? At the end of the movie, when Shuri was supposed to show up for Challenge Day and M'Baku was there, she didn't show up. She forfeited. You know why she forfeited? Because she couldn't
because she
fight
don't want.
M'Baku
Okay.
hand to hand. The show is trash. So because you couldn't fight M'Baku, you skipped Challenge Day. So by disqualification, now M'Baku's the king. You should have just did this from
Good.
the beginning.
Good.
But she was
That,
already gonna
that
do that. She
and
never
then at
wanted
the
to be the
end,
fucking king.
you're gonna
Respectfully
tell
put,
me
I'd like to interject
at
a
the
point.
end you're gonna say that what's her face is
Uh,
in Haiti
uh,
with Chadwick's son. No, no. Throw that whole series in the garbage. Yo,
hey,
the movie start. Let me tell you about how I don't like these people, and don't put us in no movies. The movie started with a funeral. Then halfway through the movie, there was another funeral. Tell me one MCU movie where you have two funerals in one show.
Spider-Man. No, I'm playing.
hey,
Whatever. It don't exist.
hey. Let me. I want to hear Adam as he wants to speak.
Thank you for allowing me to join your panel. Good
That's
evening,
superior.
everyone. One thing I will say is that the perception of the MCU being in shambles is partly having to do with the fact that American movies are made strictly to make a buck, not to tell a story. When unfortunately,
Facts.
when Chad Boswick passed away, was taken from us, the mad scramble was whether to recast the role and what and or not. And when they made the decision not to at that time, they had to improvise a storyline. So, if the argument that Wakanda Forever is trash, then you could, I mean, not to politicize this argument, but you could actually blame capitalism and American politics for that.
I gotta disagree with you on that. They did not have to make that. Like somebody decided to make the movie the way it was. It did not have to be trash, even if you didn't recast T'Challa. Like the way they introduce Ironheart, there's no plot behind Ironheart. They just say, here's a girl that goes to
I
MIT.
understand that.
She's black and she's
It was
smarter
a
than
rush
you.
job. By that
I
much, I will
understand
agree
that.
with
It's
you
just the
on. It was made to
recasting
sell
part.
money. It was made to put asses in seats and pass bucks. It was not made to tell an artistic story. It was not
To
made
sell
to
Black
stick to
Panther
canon.
toys, man.
But
Ironheart toys.
it would have been way
Oh,
too
it
soon to
is.
recast it right after his passing. Like
They, the movie was a feminist movie. They made a movie that had a queen of Wakanda. All of the generals and the soldiers were bald headed women. It
Exactly.
wasn't. They didn't make it to put asses in seats. Marvel doesn't even do that no more. Ever since Endgame, Marvel feels like they have a reputation that they can just come out with a movie. The first thing they said when they ended MCU was, "Hey, everybody, you have to watch all the series we put out if you want to know what's going on at the end of Secret Wars, because all of this ties into it." So they almost like are forcing us to say, like, "Hey, are you a fan? Well, if you want to keep being a fan, you have to keep watching it." So they're not even writing good stories. They just feel as if they have a reputation that says if they put out a movie, we're going to go see it. And I've done that for the last like 12 movies. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
have
Because
not watched a
Morbius was
single
trash.
MCU movie after knowing. I'm not
that
gonna
was
lie.
Tony's fault.
Is Mobius a part of the MCU though?
Nah, that was all Sony.
Yeah, that's something that has nothing to do with the MCU. But even such, listen, the movie game right now, like I can't. Look, I've tried to watch The Last Airbender 3 times and I failed all three. They are not trying anymore. They are. I don't know who's giving these people these budgets to make these movies, but it seems like somebody's just giving people $400 million and saying, "Hey, go make something happen."
While the argument is subjective on the individual level, I would say that Hollywood ran out of good ideas at least 35 years ago and are just trying to rehash everything.
35 years
But
ago.
That's cap. That is cap. I'm
a
sorry.
lot,
That's
a lot,
cap.
35
a lot,
years.
a,
That's
Nah,
cap.
a lot
not
of the
35
movie,
years.
a lot of
Come
the
on.
movies we watch today are remakes. War of the Worlds, a lot of these movies that we're talking about today that we're complaining about being remade, we saw remakes. So it's not that he's lying. A lot of
That's true.
these,
That
the,
is no. I'm not gonna let y'all just sit here and act like that. All so you're
Again,
saying the
again,
last 30
respectfully,
years of Marvel
respectfully put,
stories.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was saying respectfully put, it's on the individual level. For
Wait,
example,
are we talking
let
about
me
War of the
ask.
Worlds with Tom Cruise?
Yeah,
It's possible you
That
can
was a
throw
good
that in
movie.
the
What are you
mix
talking about?
for an
but
argument,
it's a
for a
remake
sub
though.
argument. It's a remake of
Ah,
the original.
Yeah, it's a remake. It's not an
So
original.
you're telling
Those
It's
are the
me
point.
I don't care if it's not an original. That was a good movie. I will
But
rewatch
no,
that movie
that
no
it's
matter
not
what.
about it being a good movie. He said there's no creativity in Hollywood for the last 35 years. The original War of the Worlds was
that
made in
is
like the
false.
70s.
That is false.
Okay, so we're
That
not
is
gonna talk
that's
about
that's
Get Out.
false.
We're not
So
gonna
wait,
talk about.
I would say the only way to combat that is to say what original ideas have they been coming up with recently in Hollywood.
If I may ask a side question to give this argument context, how old is everybody in this panel? Because I'm 52.
25.
Pizza.
I'm 25, man.
I'm
I don't care
35.
what age you
I
are.
hear what
Just
you're saying.
false is
I hear
false. That is just false.
No,
That
but
is utterly false.
one's experience with the entertainment industry on the individual level will
I have
determine whether
experience
they
with the
believe.
entertainment industry in Hollywood industry. Literally, cinema fans, check me out. That I have experience. I'm gonna sit here and tell you. And I look. That's your opinion. I'm gonna make that. That's your opinion. Now, I'm not trying to make you feel like you're wrong, but that's just respectfully. That's just not factually correct. That's just
But
not factually.
I want to say I agree with his opinion because even the movies we're talking about right now, they're all based off of comics. Like a part of the argument we have is making sure that they're accurate to their original source, which is the comic that came out like 20, 30 years ago. There hasn't
Most
been
of your
like a
films,
lot of these movies are remakes. We're still making Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With like we're on what Michael Myers are we on at this
because
point?
y'all are not going out there your way to actually check out these other films
But
that are
wasn't the
coming out
new
That's
that are
true.
Teenage
That
Mutant
original.
is
Ninja Turtle actually like different?
I mean,
I
of
could have
course,
sworn it
it's
was.
impossible to see every movie that they make, but the argument is, are they remaking a lot of movies? I think most of these movies are remakes. That
well.
what is
I
an
can add to.
original
I can tell
idea?
you. I can tell you why. Speaking from the youth side, it's because a lot of the movies that come out in theaters, right? We're not gonna watch the movie that no one's really hyped for. Or like, sure, it could be interesting, but like, we're gonna wait for it to come to streaming. People, when they go to the theater, they want to watch something that's hype, exciting, and IPs and like huge movies are the ones that are gonna get people to go to the theater because the theater is expensive. Okay, we gotta spend $20 a ticket. Like,
A24.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna leave it
spending
there.
$20 on a movie I don't know versus something I know. Like, if you're gonna tell me to watch Butterflies 2 or Spider Man, I'm watching Spider Man. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. So that's the
A24.
reason why we're not getting a lot, what I'm saying, original movies
But
because there's no point. No one's gonna watch it. They know no one's gonna watch it.
I would
A24.
I would
but
argue a sub
but
point to it.
A24 is one. But that's one example. Like
No,
if
because every time they put out something, it's always dominated the box office, or at least done good in the box office, and it's been original. And there's
But
plenty
like
other
I said, that is
original
from
content
hype
out there.
too.
Netflix alone puts out original content. I mean, it's out there. Y'all, people just don't go out their way to watch it. That's the problem.
no. But
Cobra
wait,
Kai.
original content, right? But if like so like House of the Haunted or whatever or what, even though it's an original concept, it's not new. The concept of a haunted house with spirits in it.
Well,
Like
dude, you got over 100 years or close to 100 years of just so much content. It's going to be really hard nowadays to make anything original that's not influenced by something. I mean, not just the
that's
comic books, the books, or even films themselves.
It's hard to not mention time travel without thinking of Back to the Future.
As long as you're
that's part of isn't that part of the problem that a lot of original ideas have. It's difficult now to have a new original idea when a lot of ideas has already been made. Is it fair to
That's
say
Exactly.
true.
that at least?
Yeah, listen, you can't get mad at that though. If
A
something's
lot of
already
movies.
done,
You already
you
made
gotta do
sci-fi
something.
movies. You already made alien movies. You already made spaceship movies. You already made dinosaur movies, ancient piranha movies. Like, what can they come out with that is like, yo, I've never seen this concept before in my life. I can't believe this. What is this?
I
I mean,
could
you
Can
you
actually,
tell
that
me.
include?
You tell me
I might argue I could come up with one. I
You're
don't want
telling
to
me.
get the flag. I don't want to get the live flagged though.
Nah,
I, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it goes to the point that somebody just made because when you put these movies in theaters, you need people to go see it. So an original concept is not going to be the TMNT that has a fifth. Like, look at that show they came out with on Wednesday on Netflix. You think it did good just because it was a brand new concept? No, the Adams Family has millions of fans still to this day. So when they came out with that show, a lot
and
of people that watched Adams Family flocked to it. Not to mention the new subscribers and people that never seen it before. So that adds to it. But if you come out with a brand new idea no one has ever seen before and think you're gonna go crazy,
you're not.
when did they
Unless
come out
the
with
hype
Avatar?
behind.
Avatar is it's not even original, but the way they
I
did it, that
no, go ahead.
I would have to say Avatar is original because you made the people blue. Even though the concept is about like, even though the concept is of indigenous people or whatever, the way you incorporated that and did that, that is kind of original because
It's
they're
not
literally
original because
studying.
the look of it is original, but the story is not original. The
Yeah,
you got the Pocahontas story, then you also got the Avatar: Last Airbender side of things that no one talks about. It's not that, but that goes to what I'm saying. A lot of the stories are just inspirations from other like books and other stories. It's kind of hard
but
to say anything's original when
but
everything has been made at this point.
But
Where
it's original because it's almost original because you combine two separate concepts. You combine space,
okay,
you
then Dune.
combine space and space traveling aliens with indigenous and like
Okay,
instead of making a so Pocahontas is human, we know that and we understand her story. But you turned it into alien refugees, almost kind of sort of. And all right,
scrolls.
so what's the script? That show is fucking terrible. But
Well, you see my point.
I didn't even. I didn't
hold
even
on, but
watch
wait.
it. That's crazy. I didn't even watch it. I didn't even touch it, man.
I
All
have
right,
a
I
few
I
see
things
you
stopped.
about
got
real
it.
that show,
technical. I
You
got a
win.
couple others I can throw out
You
but
there.
got, you got, you got. You're right. 'Cause I used to play Super Skull in Marvelous Capcom. So
mm,
you're right. It is a copy. But they didn't go to the Scrolls planet. Scroll planet came to us. They went out from Earth, went to this civilization to colonize,
Pandora.
to take the resources back to
that
Earth. And then this planet in and of itself, the people are connected to nature. They're here connect to the animals, to the trees. They can literally talk to the god of the planet Awa. No, there's a lot. There's some kind of originality there. You can't tell me that all. There's
Dune.
some originality.
Dune.
which dude?
Any of the
I,
books, the movie, or the original one, any of them.
yeah.
Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, well, I didn't want to.
What about Harry
Oh
Potter?
yeah, the I never seen any of them.
Yeah, but I think
Oh no.
but a school of wizards. No, forget it. Forget it.
Let me add something. I was gonna say I don't think it's about unoriginality. I think it's because they're pushing narratives and they're not writing good stories. I think, in my opinion, She Hulk would have actually been a good show if she had good writing,
Apologies.
if her show was
Hey,
entertaining and
hey,
it
yo,
actually had like good theme. But no, it didn't. They were pushing agenda. They were pushing feminism. Right? We saw it. Like
Everything
they're
seems to
not
be a
trying to
rushed
make
project
good shows.
nowadays. That's what I was saying before.
hey guys,
They're not trying. They're not trying to make good shows. They're just trying to push certain things and then make us the reason why it's failed. Like, oh, you guys just hate it. Like, no, we're not. We want good stories. We seen you guys make good stories. I don't want to make good stories. So I think that's the reason why.
I think we're part to blame too because if we don't vet the movies and if we go see a movie just because it has a Marvel sticker on it, it's gonna make them less inclined to have to focus on good writing. We have to stop spending our. The only way they're gonna change
is if we stop spending our money and say, no, we're not watching this crap no more. That's the
Well,
only way they're going to change. But if we
I,
I
keep,
slightly.
like,
Okay.
the people are saying that they're going to go see Deadpool 3 without even a trailer, this is why they're not going to change. Because they've built a fan base so strong off of, and this is what I hate about Disney. They're holding us hostage by using our childhood. They're taking X-Men and things that I grew up on, and they're doing terrible things, and they're trying to make me go see the movie. I don't want to see it. I'm not gonna go see Deadpool just because you
Hold
told
on,
me you're
hold on,
gonna
hold
go
on,
see
hold
it.
on, hold on. Sorry,
Again,
I actually
but
have a
you
Marvel
don't
related
we
question
don't
as it
even know what's
relates
going
to
on with Deadpool.
Disney.
Brian Stewart,
Again,
you wilding right now.
yeah, again, as I said, I already seen a costume for motherfucking Hugh Jackman. His Wolverine is going to be fire. I have full
What does
faith
that
in
have to
him.
do with the
Okay, can I
writing
ask you a
though?
question?
It don't
What?
matter.
How's Spider Verse speak a perfect example of speaking of of agendas?
that
Please tell
movie
me.
was a 10 out of 10. I had no agenda. What are you
I don't think
saying?
Spider Verse had any agenda.
Well, please,
Spider
I
Verse
would
was
only
Yes,
dis.
actually
it
a
was. It
perfect.
definitely did have an
Let me
agenda.
I
interject
see
this.
some genders in
I don't
Spider Verse.
I don't
Hold on, wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait.
see.
Let him say the agenda he sees in Spider Verse. Hold on, I want to hear.
No, no, I'm not saying that I see an agenda in Spider Verse, but I see the fact that the Spider Verse recognizes that there are different worlds, and in our interpretation, agendas of personality, of individuality, or of collectiveness in certain subgroups. But I mean, that's not. I'm no expert on. That's just my own individual interpretation of that movie.
Brian Stewart,
So,
shut up, bro. I'm so sick of
I
It
was.
crap.
recognizes, like,
I,
I don't formally acknowledge certain types of people that hold immoral principles, but I acknowledge they exist and I'm aware of them. That's
No,
what
I'm
Spider Verse.
mad because it's in the comics, bro. How about I'm so sick of you Marvel crap. I don't call you Marvel fans. Y'all ain't fans. Period. Don't sit and talk. Oh, it's the first spot. No, he's been part of the comics. You just don't read comics. I'm so sick and tired of you fanboys coming up into this
First, the Black
platform and
Spider-Man
talking
never
your shit
existed.
and
That's
well,
don't
I'm
read
right.
comics.
What are you
Period.
talking about?
Don't be talking
Excuse
about
me.
Miles like that. You don't even read comics, bro. Get the hell out of my
Hold
life,
on, wait,
bro.
wait. I got you right now. Hold on, wait. Before you say anything,
I'm so
Anansi
sick
the
of this stupid
Spider
argument.
was the first Spider-Man, and he's black. How do you feel about it? Suffer.
you know what I don't understand? These
listen.
people.
What was
Listen,
that about?
if you want to listen, if you want to be
It's the
honest,
chat.
if you want to be honest, right? Disney, Marvel is a part of Disney, and Disney is a very American thing. So you have to be realistic. A lot of Disney and Marvel fans are they're bigoted people. They're people that don't like. Once you put a black person in the show, automatically they believe in agendas being had. Like there's things that a lot of these people don't want to see. So there's always things you're gonna hear. So it doesn't
Guys,
matter how good of the acting Miles Morales does or whatever. There's gonna be automatic.
Critics.
They did not kill people. Oh my god, I cannot
can I
stand
let me say
boys,
let me
bro.
say something?
I actually have
Oh,
a
Spider Verse. Oh my bad.
MCU and Disney. Is there my memory is a little off, my apologies, but is there an MCU or a Marvel character that is would be the Marvel equivalent of Cyborg Victor Storm in DC, who's just, really good with computers and electronics and stuff like that, to where the reason why I ask is because, getting back on the Disney thing, I haven't seen good shit since Tron and Tron Legacy. I'd like to see that revisited.
I was gonna say.
Tron Legacy.
No, Tron Legacy,
Tron,
the one with the
my
bunny.
apologies.
I was gonna say about Spider Verse. I think Spider Verse was actually a perfect way of how they should do characters of color in other minority groups. I think the way they did it was perfect. I think by making brand new versions of a character is much better than just saying, "Oh, all these Spider Men are Peter Parker." I think by them making their own original characters is how you want that's how we want it to be, instead of them just taking old characters and replacing them with a brand new with skin color or whatever. And so I honestly believe that Spider Verse had no agenda. Even the trans flag thing with the guy said in the comments, you could barely see it. I didn't even see it.
Yeah,
So
I
just
wasn't
get
paying
out of
attention.
let's just
Excelsior.
get
Yeah,
out
so
of there.
That's
you have to.
something y'all are
You have to
trying to
really
You have to
look
nitpick
for it.
mention
and
that.
make a problem.
My problem is if you're going to sit there and talk about you're a Spider-Man fan and you're going to try to gatekeep Spider-Man to one character, then you're not a Spider-Man
You're not
fan.
a Spider-Man fan.
No,
That's not a
no, no,
Spider-Man.
no, but so this is the problem when we have people that want to that feel like they want to remain accurate to to the comics. I'll be honest. The people that are like like hell bent on staying like 100% true to the comics, it's kind of like watching anime and dealing with manga readers. Like you have to accept that some kind of
Facts.
changes are going to be made. The thing is how they make the changes. So, like I said earlier, if Peter Parker gets bit by a radioactive scorpion, I don't want to see it. But I like what they're doing here. They have a multiverse concept where they have different, and they're not all Peter Parker. You got Gwen Stacy, you got a pig, you got Black Noir. They're not all even named Peter Parker. The Indian Peter Parker, his name is Paritu Parakar or some shit. It's like they won't notice any of that. The only thing they see is, oh man, they made a black guy. They don't. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
But
There
the
are
concept,
people.
but the
Mm,
concept with
Yo,
a lot of these other
Skittles.
Spider people is that it's a lot of these variants are from different universes. Like Miles was not a concept from a different universe. He was within the Ultimate Universe. They
Hmm.
passed the torch. They did it correctly. They didn't kill Peter because they wanted to bring in Miles. That's falsely incorrect. Y'all people don't. Some of y'all fanboys do not read the comics. I'm so sick of that crap. This is why y'all wonder these comic talkers get all triggered and stuff like King Lion all because we get triggered. Y'all be misspreading information. It's annoying.
What?
Like seriously,
What?
don't be gatekeeping one character. Spider-Man is not for just Peter Parker. It's for all characters. I don't care if they're trans, gay. I don't care who they are. As long as they're respecting the
Spider
lore of
Man,
the
not just
Spider-Man
a
and
wet
doing.
guy.
No. Well,
Let's be real
now
about
hold
it.
on. Now,
That's what
I'm not gonna say I
I mean. If
disagree, but
my phone's
hold,
about to die, so let me just
wait, what
say my
about
piece
King
on this,
Lion?
and then I'll
Huh?
bounce out. Stan Lee approved this concept before he passed, and
Facts.
and facts. So I mean, to gatekeep the idea that that Spider-Man has to be a Caucasian in New York is ridiculous because you're spitting in the face of Stan Lee himself. God rest his soul. All right,
I,
my battery's about to die. I gotta go.
I don't care about
Have a
the
good
I,
night.
comic.
Thank you.
so
Bro, okay, fine.
so
Then
Yeah,
don't be
man.
sleeping on Spider-Man though.
no, honestly, I don't like. Respectfully, I want to say like I
What do
really.
you mean you don't give a fuck about the comics? It's the time. Then
Yeah,
nigga, just stop
yeah. I want
talking.
to say I want to say I disagree because like I'm not saying I don't like what they did with Miles Morales or whatever, but you can't just change a character and to fit a narrative or do whatever you want. Like they
What
have
are you
a
They
talking?
didn't
narrative
What do
and
you
a
though.
mean?
purpose. So my thing with Miles Morales, I feel like the things that they're saying is the same thing that Miguel said in Enter the Spider Verse in the second movie
That's true.
when he was fighting Miles Morales. He said you're not supposed to be here. The Peter that died protecting you. The spider that bit you wasn't supposed to bite you. He was supposed to bite another Peter Parker, but
No,
he got transferred to this
and
world,
that's also
bit
false.
you, and you're a mistake. So for the people to echo the same arguments as somebody that was actually drawn in the show, I can't fault them for that because gatekeeping characters is the whole point of making sure they're accurate to the story. Like if no matter
The bug was drawn from, you know, right before it was about to bite the Prowler Miles. Just letting you know. It shows it in the beginning. I'm just saying.
I
Just
don't
saying.
think it was supposed to
I
bite
get.
Prowler Miles though. I think it was supposed to bite
I
that
mean, you literally
universe's
see the
Peter
back of
Parker.
his head, but
Wait, can I say one? Can I say one thing too? Um, I think we need to. I think we need to address what is woke and what is not woke, because just because you have a black superhero doesn't mean it's woke.
That and
Like,
that
Mhm.
and that and
and
that is
that's
what
what we
I'm
need
trying
to
to say.
fix. There,
There are
just
some
because you have a black superhero or you have a minority doesn't make it woke. What makes it woke is when they try to force it. Or, for example, there's a difference, right? I think, um, what's a great? Let's say this. Um, when they were doing what's it called? What was that show? Let's say She-Hulk, right? She-Hulk was actually a woke show because not only they threw out Hulk's backstory just to make She-Hulk, you know what I'm saying? That's actually woke because she wasn't written because of She-Hulk. They were written her because, you know what I'm saying? But movies that, like, my bad. I'm just, I know I'm just, my bad, bro, my bad. But
I,
yeah, but
I,
pretty
I
much,
know exactly what you. I know
I
exactly
hear
what
you,
you're
bro.
saying.
I hear
I
you.
know what you're saying. But this is the thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Disney is a very old franchise. There are a lot of Disney fans that are honestly they're racist. So the minute you put a black person in a show, they're gonna hate it automatically. Now
facts.
there's a difference between those people and people like us that when we see them put Haley Bailey as Little Mermaid, we all disagree with it. Now we all disagree for different reasons, but we disagree. The
Yeah.
problem is that some people don't want to see other people i- in the shows, and I'll be honest with you. I'm not even saying that I'm mad at them because this is my thing. I want MCU to make new characters. Don't include us into shows that's already there. I love Miles
Yeah.
Morales. Leave it there. But make new shows. Leave everybody who's already white. Let them have it. Leave Snow White and all of them alone. Stop doing what you're doing. Making Snow White a feminist and she not looking for a prince. Nobody don't want to see that. Leave what you have.
But how's
There
that got to do
are,
with Miles, though? That's the
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
And also,
Miles.
let's
Miles
not
was.
forget. Oh
I
shoot, I
think
forget.
Miles is done perfectly. I think they explained Miles perfectly with the multiverse and everything. If you don't like Miles, you don't like good story writing,
But
but you can't
my
tell.
thing, it wasn't even the multiverse. Like I keep trying to tell people to read the comics. It never was the multiverse. Like Miles is an original character, and people can't accept that. And they can't also accept that Miles getting to a point that Miles is outselling their white boy Spider-Man. So I don't.
But another thing you have to remember, I'm trying to tell y'all, people that were born in 2000 are 23 right now, and they are adults with opinions who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but they're loud about their opinions. What can you tell them? You can't shove the comic in their face and make them read it. They're not going to read it. They're just going to have their opinions with the limited knowledge that they have. You can't change that. The
And let me say
problem is,
something too. They were. I saw someone. I don't know, but I was seeing people calling Blue Beetle woke. How is Blue Beetle woke? It's just because it has a cast full of
yeah,
redneck
there are
people.
some like
These
I
are the
said,
same. There's just racism. That's racism at this point, right?
but from what I know from Blue Beetle, isn't he supposed to be Spanish?
That's what I'm saying.
I
So
I thought
they just don't want to see people of color as
that's
superheroes at that
and
point.
there's nothing you can do
There's a
about
huge difference.
it.
And that was the whole point
There's
of
That
nothing you can
Into the
do
Spider
about
Verse and Across the Spider Verse.
it. But this is like I feel like you got to give something a chance before you hate it. If you just hate something without even giving it a chance on why I gave MCU a chance. I'm not gonna lie, I did not watch the Eternals. I didn't watch,
I
but
did
I
not.
gave them a chance. But and then when I started, I tried to watch the Eternals, and this is my problem. I'm sorry again. This is why I have the issue with Deadpool. You know how they sold Eternals? They put a bunch of famous people in here and said, "Hey, watch this movie because Angelina Jolie and Rob Stark is in it." That's what they did. They got somebody from Game of Thrones. They got Angelina Jolie. They got a bunch of other people and said, "Yo, these check all the boxes. We got a black deaf woman. We got a fat Asian dude. They have to come see this movie." And if you are against that kind of agenda, I'm with you. But if you don't want to see, listen, I don't care. Make new movies. Make new movies. Everybody will be happy that way. You leave people
When you
alone.
said Static Shock, I'm like, yeah. Me thinking about we need a Static Shock movie.
Make
Like that's
Static
what I'm
Shock.
saying.
Spawn, look how old Spawn is. Spawn is like 20 plus years old. Remake Spawn. You've been talking about that for years. You know what
They're
you can
working
do
on
now?
it. They're
They've
working on
been,
it. Someone.
I listen. They've been telling us they've been working on Spawn as long as Eon Flux. They've been working on Spawn for. Jamie Foxx was going to be Spawn. Michael J. White was going to come back and be Spawn. I don't know who they got as their casting Spawn now.
Don't worry about it. Let them cook.
Spawn
No,
is
but
in the
this is
same place as Blade right now. Like they really honing the
the OG black superheroes.
Honestly, yeah, they're holding characters that we actually want instead of replacing them. With
Listen,
yeah,
you cannot listen. Here's what to expect from Disney, Marvel, all of that stuff. If they were really respectful, there should be a statue of Wesley Snipes somewhere because he's the reason we have all of this, and we all know that now, and they've acknowledged it. This is the reason why Sony has Spider-Man and Hulk and all of this stuff because they were on the verge of death, and I mean unaliving, and then they didn't even expect Wesley Snipes and Blade to do what they did. And even though it did what they did, they still played him in part three. They put two characters in there, Ryan Reynolds and Jessica Biel, who I love by the way. And you know what they was in there saying? That Wesley Snipes is hard to deal with and he's difficult to deal with. How in the hell can you go into Tom Cruise? That's like going into Mission Impossible and telling Tom Cruise he's difficult.
Mm.
How can you go into somebody's franchise? It doesn't matter if they're difficult or not. Who the hell are you? That doesn't work in Hollywood. It only works with somebody like Wesley. Snipes. They're, they're
Does
thinking
it
in their
only work with someone like Wesley Snipes, or does it only work with somebody that looks like us?
facts.
it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Because
And
let's
knowing
be
all of
real
that,
too. But let's be real too. Because and I'm keeping it a buck here, right? I like Letty Wright, but there should be no reason why not only did a black superhero keep Marvel afloat in Blade, right? First solo superhero Marvel film to get $1 billion. One movie in Black Panther. Why did they kill the nigga? Or why did they kill him?
I mean, he died in real life, so they
No,
had to kill
no,
him
but
off.
I mean, like, but somebody pointed out, Superman got recasted after a minute. They recasted Christopher
Finally.
Reeves, and they brought dude who played the Atom, right?
The recasted Thunderbolt roles.
I
I
They
think
think
recasted
I think
Thunderbolt Ross.
I
Han
think that
Solo's Thunderbolt Ross right now,
I think that
but
I
we
think
couldn't
that
recast T'Challa.
I think that emotions were high, and I think that the Superman movie that came after Christopher Reeves was
I
like more
definitely.
time apart because they had a schedule to uphold and they had to continue filming because they have an end date because they have a build up. So they have like 10 years ago they've already released like no, I mean like 4 years ago they already released the order of the movie, so they already have it down pat. So they have to follow it. So
But
when
my
he
my
died in
point
real
kind of
life.
is, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You can keep going. My fault.
When he died in real life, they had a choice, and I think the fans had something to do with it too, because they were kind of asking what should be done. And if you looked online, the comments were kind of split. Don't recast them, because emotions were high because people that were sad that Black Panther died, and
Yeah.
they made a decision. It was the wrong one, in my opinion, and that you can clearly see now. It was
I
the wrong
don't feel
one.
like that. The
I
movie was
mean,
bad, yeah.
yeah,
I don't think
I think
Wakanda
they
Forever
could
was
have
bad.
recast
By the
it
way,
either.
you know why it was a
let me
bad.
make that
You know why
abundantly
it was a
clear. I
bad
bring that
decision.
up to say that Marvel, more specifically Hollywood, right? Black creatives have always. I'm not sure if y'all go on Twitter too, but for example, like the scary movies, right? Those OG scary movies, like with the Wayans brothers, those were like peak horror parody comedies, right? But the
Hmm.
Mhm.
moment they get black creatives out of the picture, then it's like, you know what I mean? Like the moment they kick us to the curb, shit goes sideways or stuff goes sideways. This is my first time going live, so I'm gonna chill off my cousin.
No,
But you get what I mean, right? It's always like with folks who don't look like us, right? There's always a lot more grace. Thunderbolt Ross got recasted, right? Folks, Superman got recasted multiple times, right? Across generations, a generational superhero, but that's Superman, so I'll give him that, right? And I understand the context with Black Panther, there was a lot more going on, right? However, at the same time, too, right? First Marvel superhero.
by himself, not a team up movie, first solo Marvel superhero movie, make $1 billion. Big Mike, I just said that is Superman, right? I just said that's Superman, so I mean that is kind of different. But first solo Marvel superhero movie to make $1 billion, right? And then they kill the dude off screen, mind you, of an unknown virus, right? They off screened him.
No, they said it
That's
was cancer.
crazy to me.
Wait, yeah. Now hold on.
No,
Y'all
they
No,
said
no,
it
he
was
said
talking
it in
straight
the
about
cancer.
Chadwick?
In the
You
movie,
talk,
in the movie.
In the movie, they said it was cancer for sure.
no, in the
Yeah,
movie
but
it
they
was
kill him
some
off
illness
screen.
that
Like
they
they
couldn't
were.
heal because he didn't have the herb. The herb would have healed it, but because he lost it, he had some rare illness that came down. But it doesn't matter why. They had to kill him off in the movie because he died in real life. Unless they
Nah,
were
but
gonna like.
I do agree. They should have showed something. Like they should have used maybe CGI and showed him fighting or
But,
something.
I think a lot of people too would have at least wanted to see like a scene or something happening. But it was just how eerie it was. Because how are you gonna, off a character in the same way the real life actor passed away? That's crazy to me.
but the thing is that like it's not even pushback, but it doesn't matter how you did it. Like I agree that they should have did some CGI with Black Panther in the mask fighting and that with the whole suit on and then he got stabbed or something or whatever. But either way, they had to unalive T'Challa off the show because he was unalived in real life because of
Right.
the cancer. So there's no way around that. You couldn't keep him. So, but aside from that, I mean, you
But
can't.
I
Yeah,
guess my point, I kind of lost the sauce with my point. But my point is, right? They like Marvel, especially. I think I've only ever seen Marvel eloquently handle a black superhero one time with the OG Black Panther movie, and I think that might be it. If
but
Falcon.
I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Ryan
But we're
Coogler,
not talking about Sony. We talking
Ry-
about just straight up
What
Marvel.
about Falcon though? What
Ryan
about Falcon?
Coogler directed Black Panther.
Falcon. Okay, wait, yeah. I was wrong. Well,
Black, yeah,
Captain
Black Panther. Yeah,
New Captain America 2, right? But so twice. Miles Morales is Sony Marvel. He's
Yeah,
not
they
Marvel
haven't done
Marvel.
Miles in the MCU yet. I think there's only three from what I know. We have War Machine, Falcon, and
They
Black
did
Panther.
War Machine bad.
And even War Machine and Secret Invasion, we still don't really even know like
He don't know
spoilers for Secret
nothing. He doesn't
Invasion.
know
If you didn't
nothing.
see Secret Invasion, please don't, like click away. But
They
oh yeah, yo,
even
let me
we
tell you
don't even
something.
know like
I
when they took them.
Now we
I watched
do. It
Secret
was.
Invasion.
It was
That
like,
show was god awful. So wait, are they? So they're basically saying that while all of this was going on from Iron Man 1, the scrolls were here. They've been here, and what's his face knew about them.
yep,
that's what they're
What's his
trying to
name?
say.
yep.
Wait, so
They
what?
took Rhodey. They took Rhodey around like Civil War. The
And they
end.
also said in like Far From Home, that was all scrolls. Oh, that was such stupid writing.
So this is what they did with the multiverse, and especially that scroll shit. They've created a whole saga of conspiracy theories now where nothing's real no more. Like
I'm not
how?
gonna lie though. I do like the concept with Don Cheadle's War Machine right now because if they took him right after Civil War, and I'm kind of interested what they're going to because they're turning Armor Wars into a movie. So
Yeah,
essentially, it's going to be like an Iron Man 4. So I'm kind of interested in seeing what they're because they never really addressed the Stark stuff. Like they kind of do in No Way Home, but they never like what's going on with the Stark tech. Like what's going on with that? Like that's kind of interested in me because like where is that going? Because that was such a big thing in the MCU at the beginning.
I
I'm
thought
nervous.
that
I'm nervous
they
was
about
need
also
to
Iron
rumored
they
Man.
need to
that
make
Stark
new
Tower
Iron
Spider
Man.
Man
for a
too.
time.
Say what?
Uh, I was saying I thought they were gonna have him move out and then put the Fantastic Four tower to replace the Avengers tower.
Well, and you know about Armor Wars, right?
Yeah, I know about Armor.
Yeah, 'cause I'm interested in seeing because like since I mean you got Pepper Potts, but that and Don Cheadle War Machine. So I'm kind of interested in seeing what they're gonna do. I know it's gonna lead into Ironheart, which that's gonna
Oh,
be scary.
oh.
I'm
I
nervous.
wanted to see the
I'm
I'm kind of
nervous
hype.
Iron Man
I'm
about.
kind of
3
hype for
kid.
Ironheart, yo.
Hmm?
Why?
I'm not hyped for Armored Wars, honestly, because it originally started out as a series, and then for some reason they decided to change their mind and shorten it into a movie. So that
Now I've
already
heard the
tells me there's
script is
some
really
type
good
of
though.
problems.
The
Wow.
script,
But
yeah.
that means there were problems why they couldn't make 8 series episode. They couldn't go with their original plan, so they had to condense it to a 2 hour, which I hope is for the better. But it just shows me that your original idea wasn't working for some reason.
I have a question. Is Iron Man 3 kid gonna be in the movie, or they're just gonna throw him out again?
Yeah,
I
it
really hope
should
that
be.
nigga doesn't show up,
He
bro.
better
I'm
be,
so real.
because they build characters and then don't use them at all.
Wait,
You
here's
said
my thing,
Iron Man
right?
3?
The Iron Man 3 kid.
You talking
Potato
about
gun.
Harley Keener?
I
Okay,
I
here's
want
my
to
thing
see
with
it.
Harley Keener though. Everybody was saying when Riri came onto the scene and like she was Ironheart, everybody was saying, "Oh my god, Harley Keener should have taken over for Tony Stark instead of Riri Williams." I'm like, bro, Harley Keener is like an MCU original character, and he has no like that. Nah, because the kid doesn't fit their agenda. I don't know
I
what
think
you,
that's true. You
bro.
can't lie.
I don't
That's
know
You,
what you
true
want
though.
about, bro. That's kind of sus.
But that
But
is
you,
kind of true. You can't lie. It doesn't fit the agenda. They want it to be an
you,
all-female superhero team now.
but you
That's why
want
they made
so
the Black Panther the way they did.
you
wait,
want to do
You're
what?
saying
everything.
why
No,
can't
no,
there
no, no,
be
no. I think we
why
lost some
can't there
sauce.
be all together? Like why can't there be both? Why can't it be why can't it be all? Like
That's
So
like
that's what I'm thinking. It
here
might be with Iron Man.
it's not that it can't be all, but here's what I would say the issue is like this is an example of an agenda. In Wakanda Forever, like Black Panther, right? He had to train his whole life to take up the mantle. So
That's
not only
fact.
does he have the heart-shaped herb that gives him superpowers, he trained his whole life for that ability. Shuri never trained in combat a day in her life. But once she got the
we don't
herb,
know that. We
We
don't
what
don't
know
do
know
you
that.
that.
mean we don't know that?
We
She's a
don't know that.
princess. She's a
She
princess
was
with tech. No.
You mean to
The,
tell me
But
that
T'Challa,
They
Shuri
didn't show her
what?
but
training.
T'Challa
That's what
also
he's
taught
trying to
her a
say.
lot. Like she even says, like my brother taught me a lot of stuff. Like
you're telling
But
me
Shuri
we've
that
didn't.
seen it in the movie.
You're telling me Shuri is trained in hand-to-hand combat?
Yes, why
We
wouldn't
saw
she
her
be?
get down in Infinity War.
The princess is trained in hand-to-hand combat when T'Challa's there.
Why
Wait, hold on.
wouldn't she be?
Let me be okay.
Because her brother has superpowers.
Okay,
What do
but
you
let
mean?
me.
But
What are you talking about? She
But
makes
let's be real. But let's be real though, right? If you from a
she
highly advanced African society, right,
yeah.
and like everybody for some reason got hands, right? Your
why
brother
the
has hands.
fuck
Your
wouldn't
dad
she?
has hands. Your uncle has hands,
The women
right?
got hands.
Even the
Exactly. Why
women
the fuck
personal
wouldn't
guard
she?
got hands.
No,
Hold
but I
hold
think
on,
he's
wait.
trying to
Shuri
say
Can
we
got
y'all
didn't
tell me?
hands.
Can
see
y'all
the
tell me what
development
Shuri
of her character
do y'all
before
know
she got the suit.
do y'all know what Shuri does? I don't think y'all know what Shuri does.
Yes, I do.
What does she
You know
do?
She
what she does?
What are those? No, I'm joking. My bad.
She
She
makes
built shoes.
she makes Black Panther suit and all of the technology in Wakanda. So you're telling me on top of making
You
all the
telling me
tech in the
smart people
suit,
can't fight?
Tony Stark can't fight
Reed Richards can.
hand to hand combat? No, he can't.
Shit, he'll tighten you up.
Yeah,
Spider Man.
Hey,
he'll
Spider
tighten
Man
you
got
up, and
hands.
He'll straighten you the fuck
yeah,
up. What you
yeah,
gonna do
Spider
then?
Man got because
He
of
gonna
his
wrap his
ability.
ass. He gonna wrap his long ass right around you a couple times,
Superman
choke
can't
you out.
fight.
What you gonna do
Wait,
then?
Tony Stark can't fight. Just because you got superpowers, don't there are certain
So
people.
your
If he wasn't
but
concept
getting
let
of
dunked
me
in
ask
saying
you
that
this
before,
if
then
you're
what you
question though,
doing?
intelligent, you can't
because
fight.
now,
Wait,
because
hold on. What did you
even
say?
though it's not
Wait,
confirmed, hold on. Let me ask you this question though, because Black Panther, what Black Panther has historically shown us is that the moment you take that heart shaped herb, you get the powers of the Black Panther and you get the knowledge of the Black Panther,
so
right?
then,
And on
okay.
top
So
of that,
it's
So then
not a
let me
you
ask
stretch
get
you
the
to
this.
fighting
say
wisdom
that
of the
Shuri
past
also
Black
got
Panthers.
the knowledge
on how to throw down with
So then
folks.
let me ask you this: why did T'Challa have to train? Why does the Black Panther have to train before taking up the mantle? If you're gonna automatically
I
absorb that,
remember.
It's
Because
it's for
remember
the
when they did the
crown.
fight,
Yeah, that's for the
the
ritual fight.
when he fight the dude in the
wait.
helmet.
So
I don't know what you're talking
you have to learn how to fight, and then you're gonna take the heart-shaped herb that's gonna teach you how to fight anyway. So it's like
about.
redundant.
Did
But that
Shuri
was a
fight?
different circumstance, though.
Shuri
We
did
talking
not
about two
fight
different
in
circumstances.
the.
Circumstances.
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 Shuri
Circumstances.
did
We're
not
talking
fight.
about training to fight for a fucking crown versus an herb that's gonna give you a whole different fucking fighting set of knowledges from various Black Panthers. Not fucking one, not fucking
Hold,
two.
so
All the Black Panthers. You're gaining all the knowledge of the Black
let
Panthers.
me ask you something. Did T'Challa learn in combat before taking on the heart-shaped herb add to his
Yes.
ability, or just make it?
Yeah. Yes.
Can I ask you a
Civil
question?
War.
So
Can
doesn't
I ask
Civil
you a
Shuri
War.
not
Was
question?
you not
having those
watching Civil
abilities
War?
without
Was you
that
not
hurt?
watching Black Panther?
No, hold on a second. Did you pay attention to the fight at the end of Wakanda Forever
What fight with Shuri and
between Namor?
Namor?
Namor.
Yeah, yeah.
Most of that wasn't because of hand-to-hand combat. Most of that was just her intelligence and what she was doing. Because when they were in that,
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Y'all are trying to tell me that Shuri is trained in hand-to-hand combat, but none of y'all can
I'm
prove
not
that. You
saying
can't show me that.
I'm saying it. I think it's kind of not to say she doesn't have some sort of knowledge about it. It would be crazy because to me, like if you're part of that family alone, you're going there. Come on, the whole country is
It's
a
the whole
woman leader.
bloodline that's been the Black Panthers for a minute.
So then let me ask y'all this. At the end of the movie, when M'Baku showed up for Challenge Day, why wasn't Shuri there?
But she doesn't want to take the
Oh,
man.
that's
She
true.
never
That's what I
wanted.
was gonna say. She didn't have the challenge.
I want
She
to hear
doesn't
y'all.
want to have the crown. The
Wait,
whole point of Wakanda Forever is
hold,
breaking traditions and also making your new traditions, right? So,
no,
but we saw like everybody was like, bro. Even Shuri was like, M'Baku, why don't you just be the ruler, right? And even he was like, nah, like I'm cool off that. But when they found a good system where, okay, we got Shuri as the Black Panther, as the defender of Wakanda, and we have someone who's already been a ruler in the form of the Jabari tribe with M'Baku, everybody was waiting for M'Baku to just take the throne. You saw it at the end of the movie. Like, folks were just like, all right, bro, like, that's you. They already have the system in place,
but
right?
hold on, answer my question. Why did Shuri herself not show up? That's what I'm
She
asking.
does not want the Because she mantle. didn't want to be the queen of Wakanda.
So she don't want the herb no more. So she's not Black Panther no more because the ruler
She
of
already
the
took the herb. Wait. Okay, well, let me She ask you a
hold on.
question remade the then. goddamn herb. If you
Oh
forgot
my
about
God.
that,
Do
Wait,
you
but can I ask
understand
you
that?
this
Wait,
question? So
during the war,
Was T'Challa not the Black Panther in Civil War?
yes, he
Oh,
was.
that is true. He was the Black
Like
Panther
dead
in
ass.
Civil
He,
War.
yo, bro, you're not paying attention.
Hold on. Stop. When during Challenge Day, when Black Panther went to go fight M'Baku during Challenge Day, right? Didn't Forrest Whitaker give him a drink that took the power away from him?
Yes.
Yes.
When Killmonger killed Black Panther, when he was crowned the king, wasn't he granted the flower herb and became the new Black Panther?
Yes.
Doesn't the king of Wakanda become the new Black Panther and given the herb?
But what happened to the herbs in the same
Hold on,
movie?
wait. Y'all was just answering me succinctly, and then I just lost y'all. Let
But
me
what
ask you.
happened to the herbs in the same movie?
No,
What
let
did
him finish
Killmonger
his.
do to the herbs?
He
Let
burnt
him
all the
finish his train of
herbs.
thought.
He burnt the herbs.
The herbs
Now,
are back now
what did
because Shuri
Shuri do
recreated
in
them.
Wakanda Forever?
Shuri recreated the herb. She found out how to recreate the herb. Now she knows how to make it. She recreated one and ate it for herself. So,
Okay, so
so
now historically in the MCU, there is one person who has the heart-shaped herb. What sense would it make? Let's be real. What sense would it make? Because he really only was able to recreate it because of that thing that Namor gave her. What sense would it make to take that away for a ritualistic challenge that everybody kind of already
because that's the point of the
acknowledged
Black
the
Panther.
fact?
So,
But
so
hold
wait,
listen,
on.
here's the thing.
No, that
But
was
you
Wait, hold on.
actually
also
I know I
dodged
just
my
King.
joined.
question at
King.
the beginning
It was
too.
Hold
Queen.
on.
Was
I know I just
T'Challa
joined,
is
but
T'Challa not Black Panther in Civil War?
yo, wait, hold on. I know I just
what does
joined,
that
but
have?
what is the
What
topic?
does that have to do with what I'm talking about right now?
Just answer the damn
Because
question.
what
Is he
I'm
Black
saying
Panther
is
in
there's
Civil War or
always
not?
been
I said
exceptions.
yes
It's
or
never
no.
been
I'm
binary.
asking the same
It's never
question.
been clear cut.
What's the
T'Challa
topic?
was acting as Black Panther while his father was the ruler because his
The top,
father was of old age.
the topic is Shuri can't fight, and we jumped all around the world and ended up here, and I don't understand what it's
No,
about.
I agree with that. She
No,
can't fight.
no.
There's no way you can
That's
prove
where
that
it
she can
started
fight.
from. I said that Shuri has no combat skills, and T'Challa had to train all his life to pick up the mantle. Then somebody said once you take the heart shaped herb, then you automatically learn how to fight.
That
There's
was
no evidence. There's
No. You
literally no
gain
evidence to
more
support any
knowledge
of that.
from every
There's no
Black
evidence to
Panther that
prove that
has
she doesn't
fought in
know anything
before.
how to
You
fight
gain
either.
their skill sets.
that's
You
what
gain
He
I'm
fought
So
in.
saying.
hold
Yeah,
on,
but
okay,
yeah,
in
but
Black Panther, yes,
you
there
can't
is.
prove
In
it.
Black Panther 1, she wasn't doing hand to hand combat. She was
That
shooting
does not
beams,
say
and
that
then
doesn't mean that she does not know.
so
Your
when
in
Black
your
Panther,
concept, your mindset, your because we went through
so
the
be
fan, we went through Reed
so are
Richards,
we
we went through Spider Man, and your mindset is that if you're intelligent, you can't fight.
I never said that. Who said that?
Because
I
we
said
went through
that.
all the smartest characters in the Marvel universe, and
You,
you said they
you,
can't fight.
no, no, no. Okay, so let's stop. Can Tony Stark fight?
No,
No.
Can
Tony
Reed
Stark
Richards
can
fight?
fight.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Can Reed Richards fight?
Yes, he can
nope.
fight.
yes.
Reed
Not
Yes.
hand to
Richards got
hand.
hands? Show me
He's
where.
specifically asking about martial arts. These characters do not know
Show me
martial
how.
arts.
All
First
right, Peter
Well,
Fantastic
Parker
Four
wait,
Can they
hold
film.
on.
can
Peter
they
Can
throw
Parker.
a
we pause
fist?
real
First
Peter
Yes,
quick?
they
Parker.
can
Fantastic
throw
Four
a
Peter
film.
fist.
Because
Peter
now we're
Parker.
conflating the MCU and now
Hold.
we're conflating the MCU and comics now. Because we
We're
talking
talking about
MCU, bro.
fight. People said because you get powers, then you automatically learn how to fight. And then somebody brought
No.
Spider-Man. And I said, yes, I agree Spider-Man can fight, but that's one case out of all of them.
There's
Nobody
so
else
many
I
said
think
I
characters
after
in
mean,
the
this movie,
Captain
So
MCU.
America.
if that's one case, Ben 10.
Captain America
Ben
also learned
10.
how to fight by
Ben
getting
he was in
fucking
beat
the
10.
down.
army.
Ben fucking 10.
Wait. Hold on. You said something. You said something I want to dive into. You said Captain America was in the army. Shuri grew up in a royal family of fighters who have been fighting in the throne for generations. Why wouldn't she know
Then
how to fight,
wait.
bro?
I
Okay,
mean,
then
that doesn't
hold
matter.
on.
He was
Okay,
in
You
the
can watch.
Why
army.
You
wouldn't
can
Shuri
watch
know
people
how
all
to
right.
training.
fight
That
Can I
in
doesn't
finish
the
mean
my,
you.
event
let me
that
let
either
me
her
finish my,
brother
I'm
couldn't
going to finish my
couldn't
point. So wait, and you brought up Captain America. In Captain America 1, what was he doing?
he was
wait,
fighting?
I think you're being
Hold
unfair
on,
because we did see Shuri
Y'all
fight.
said, hold on, wait. Somebody said I don't know what I'm talking about and brought up Captain America. I'm asking the question. In Captain
Okay.
America 1, after he took the serum, what was he doing?
Training.
Hell no.
Did he know how to fight?
No.
All right then. So what are y'all talking about? The serum
Hell
He
didn't give
did
no.
him
know how to
But we
fighting
fight.
saw
skills.
her fight in
First thing
Infinity
he
War
did right
and
after he took
Endgame,
that
though.
fucking serum is he
Hold
chased
on,
down a
hold on,
fucking Nazi unit.
hold on,
With
hold
a
on, hold
gun.
on.
Thank
The
With
you.
a
reason
gun.
why he
Was
lost
he
that
not
fight is
chasing
because
somebody
I
down?
Captain
mean,
How
America
did he
had a
not
he
have
gun
can
in
that
he
part
fight?
can
one.
chase down people with pure
Captain America
physicality. That
had a
doesn't
gun
prove
in
skill.
part one. Captain America was using a gun in part one. Do you remember that? Yes or no?
Yes.
he
Yes.
also was
Yeah.
fighting Red
So he
Skull. Do you
couldn't
remember
fight.
that?
What?
He was
What?
fighting
No,
Red
that
Skull.
doesn't.
What is him using
Using
a
a gun
gun have to
doesn't.
do with not
Yeah.
Oh
fighting?
my God! Was he using a gun in Winter? So after Captain America one, have you ever seen Captain America use a gun again?
No.
He was
Bro,
throwing
he
his
used
shield
a
and
gun
using
for
hands,
I
like
mean,
right?
he doesn't need to.
10,
You
15
know, he
minutes
was
of
in
the
the ice
Oh
film.
for
my God!
70 years.
And what does him using a gun have to do with him throwing
That
hands?
he cannot fight. He has superpowers and he's shooting people. That's what that
What
means.
does
But that
that
was
have
for
to
like
do with anything?
15 minutes.
It is
That was
I'm
World
not.
for
War
15
I
to
II.
20
What
mean,
the fuck?
minutes.
So wait, slow down. Hold on. Y'all are saying that Captain America knew how to fight after he got the serum and Captain America won the movie.
No,
yeah.
I'm saying
He
he knew how to fight
it
before
didn't
that.
matter.
I think he
He
knew how
was
to
a good
fight,
man.
bro.
He was gonna throw down no matter what.
No,
What
that's
you
not
got
what
realize that?
I'm not asking what his heart was, what he was
You
willing
know,
to
Matt,
do. I'm asking a simple
motherfucker,
question.
you're
Did he
asking what he was
did
doing,
he
nigga.
have
He
hand to
was
hand
fighting way
combat
before
skills?
he took the goddamn serum. Was he
Did
not?
he have hand
Was
to
he
hand
not fighting when he
combat
was
skills
scrawny ass
after
shit?
the
No,
serum?
he
Was he
didn't
not
have
fighting
hand to
when he
hand
was scrawny
combat.
ass
All
shit?
right
But
then.
he
So then,
wait, in
okay
the
then.
military they do teach
Okay
hand to
then.
hand combat
He
as
had to
well.
go through the
No,
whole
so
movie, train, and then learn how to fight after that movie. Then he dropped the gun and started throwing the shield. Did he throw the shield
Okay,
once in
okay,
Captain
but
America
back it
1?
up,
Yes,
back
he
it up,
did. He
back it up,
definitely
back
did
it up.
throw the serum,
But
Captain
in that
America.
movie, they're showing that he learned how to fight, right? Correct?
Yes.
Correct.
mhm.
When?
Well, where in anywhere in the Black Panther films has it been specified that she cannot fight?
When have they shown that she can fight?
And
Why do they
Infinity.
show?
Oh,
Wakanda
Now that's
well,
Forever.
they
just
showed it.
no, no, no.
Well,
I'll
Okay,
be
okay,
now
honest.
and
that's
and
I
that's
can
just a
give you a few
motherfucking
examples on why she
In
was
Infinity
not
War and
Infinity War as
fighting.
Endgame. She
well.
was literally fighting in both of those movies.
No, she
Fighting
was
who?
using
No,
her
no, 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 no.
technology.
Explain it to me. No, no. Don't just say things and then run off. You said she was fighting in both of those movies. Please break
Yes.
it down for me because I watched the movie too. What scene?
Okay, so there's a scene where
Hmm.
in the Infinity War
Hmm.
when they what's it called? When the big wheel came, right? Remember that
Hmm.
scene?
I remember
Hmm.
the
And then
scene.
it was Scarlet. It was Scarlet. It was the Black Widow. It was the other lady, and then it was Shuri, and she was fighting.
No,
Shuri
she
was
wasn't
fighting
fighting
what?
that. She was in.
They
She
was
was in a
definitely
laboratory.
breaking
No, no, no. She
breaking
was
in
in a
while
Do,
they were
do
laboratory
you know?
working
Do
She
you
on
know
was
who
vision.
fighting
Shuri is?
against
Stone.
aliens,
He
No,
doesn't
you're
even know who
confusing.
Shuri is.
Hold on,
He
real
does
quick.
not
You're
even know who
confusing
Shuri
Dora
is.
Milaje. You're confusing Dora Milaje with Shuri. Shuri
Yeah,
was in a laboratory working on vision.
come on. I'm arguing with guys who don't even know who Shuri
Now
is.
Shuri,
Come on.
now,
Wait,
now
wait,
Shuri
wait,
was
wait.
Come
Didn't
on.
Hold
she
on,
Nah,
Come
agree?
on.
yeah,
hold
Oh
on,
I
yeah,
had
but
to
you're
see Dora
hold
arguing
Milaje
with
on.
because
no
Oh,
evidence
you're right. You're
No,
right.
whatsoever.
they
You're right. You're right.
definitely
You're
You're right.
yeah,
arguing
you're
with
working.
no
They
tripping.
was
evidence
But she
whatsoever.
working
fighting
on
in
Y'all are
vision.
vision.
She
making
was
up
fighting
stuff
in
because it's
Endgame.
from the comics. That's the problem
Somebody,
I have people with people.
somebody just said that Shuri was fighting with Black Widow and Scarlet
That was my
Johansson
fault.
in
I
I don't
never
know who
said
the
that.
fuck said
Yeah,
that.
you're right.
I
nobody
never
What are
said
you
said that.
that.
talking
I
about?
didn't say
No,
But
that.
I
she
can't
did
lie.
fight
Yeah,
in
you was.
Endgame though. But
Yeah,
she
you was
did fight in
yapping on that
But
one
Endgame
she
though.
was
All right,
fighting
okay,
Endgame.
all right.
She was
So
definitely
wait,
fighting an end
so
game.
that's one eliminated, right? So he's excluded, right? He's done. He don't know what he's talking about.
yeah,
So
he's
that's
out of
one
here
down, right?
But
Okay,
she fought in Endgame.
okay. Here we go again. How did she fight an Endgame?
with her technology.
So what do y'all talk? Where's this evidence? Y'all saying I don't have evidence, but y'all not showing me this evidence. Y'all do have that she has hand skills. Show
Literally,
me a
Wakanda
Let
Forever.
me
hand
ask you a
skills.
question, bro. If you give a regular person like me Shuri's little gauntlets, and you want me to go up against all them outriders, and I'm fighting in a war, do you think me, a regular
Okay,
person, is just gonna get down the way Shuri got down? If
Fuck
Shuri
no.
was
Yeah.
regular, if Shuri was regular, she would have gotten dropped with or without the tech, bro. She's
No,
Shuri
that's
already
is
not
can I
how
the
ask
that
you
one
this
who
works.
question?
she's the
No,
Can I
that's
one
ask
not
you
how
who
this
that
made the
works.
question?
tech.
Can I?
Shuri is like Iron Man. She makes tech. She doesn't fight. She doesn't have.
But
She
how
doesn't.
did she
She's not.
survive? But how did she survive?
I mean,
Oh
the
my God.
Outriders.
So
You
you're
can't even
telling me that
compare that to the Outriders.
Shuri is
The the
First
who
off,
makes the Black
they
Panther
let's
was
suit?
not even
literally
compare their
mindless
technology
drones. They
because it's
wasn't
already
even
known that
sentient.
Wakanda's technology is
They
way
was
more advanced
literally
than Iron
brainless
Man's.
too. So
So
killing those mindless drones was like no feats at all. Like that was
No,
irrelevant.
What?
wait. But hold on. So would you confidently be able to say if I give you Shuri's little gauntlets, right? And you have, I don't know what your combat experience is, right? And I say, all right, bro, fight these people, fight these things. Do you think you can confidently do it?
Yeah.
Hell
Well,
Hold
me as a
now
martial artist,
hold
me
on
as a
now look
martial
now
artist,
look
sure. But
now look.
Because
if I
I
had
know
no
for a
martial artist,
fact, bro,
But
hold on. If I
what
knew,
does this have
hold
to
on, let
do
me
with
answer that. Let
Shuri?
me answer that real quick though, real quick. Me as a martial artist, yeah, I will be confident in what I would say. But
boom. You said it right
even
there.
without
A
my
martial
martial arts
artist.
knowledge, I would say like the technology that I can use. For an example,
what does
compare that to
martial
a
arts have
gun.
to do with a fucking alien?
Because I'm saying that if I'm answering that myself, I would be confident in what I'm saying
Now,
because
Because
I'm a
when
martial
now
artist.
aliens
let
But
me
hold
attack,
on.
cook. No,
But
hold on.
literally
Let me
compare
cook
that.
here. Let me cook
Hold
here.
on. Compare that to
So you
having a
said you
gun.
as a
Hold
let
on,
me
real
break it
quick.
down. So you said
Compare
you
that
as
to
a
having a
martial
gun. Why
artist,
wouldn't
if
you?
I gave you the tools to fight the outriders, you would be able to last. I'll give
Yes.
you that. I'll give you that. So now let's use our brains here and let's use a little let's use some inference, right? Let's use a little bit of media literacy. If
Okay.
Shuri comes from a family of people who kept the throne for generations, right? She even says herself, my brother has taught me a lot of things, right? We could infer, right? If she comes from this family, right, who has
no, you
kept the
cannot.
throne, and we all agree the way you keep the throne in this universe is by getting your powers taken away and fighting at the waterfall, right? This is a
Okay.
family who's been been training for generations, keeping the throne, bro.
The
Right?
family of men.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
it was
wait,
No,
wait.
but most
Let
of
me
the
cook.
women are fighters,
So
though.
is it that much of a
no.
stretch to
Most of the
think
Dora Milaje
that
is not
is it
every fighter in Africa.
is it that much of a stretch to think that the princess of this family, right? who, by the way, even said, yeah, my brother, the same brother who earned the throne in combat, right, was teaching her stuff, and I'll give you that. Her knack was technology, right?
Hmm.
But is it that much of a stretch to think maybe she knows something about the hands?
But look at your
No,
evidence. Your evidence is no evidence. You're saying
that's what
because
I'm
she
saying.
hung
Yeah.
around people that can fight, she knows how to fight. That's not how fighting works.
Yeah. Let
God.
me
You're,
let me explain it
so
to you
by
because
your logic, you're saying that the queen can fight too. So you're saying
that's
the
what
queen
I was
can fight
just about to
and
use
the
that.
daughter can fight because they grew up around men that can fight. That Shuri was never supposed to
Wait,
touch the
but you said,
throne.
but it's men that could fight, it's women that could fight.
When
It's
you
a
when
lot
you
of people
I
in
think I
Wakanda
think you're
know how to
missing one
fight, bro.
context. Hold on.
listen,
I
What
think you're
people in
missing.
Wakanda
I think you're
know
your
how to
missing
get
one.
down?
You're
your
missing one
evidence is
important
that
context, by the way.
your, oh my, how
What am I missing?
The important context is that Shuri purposely did not want to associate herself with fighting at all. Her specialty and the only thing she cared about was technology and gaining knowledge. She literally disliking the fighting whatsoever. So it's like she's not even one of those people in the royal family that's like, teach me how to train a little bit and I'll go on from there. No, she was like, bro, leave me alone with fighting. I'm just gonna work on my technology. That's the
So
character
now,
she was.
okay, so did Gohan not have hands in Dragon Ball?
Bro.
oh my God.
Did
What?
Gohan not have
Gohan,
hands in Dragon
I'm
Ball?
not
Gohan,
even gonna lie.
What?
What does that
Gohan,
have to do with anything?
Gohan
Gohan
wasn't
was trained by
in Dragon
Piccolo.
Ball. Is this the same
But
person
so
the
is
other
it
day?
hard? Is it so? What I'm
Fuck
getting
that.
at is it that hard to assume that
Gohan,
maybe in
Gohan was
all
born
20
during
years of
Dragon
Shuri
Ball.
being a character,
Gohan did not exist in Dragon Ball. Goku
but is
existed
it
in
that
Dragon
hard
Ball.
to assume that in all the years this character has existed off screen in the MCU that she might have trained a little bit
No.
But this
in
how
hand
but
to hand
but hold
combat?
on.
Why?
Listen.
If
uh,
you genuinely cannot think that, I don't know what to tell you,
But
bro.
okay,
Wait,
I
hold on.
I have a
genuinely
question.
do.
I
I'm
have a
But
just
wait,
talking
listen to
to a
but wait. Listen to what you said. You're saying that because she hung around people
Show the
that
Reaper
can
brought up a
fight,
good point. Y'all
we
remember
are
that week when
supposed to
Shuri was about
assume
to
that she
challenge
can fight.
T'Challa and nobody stepped in? Shuri could fight.
Okay,
But
She
I have
hold
a,
could,
on,
I
bro.
have,
hold on. Let
You
me
know
ask you
why?
something.
You know
You're
why
saying
we know
that as
she
an
couldn't fight?
assumption, right? You're not saying that as a definite. You're saying that you assume because she hung around fighters, it's highly probable she can fight. That's what you're saying. You're not saying
Yeah.
for a fact that you know for a fact she can fight. You're saying you
But
believe
you
it.
guys are
Yeah, this is an
also
No,
saying,
argument.
no,
okay,
no,
This is
no.
an
Hold
Shuri
on,
argument
wait,
from
wait,
can
hold
and
on.
ignorance.
can't
Answer my
fight.
question first.
So
I'm
what
asking a
can we
simple question.
do if there is an what? But what can we do, right?
Like,
If there is an absence of hard evidence, we could use context clues and we could try to find inferences
The
and
clues are
come
she
to
can't
an
fight. Wouldn't you use
educated
the clues from the
guess.
movie? Okay, in the movie, she put when Killmonger attacked, she put on those two gauntlets on her hands. She's the only one who had them in the movie. When Killmonger started approaching her, she started attacking him with the beams, and Black Panther saw it while he's being attacked, and he broke free out of the thing. When Killmonger was walking up to her, he didn't run. He walked up to her. She kept shooting. When he got close to her, let me ask you something. Did she A, roundhouse him, B, throw a punch, or C, get attacked?
Get attacked.
All right, then. Somebody that can fight is going to fight you. Come on, man. You have no evidence.
Yeah,
And
even
the
Wait,
someone
I
but
have
evidence
a
like
now,
in the
but
movie
question.
like
now
says
let
she
Black
me
can't
ask you
Widow
fight.
is
this.
gonna do
But
something
now
bad.
let me ask you this, right?
No.
If I'm
No.
Shuri
If you
too,
answer the
am I
question,
about to attack? Am I really about to get down with a dude in an indestructible suit that could one shot me?
that's no, no, no,
I
no,
mean,
no,
she was
no, no,
doing
no,
that to
no.
begin
Now
with.
you're
Let's be
That's
real.
not a
no,
reason.
no, 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 no. That's not how this works. Wait. Can she fight or can't she?
She
Because
can fight, but
No.
all because we don't see Shuri
all right,
dropping
hold on. Now
one, two
wait.
No, no.
So
combos.
So
But
so
wait.
all
what you're
because we don't
doing,
see her dropping one, two,
All
three.
right.
so
So
what
wait.
you're
Sometimes
doing,
I gave you
me and
what
one
little
you're
point, right?
combos,
doing.
jab,
I,
uppercut,
I
feint, jab.
Hold
Let
on, hold
all
on.
right.
So
Look.
what
but
you're
that doesn't
doing,
mean she can't fight.
you're making an argument by assumption, right? You're being fallacious. This is called argument from ignorance. You can't make an assumption with no evidence. That's literally fallacious.
But
Yeah, can we
but that is
speculate?
also the
No, no, no.
same
but
thing
what I
that
Can
am
we
you are
providing
speculate?
you guys
doing.
is I'm
Can
You are
we
saying I'm
doing the
giving
speculate?
same
inferences
thing.
based off the
So,
context
No,
of the
we have
movies.
no. So we're on the negative on if she can fight. So we're putting that into question. That's called skepticism. You're the one saying that she can't fight, so it would be your burden to prove that she can. You're not.
Wait,
I
guys. I have a
am
question.
literally giving you guys. I'm literally telling you, if she comes from a warrior family,
That's not evidence. You're saying
what
that
Right.
if some,
I
you're
am
saying if a
saying,
woman has a
okay,
husband and a son that goes to
how
the
is it not
army,
evidence that she
that she
comes
could.
from a warrior family? If we've
No.
already established the fact that in order to keep the throne in Wakanda, you have to fight at the waterfall.
So then let
We
me ask you so
established
then let me ask
this.
you this question. If what you're
Okay.
saying is true, why does T'Challa have to train his whole life to take up the mantle? If the power is going to be granted to you automatically, why does every king have to train their entire life to take up the mantle?
because they all did the
And
challenge.
Because not only does everybody do the challenge, but the challenge is open for everybody in Wakanda.
so then
So
let me hold
why
on.
do you
So
think?
then wait. So then now let me so then
But
let
not
me
only is
now,
it up for everybody in Wakanda,
so now let
but
me
it's
ask you this
also
again.
up for the people in
So
the
let me so then
mountains that
so then
nobody
let me
wanted
ask you this.
control at that point.
So then let me ask you again. If Shuri can fight, when M'Baku showed up for Challenge Day at the end, why wasn't she there?
Because she didn't want the throne. We're going back in circles. We
I
established
think.
it. Did
I
we
think.
watch Wakanda Forever, bro? Did we
So
watch
hold on.
the
Uh,
movie?
So basically, it's just bad writing because
okay, as
in the middle of the
as
show,
No.
in
Oh
the
my
middle of the show,
gosh.
in the middle of
I
the
have
show, Shuri told M'Baku, "You should be king," and he said, "I don't want the mantle." But then at the end of the movie, he shows up to become king. So let's not talk about the bad writing of the movie. The movie's bad. The
No, he
writing
can
is bad.
change his
The plot,
mind.
it's bad. What does this have to do with Shuri being able to fight?
I could
Y'all
give
are
you a few
arguing this point
examples.
so hard,
No,
but
no,
can't
no,
give me
because
no
Yeah, I
evidence.
could give you.
because your entire point has stemmed from the fact because
Thank
we
you,
started
Chris.
talking about agendas, right? And I'm like, I'm not with that whole agenda talk. We started talking about agendas, and you're like, oh, like why did T'Challa train his whole life to be the Black Panther, right? And I already said because he comes from a warrior family who's generational, has kept the throne, right? So of course he's going to train to also keep the throne, right? We could agree on that. And then why didn't Shuri? And then you ask why didn't Shuri take up the mantle? So now we're talking about the plot of the movie, and I already told you,
No, so
a
look,
it would make no sense. Firstly, it would make no sense for them to go about the ritualistic thing because they only had one heart-shaped herb at that time. Because if we didn't, if we and I agree, and we were agreeing at the beginning of this, they should have never off-screen T'Challa, right?
fact.
They should have never off-screen T'Challa. We all agree on that, right?
Fact.
But
I
the
mean, he
point,
was dead
but
by
the
the
point
movie,
of
so.
him getting,
no,
but
I
the
don't know
reason
Oh,
why
why
they
he was
you're
CGI.
bringing
They
up
could have
off-screen,
did
that
like
point.
but the
CGI.
reason he
He
was
has to,
off-screen was
he
because
Oh,
has
they
see,
didn't
that would
have.
have probably ruined it. CGI
No,
is
like
not.
him in a CGI shoot, and then he was fighting, and then maybe someone attacked him or something. But
Oh,
whatever
in the
we
suit.
got was,
Oh, okay, okay,
But
okay. That makes
yeah.
sense.
the reason why is because he didn't have the herb. They couldn't recreate the heart-shaped herb in time. They
and so
recreated the
here's
heart-shaped herb near the end of the movie after they got the final piece from that bead, those beads that Namor gave her. Right.
all right.
So now there's
So
only one person with one active heart-shaped herb in the MCU. So let's just think logically here. What sense would it make to get rid of the one superpowered protector of Wakanda at that point in time?
all right, you're absolutely right. Let me ask the question I really wanted to ask. If Shuri would have showed up to fight M'Baku, who would have won? That's what I'm asking. Let's say
Oh, and
That's
We
Baku.
all
a
know the
hold on,
Oh
answer.
wait,
different
We
shit,
all know
let
question.
me
the answer.
preference it. Let me
he
preference it.
would have dogged her.
Let's say that she was able to recreate the herb. Somehow she was able to duplicate it, and now she can make more, and it can go back to normal. If she had to go through the regular process of what it takes to be Black Panther, if she had to fight M'Baku that day, who would have won?
We
Mbaku
all
Baku.
know. We all know Baku
easily.
won.
She can't fight. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That we can go in
Is
circles
it
all day. She
now?
can't fight. Her
Is
brother
it
trained
can't
his whole
is
life to
it
be able
can't
to do
she fight? She can't fight, or can she not beat Mbaku? All
both.
Fair,
because I can't
Both.
beat
likely
Mike
could never
Tyson
get
Both.
in
doesn't mean I
though.
Those
can't
aren't
fight.
Choose
mutually
one.
exclusive.
Like all because I can't beat up Mike Tyson doesn't mean I can't fight. I got hands, but that's Mike Tyson.
I mean, but it's
I have a
still your
question.
throne.
I have
Like,
a
how are you
question.
trying to
I
honor
think
your
I
brother?
I
have a
think he's trying
question.
to
Hold on,
say
hold on. I
she
got a
doesn't have
question.
enough
I got a
strength to be
question.
the Black
What's your
Panther. Oh,
question?
you good.
I got a question. So the herb. So when you take it, does it automatically like make you like makes you able to fight, right?
This
Like,
is
Yeah,
It gives
it
this
you
okay.
is
gives
all
you
the
the
the argument.
knowledge of the
knowledge.
previous
It gives
Black
you the
Panthers.
knowledge of
Yes.
the previous Black Panthers.
No, no,
Okay.
no, 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 no. Does
No.
it make you able to fight?
Yes,
Yes, nigga did.
So
No,
it gives you the knowledge of all of the previous Black Panthers, right?
Yes,
yes.
motherfucker.
So when T'Challa took the herb, why didn't it show him that his father left
that
Killmonger
was.
behind and
Yep.
killed and
I was
unalived his
about to
father?
say no. That's cat.
So
That's
since
in the
there's a
comics, by the way.
since there's a transference of knowledge, why when he took the herb, he did not see what his
No
father did?
knowledge of fighting, the knowledge of how
Get
to
out of
fight
here.
and use the
He
power
took
I
of the
mean,
Black
no,
no, that
Panther.
it's
But
how
never
his
wait, wait,
stated.
wait,
father
wait, wait,
fight.
wait,
He
wait, wait,
saw
wait.
his
Because
father.
now
I'm
you're
I'm
asking
When he
because
took the
confused.
herb,
T'Challa.
he saw his father.
How is
Wait,
How
not
would he
because
show his father?
what you're saying, T'Challa literally did find out what happened after he took the herb again that his mother stole, the last
no,
heart
it
shaped
was
herb.
No,
He
Killmonger.
talked to his father. He
Killmonger
talked to
brought it
his
up.
father after he
no,
got revived.
Killmonger
no.
brought it up, and he went to the astral plane to ask him about it. He still
Oh, okay,
didn't
I'm
know.
completely understand.
Okay, but y'all are not answering my question. I'm asking, or at least I didn't get a straight answer. If you take the herb, does that make you an automatic good fighter? That's my
No,
question.
Yes,
I
So
keep
yes.
telling you, no. I don't know
no, it
where
doesn't.
they're getting this information. If that's the case, I keep asking this. Why do you have to train to take up the mantle if you're gonna get the powers anyway?
Be-
okay,
So
so
because
you're
we said
saying
this
why I'm
because
asking
he trained. They
the reason why I'm
train.
asking the
Okay.
question is you're saying it no. If you take the herb, then you're not a good fighter, right? It doesn't
Yeah.
make you automatic good fighter, correct?
no,
hmm
no.
Yeah.
So how do you explain the Namor fight then?
This is
Pure
what
strength.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. That is one of the agenda moves that they're making. One of the agenda moves that they're making in Hollywood and with the MCU movies, and especially with females, is no character development. Automatically, one day they wake up, they get their powers, and they're stronger than everybody else. They don't need
But
any
that is
training.
what
But that
They
the
was
don't.
herb
Spider-Man reign
is.
trilogy
Are
2001.
you not realizing
I
that?
don't
What?
think that's an agenda. That's literally how it happens in
Yes, it
That
comics.
is
is.
literally what the herb is
She,
fucking for.
oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh my! So this is
No.
what. So hold on. So
Wait,
hold
no,
on.
let him
So
cook.
let me.
Let
So
him
let me
cook.
go
Let him
back
cook.
to. So let me go back. So let me go back. So let me ask his question again. When you take the Captain America serum, does that automatically teach you how to fight?
No.
No, it
No,
never taught
not
him
the
No.
how to
same
fight.
fucking shit.
All right.
But
Okay.
It gave
But
him the
what the
strength to
Super Soldier
fight,
It
Serum
gave
but
him
it
the
never
strength.
made him a fighter.
what the Super gave him
After he
the
trained in the military and he got the training, that's when he was able to fight.
the
The
uh,
serum
the
doesn't
se-
talk.
the serum and the herb have very similar effects to
Right.
what they do to the body. I don't know. I don't remember where I read that, but the herb and
It's
the serum
enhancement.
are very similar.
Yeah, they only enhance. They don't make you automatically a fighter.
That's
It's
what.
only
So
enhancement.
why? That's what I'm saying.
Not
Right.
the fucking is.
But
So
here's
you
the
don't get
thing.
fighting abilities.
No, you don't. No.
So
There's no
why did
fighting
we take
abilities.
30 minutes to get here?
Because
Yeah.
it,
As soon as I joined, I agree with that. It's the other stuff.
that's what I'm trying to
The other
say
stuff that
though.
they talking
We
about.
took 30
Right.
minutes.
That's what we all trying to
That's what I'm
say. But the main goal was
My question
that
is
you're trying to
my que-
argue
hold on.
why we got here is
Hold
that
on. Hold on.
Shuri was never a fighter.
Hold on.
That's clear. She
Okay,
was
but
never
That's
a
what.
fighter.
So what am I arguing? Because that's what
my
you telling
thing
me I'm
is
arguing myself.
Yeah.
my thing is that please correct me if I'm wrong, but like do they explain that in the first film about what is the pros and what is the cons when you take the herb?
Only certain people can take the herb. Not everybody can take it. You got to be
Yeah.
from a special
I
bloodline
know
first of all.
you're saying that, but was it specified in the first film?
Yes.
Yes, that's not
Yes, it
me. I'm
was.
telling you what I'm saying
What
from the
scene?
show.
What scene?
Oh my. Oh,
In the very
Because
first when they
I'm not asking to like say you're not you don't know.
no, no,
I'm
no, no, no. All
genuinely
right. No,
asking.
I'm gonna see it. No, I heard.
okay. I can explain that part. When the very first part of the movie when the movie very first came on, they explained where the paper herb came from. There was
Okay.
the 5 tribes, and when they got the meteor, those 5 tribes used it already. And to become the Black Panther, Best chose who the Black Panther, the very first Black Panther. So through that bloodline, and through the bloodline of all the tribes that battle for that for the purple herb, that's the only ones who could become the Black Panther.
Okay,
So
that's
No,
the
I
it's
don't know
history
about
of the
that.
herd, but I'm
I
No,
asking,
don't know
but
about
all
did
that.
they
the
ever?
every
Because
time
we
they
know that
do the
Atlanteans,
sleep
we know that
thing.
Atlanteans has some association with Wakanda. So
right,
the fact that we know that Atlanteans aren't exactly Africans and they can still take it, that doesn't mean that it's only for Africans.
right.
Yeah.
But that
Oh
was
my God,
that's
you're right.
another tribe
Holy
though.
crap.
But that's still
I
tribal.
mean,
That's
not
still
really,
tribal.
because
I
like
think there's just poor
one
writing
of them
around the
is like,
herb. To be honest with you,
Yeah, it is poor writing. I
I
think
feel
it's
like
poor
Right.
okay.
armor, poor writing.
If
Like,
I
Yeah.
may
why?
because the
interject on
herb
that now,
itself is
because
enhancing you. Like, if for an example, if
okay,
Shuri can find the actual, I guess, potence of it, like the actual minerals and like I guess materials inside the flower, she can make that for the entire planet. There's nothing saying that, oh yeah, only my blood can withstand this.
Right.
That makes no sense. Like if it
Well,
was only based on her bloodline, we would have saw her
Hold on,
working
wait,
with her
look.
blood or
I,
something like
I
that.
y'all
so
are
tell me
missing
what
my
a friend
question though.
I just
There's
googled. I just googled it, and it says specifically only those of royal blood are able to ingest the herb, starting with the first Black Panther centuries ago.
is that what I just
That's not
said?
what I'm
Yeah, based
asking
on
though.
tradition, but
Wait, so
not saying that
hold
their
on, wait,
own biology.
what are you asking? I thought that's what you were asking. What are you
That's
asking?
what
Y'all
I know.
giving me the history of how it works, but I'm talking about like specifically when you take the herb. Does it specify in the film, in the second film? I'm not talking about books or anything like that. I'm talking about the book. I mean, the first film and the second film.
Uh-huh.
Do these specify what powers do you inherit when you take the herb? Like what
Yes.
happens?
Yeah,
Yes.
it
Yes, it
gives
is.
you
Biologically, what
super
happens?
senses, super strength, speed, and
Right.
durability. That's it.
Yes.
Can you tell me
And you
where
go
that was stated in the film? That's what I'm not asking
the
as in
very
like I'm
beginning.
questioning.
Like literally as soon as the movie came on.
Did they tell
Like
you the history, or did they tell you the power? What you achieve
both.
with that herb?
Yeah, both.
They
Both.
explain the
They
power. They
explained the whole
explain the
thing.
power. It
I
gives
They
you
mean,
explained
great
the whole thing.
strength, speed.
I feel like it's the same as I feel like it's the same as the super soldier serum. I feel like it's
Yeah,
almost
it is.
superstore, and we know what it does. It enhances abilities. I mean,
Right.
I mean, what we need to
No,
like
it
smoke a
doesn't.
specific scene.
Right. And as
My
I'm saying,
thing is,
It
if you don't
enhances your
specify
physicality.
that in the film, then
like
anything's
literally as
open
soon as
game.
you start watching the movie, it said it. Like I'm talking about as soon as it hit the intro, it said it.
Yeah,
But all
Bass,
right, play the intro. Play the
God
intro,
of
then.
the
Somebody
herb
play
Yeah,
the
that
intro.
is like
the intro was T'Challa asking his father to explain the actual origins
no,
of
that was
Wakanda.
Killmonger asked his father
Oh
to
yeah, yeah,
explain
you're right.
where they're
Killmonger,
from,
Killmonger.
and he said 20 million years ago an asteroid hit down. The people were fighting. Bass chose a warrior. He showed them where the heart shaped herb was, and he ingested it and became the Black Panther.
Right.
And then they began cultivating the herb, and then they run the ritual of whatever. Can I thought at one point you asked, could anybody take the herb? Then you asked, does it give you fighting ability? Like regardless of what,
Y'all telling me the history of it. I just want to know where was it specified in the first and second film where they say when you take the herb,
You just
this is
said
what's going to
that
happen to you.
In the intro.
in the
In the
very
intro.
beginning of the movie.
No,
As
no,
No, they
soon
he's
tell
just
you the history.
re-asking.
They don't
He's
tell you how
clarifying what his
it
question
changes
was.
your powers, like changes you physically. That's what I'm saying.
yes, as soon
when
as
the
they
show
introduced the
started,
movie.
it goes with it when he tells the story. It goes with a flashback with the meteor hitting the Earth. Bass is the leopard god. It shows up as sand. And all of this is sand figurines. He shows the warrior that he chose to show where the flower shaped herb was. He took it, became the Black Panther, and stopped the war that was going on. I mean, how many times can I tell you? It's the intro in Black Panther.
Right. Yeah, we just
Poor.
answered the
That's
Start,
poor
question
writing.
like a
yeah, it's
thousand
all right.
That's
times.
poor
Once you
writing.
start the movie, right there.
That's poor writing. I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
It
How
is
you
poor
feel
writing.
that?
That is poor writing.
No.
I think we should just play the
wait,
intro.
wait, wait.
Right.
Okay,
Just play
okay,
the
wait,
intro
wait,
so
wait,
he
Poor
can
writing,
see
bro.
it.
Right, right
wait,
there.
wait, wait.
Somebody
Because
needs to
I'm
play the
trying to figure
intro.
out.
what were you leading with this question? Because
Right. What are you trying to
you were
figure out?
talking about something
Because
completely.
y'all are stating, because you're trying. My point is, you're saying that if you take the herb, this, that, and the other, this is what you can and what you cannot do. There was never a point in the film they tell you the history of it and what came with it, but they never specify. And it's also point out the herb that Shuri has in the second film is not the same herb from we have originally. It's a
Right.
different.
Because it's synthesized.
It's synthesized, but it
It's
has the same
synthesized.
effect. It's like a
Right.
geranium.
It's
But
And you want to know
synthesized, but it
why?
also has
but
the
hold on,
Do we
wait.
same
need to
Can't,
explain
vibration
how it
can't,
got
on
can't,
time.
synthesized?
but hold on, wait. Can't we use our knowledge of what we know about superheroes? So Superman, for example, right? His powers just enhance all of the abilities he has. But when he's around Red Sun or Kryptonite, Batman beats him up every time because he has no hand-to-hand combat skills.
Exactly.
Superman, you notice when
Well,
Okay,
I mean,
so
no,
with the
he
same
has a
damn
little bit,
power,
but he's not on
same
Batman's
power,
level.
with
Not
the same
Batman.
normal version of
hand
Superman.
combat skills. Hand to
so if
hand
that's the
combat and
so if
superpowers
that's the case, why
are
don't we take
two
a
separate
so why don't
things.
we take a 10-year-old kid and throw him a fucking watch that turn into different fucking aliens and see what happens?
Right.
That's
Like
totally
if
different.
that's not is that not the same shit? That's a kid that
No,
don't know how to
because
fight that
no,
turns into
because if
different
one of
shit
No,
your
and
because
all of
if
a
he
sudden
still
knows how to
doesn't.
fucking fight.
one of
So the
your
thing
forms
about Ben
is
10,
if
the thing
one of
about
your
Ben 10
forms
is
is
that he
40
still
feet
doesn't know how to
tall,
fight.
what does it
Right.
matter?
No,
Wait,
actually,
no,
correction.
because
He knows
in
how to
later,
fight.
but later in this. So, are we talking about Kid Ben or are we talking about Teen Ben?
Right now, we
Any
talking
version
about
of
kid.
Ben
Right now, we
doesn't know
talking
how to
about
Version
kid.
fight.
of Batman.
Okay, no, because whenever Ben transforms into an alien, it's peak. It's the peak
It
alien.
already gives him the data.
It
It
gives
already.
him the knowledge on how to
Hmm.
move as that alien. That's
Yeah,
why, like, if
that's
he,
Exactly.
different from the
like, that's why if
Omnitrix.
he's
Exactly.
The
fighting as like
Omnitrix is a
Upgrade
whole
or something,
different.
like he
But
knows how
without
to move correctly as Upgrade, or like,
right, but without that knowledge, he still don't fight.
It's
You
not
get
Look,
to
even
look,
without.
you
It's
look,
not
know,
even
look,
without that
look
knowledge.
at
It's
look
not
at
even
but
without
look at
that
all the
knowledge.
times
Look
he
at the
got
shit
right
he
us.
does.
Did
Look
we
at the
all see
fuck.
that clip? Hold on, y'all remember that clip where Ben like teed up with forearms and he like whooped Kevin's ass?
Man,
Like,
fuck that. Do
nah,
you
but like
not
he
remember the
got
fucking
Yeah,
finale
but he
of the
does that with
original
super
series
strength,
where
not.
he is
it was
doing
super
mad
strong
different
He
though.
does
shit,
that with
fucking
super strength,
Vilgax,
not.
fucking up Vilgax, Kevin Levin, and mad different people in the same fucking episode, switching
He's
with Master Control on while he is 10 years old. He
So
is
let me
doing
ask you a
so much
question.
shit.
So the warrior aliens that he has in his watch, as soon as he activates that warrior in his watch and he gets the knowledge of that warrior, when he goes back into his kid form, is he a skilled martial artist or is he a warrior?
Oh, is it good?
he's still a kid.
He's that
Still
means that he's
good.
not a fighter. It's the alien specifically that he's using. And
Is
some of
it
the
the
aliens
but
is
is it
That's
the
what I'm
literally
saying.
aliens?
super
Is it
strength.
the
The
aliens or is it him?
the
Because he's in
It's
Omnitrix
control
is
of
the
the goddamn
different.
aliens.
alien.
You
No,
can't.
but
Are y'all trying
He's
to
a
compare the Omnitrix to the Black Herb or the Super Soldier Serum? Because
it's
these
still
are
why are
not
we talking
he
about
still
Ben
has
10,
these
bro?
are
capabilities.
fallacies. How we got on
It's
Ben
all
10?
Look, I just
it's
think
I don't
enhancement.
know.
Black Panther
Oh,
Wakanda was whatever just
Wait,
had
okay.
bad writing. They
Can
just
we
had
tie this
horrible
back
writing.
in? Because now we're talking about Ben 10 and we went on a whole tangent about the
I
herb.
think
But
I think it just bad movie.
this live
It
is
was
all
a bad
about
movie.
is MCU in shambles
no.
and we talking about agendas, bro. So
It's not a
what
shambles.
is the problem with M'Baku being the ruler of Wakanda and Shuri being the Black Panther? Because we saw in Avengers Civil War
I can explain.
that
I can
there was a
explain why.
Black Panther and that there was a king active at two different entities at two different times. We saw, right?
Yeah.
So is
Wait,
it
wait,
that
wait, wait, wait,
hard to
wait, wait, wait,
believe
wait, wait.
that we can have a female Black Panther and
Wait,
a male king of Wakanda be
I
two
can tell you
separate
why.
entities?
wait, hold on. Wait, Civil War. His didn't the movie start off with his dad dying?
It did.
Yes.
No, but
So
what
didn't he
But
before he
start?
died?
T'Challa was already Black
Yeah, but
Panther.
before he died, he was still king.
He's still a king.
Wait,
When he
but
was
how
It's
is
king,
he
it was
only
Black
it's
probably
Panther?
only
Black
Civil
when he
War
Panther.
died.
was
It's
king,
only
right?
when he died that T'Challa picked up the throne.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all keep just saying stuff and just keep running with it.
But T'Challa didn't pick up the throne
Because
till
we
the
got
next
lost
movie.
in because we're lost in the sauce here. So
T'Challa's
when
dad
the
Yeah,
died
movie
in the
so
started,
beginning of Civil
2025.
wait,
War.
wait, wait. When the movie started, when we first saw Chadwick Boseman introduce introduced as Prince T'Challa, right? And his father, King T'Chaka. T'Challa was already Black Panther.
No, he
Yep.
wasn't.
His
Yes,
father
No,
died.
Yes,
he
he
was.
he
He
was.
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 So
He
T'Challa
here's
is
the
was.
thing.
already
was.
Black
Look,
Panther
look, look.
because when T'Chaka got iced,
Yeah,
he already had the suit ready to go
yeah,
after Bucky.
yeah.
There's no way you can convince me
But
that
yeah,
Black Panther
wait.
suit we saw T'Challa chase
But,
Bucky down with was the suit his
Fire.
father was
so
wearing. That's
hold
the
on.
biggest stretch
Did
ever.
you expect that guy that we saw in the beginning? Did you expect T'Challa's father to still be in the Black Panther suit? Did you see his stomach? Do you know how war
No,
works?
we agree. No,
Like,
no, we agree.
how
We
do you think
agree.
this works?
No, no, we agree. We agree. I'm so glad you said that. We agree. So you agree. There was a King active and there was a Black Panther active.
Yeah.
But we're saying
Okay.
I think she's a bad Black Panther. Oh my bad. I think she's bad because first of all, we have originally Black Panther was supposed to be the leader of the Avengers, and now they have Shuri there. We all know she's not going to be leading the Avengers soon, and so this was a bad thing in their part. That's why the Avengers are going crazy right now.
All
Well,
right.
okay. So you're
No, we
saying
So,
already know
Namor
that
was
Sandor
wait.
originally
was going
supposed
to
to
be
lead
the
the
Avengers.
Avengers?
Can I ask another question? Could T'Challa beat Namor?
Can
Yes.
T'Challa beat
Oh, he
Namor?
would beat the
Yes.
fuck.
Oh my God, yes.
He could
Easy.
walk them.
So Shuri, every point I make just strengthens the point of Shuri not being able to fight. I don't know why y'all keep fighting
Exactly.
me on this
Wait.
point.
Okay,
You
okay.
know,
Wait,
it's
But it
wait,
funny.
wait,
doesn't
As
wait,
soon
wait,
as I
wait,
matter.
wait.
joined,
She's
I
not
was
a
gonna.
leader. She's
What's
not a
funny?
I
leader.
still
That's why
think
she's
Shuri
not
could
good for
fight,
him.
but let's be real. The fight between Shuri and Namor was very close compared to a hypothetical fight between
Because she
I
used
was
her
T'Challa.
literally
brain
about to
and
bring it
turned
up
on the
too.
machine
Man.
of with the heat, and they're weak against heat. It was like kryptonite. So she used her intelligence with the fight. But in a hand-to-hand combat, Namor came and wiped the whole Wakanda down. That would
Right.
have never happened if T'Challa was there, somebody who's trained for
But that
war.
was the point of the movie. He wasn't there. We didn't have a Black Panther.
Shuri
No,
can't
no,
fight. Is the point I'm
But
making? Is
no.
no,
that
but
Even
what you're
even when we did have a Black
you're
Panther,
saying no, but what you're getting at is you're saying Namor pulled up, he wiped out all of Wakanda. That would have never happened if T'Challa was there. That's the point. That's why that was the reason, that was the plot of the movie. What we're talking about is the plot. If
no, yeah, I
T'Challa
agree
was
with that.
there,
exactly?
it would
I
have
agree with
never
that. But
happened.
I also
But
agree with
guess
the fact
what?
that
He's on
T'Challa, you know
screen.
that last scene when he weakened Namor and he was literally fighting. If T'Challa was there, he would have defeated Namor with no difficulty. But
That's the point
Shuri,
I'm
T'Challa
making.
was
yeah,
Would
Shuri
weakened.
T'Challa
was
have needed a heat
Shuri
machine
was
to beat
struggling.
Namor?
Matter of fact, I'm still confused on how Namor was able to. He was able to pierce her armor. I'm like, bro, she got stabbed. What the hell?
Yeah,
And I was like,
because
yeah, that was
don't
crazy.
Vibranium affects
you know
her.
I
why?
think it was
That's
vibranium.
because it's the same material. You're still using the yeah, what's that called?
It's
Vibranium against
vibranium.
vibranium. That's
Yeah,
why.
Wait, let
it's
me
gonna
ask
It's
be
you.
like that.
equal for
Yeah,
the.
I know that, but
It's like when General Stryker made the adamantium bullet for Wolverine. Right. Same thing.
Do you
Exact
guys?
same
Do you,
thing.
But can we agree that when we first got introduced to the concept of the Black Panther in the context of the MCU, there was a Black Panther and there was a ruler.
agree?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Usually
is
they
it
become
that
the
much
same
of a
person.
stretch to think that at the end of Black Panther 2, if the status quo that was introduced before we got like the first thing we got introduced to, ruler Black Panther, and now we're back to the same rule of two Dark Sidious Star Wars shit. Ruler Black Panther. Is
Okay,
that
but
much of a
it's
stretch?
bad writing because that's not what the MCU needs right now.
And
The
then
Right.
and then
MCU
this
needs
is the
a
thing.
true
How
leader,
come
and that's why they're not
all your
getting good right now.
points
But
all the points
here's
you
the
keep
great thing
making?
about the future. Now here's the great thing about the future though. Because if Lydia Wright doesn't want to be the Black Panther, boom, now M'Baku's the Black Panther. Now Joe Schmo is the Black Panther. We
But they're not
literally
gonna
do
do
not
that though.
know. Ugh.
They're gonna
We
get
They're
close.
never
don't
gonna
know
make
though.
M'Baku the
But
Black
But
Panther.
now my
No,
point
I
is
believe that
this.
the next Black Panther is gonna
as
be
the
T'Challa's
series
son.
if the series goes on, they're gonna go closer and closer to the comics because they go into the multiverse. So, in any universe, they can go with any direction. That's how it's gonna happen.
We could
Or
even have a
they can
multiversal
literally make his
T'Challa.
son. They can make
Right?
his son, who's
They
also
can make
T'Challa's
Oh
Black Panther.
no!
right.
Please
Because
don't do that. Don't
Yeah.
do
because
that.
since we
So
talking about comics, Shuri wasn't really even Black Panther for that long in the comics.
Right. So it depends on what multiverse are they going to go into. That's where they could go anywhere.
Yeah, but that doesn't
But
make
my
any
point
sense.
is, but
Why
okay,
would a Black Panther from a different universe travel to a new universe just to be Black Panther in that one?
Hey,
That's
it's
true.
but
possible.
incursions,
Look, it's possible.
simple incursions.
Right.
One universe got destroyed.
Oh,
Now we have a T'Challa in our universe. The same thing
Exactly.
happened with Miles. And boom, incursions. But
Right.
what I'm getting
that's
at,
gonna
but
be
my
crazy
point
if they
is,
do it that way. But yeah.
It will be. But I
but
guarantee you
what I'm
it'll
saying is,
happen.
my point is, it's not an agenda to have a ruler and a Black Panther right now, and the Black Panther is just a shorty, right?
That's true.
That's not the agenda. I said the agenda is they are bringing women up with no formal training, and they are giving them superpowers, and they are making it's like they're training them for
Walkie
it's
talkie? Question mark? What?
Bro, hold on, you gotta fix your mic, bro.
Your mic just cut
I
out.
want him to
you just
actually
It
fucked
finish
him
sounded
his
like it was
point.
floating up in the sky.
I want you to finish
Also,
your
can
point,
you
but you
give me
gotta
an
fix your
example
mic.
of a female like that, by the way? Because Captain Marvel, She Hulk, all of these characters are technically trained in some
right.
way or
Some
another.
way.
She-Hulk was
Exactly.
not trained.
what
Oh,
is
she
she
was.
gonna
She
No, no,
was.
train?
Captain
no.
Marvel was
So
trained.
She Hulk specifically, I'm talking about she's trained as in like she already has information on Bruce Banner. Like she's not a martial artist.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's
like
true.
she has a
That's
power of
true.
Bruce Banner, so she doesn't
That's
need to train or
true.
And she
anything like
had that
that.
little mini training arc with Bruce as well.
Right.
I
I
mean,
don't
yeah,
give you that.
that's
I don't
that.
give you
But
that. I don't
that
give
but
you
but but that but that's that training arc is exactly what I'm talking about. The
Wait,
training
Sean, can you fix your microphone? Because I genuinely want to. I want to talk this out, bro.
No, yeah,
But
this is fun.
it's hard to
Yeah, we
hear
gotta.
you.
Yeah.
hold on. You hear me better now?
that. I hear you.
Yeah, what I was saying is that the training arc was pointless. Like everything he trained her to do, she was better at it. Like she didn't even need it. Like
That's true. That is
she
true.
she so she said that I don't she said like Bruce, I don't need you to explain anger to me. I get catcalled. I go through this more than you. This is a man that had to fight Thanos, the Cheetah. He fought the Abominable, and you're saying that you're more trained than him because you get catcalled. When you
No,
do
no, no,
stuff
no,
like
no. That wasn't the point of that scene, bro. The point of the
the
scene
point,
is that
Not kind of.
and the point of the scene is that Jen and Bruce are two completely different people who handle their anger in two completely different ways. I
Yeah.
if I of course if someone with bipolar disorder talks to me about wanting to how they control their emotions and how they control their anger, of course I'm going to empathize and I'm going to sympathize. But I don't have bipolar disorder. Our brains are wired completely differently.
Yeah.
If we're to infer that the Bruce Banner from the MCU has the same upbringing as the Bruce Banner from the comics, and he grew up in an emotionally abusive and physically abusive environment, of course, Bruce and Jen's brains are going to be wired differently. Plus, they are two of the opposite sexes.
That's
So
true.
when Jen said like I move through life a little bit differently, so I have to kind of temper my emotions. It's not saying, "Oh, I'm better than you." It's just this is your lived experience. This is my lived experience. I'm able to use this a little bit differently than you inherently because of my lived experience. That was
and
the
Yeah.
what
point
They
of
I
the scene.
they
and
both
But
listen
have
that's
and
true.
I,
But
anger.
hold
how's
on,
she
wait,
able to
listen.
do all the
I
things though?
no listen. I can listen.
Because
I
you
can
can't
I
compare
Because
her
we
to
have
let's
Bruce
another
Banner,
let's
by the
say
fucking
way.
person in our head.
let's say I agree with you, right? Which I don't, but let's say I agree with you. The fan base don't care what you're talking about. Take all of that stuff to a college dorm that wants to hear about it. We, the fans, don't want to see this nonsense. We
But
like something
wait,
called
wait, wait, wait.
character
Because
development. No,
now you're
no,
talking
hold on.
about the Hulk, who has almost always been an emotionally complex character.
I just let you explain what you wanted to explain with your all inclusiveness. I hear you.
It's
But
not
we
even
the
all
fans,
inclusiveness. That's the
we
history of the Hulk,
we
bro.
the
That's the
we
history
the
of the Hulk.
we the
Bruce Banner has
fans like
always been
something
an
called
Wait, hold
emotionally
on. Just
the
de-
fans
de-
just
like
let him
Hold
finish.
on.
something
I
called
think we should let him
character
finish. Let him
development.
finish.
Yeah, let
We
Sean
want
finish real quick.
character development. We don't want you to just give somebody powers and say, here you go, here's a movie. We want to understand the beginning, what led you up to here, how'd you get here, and where we're going. But if you're going to start something off by saying, here, miss, here, you got some powers and you got full control and you're better than everybody. Go run a movie and go on Tinder and go do some stuff. And if you turn around and say that stuff is not an agenda, it is an agenda.
It
Or
is
better
true
yet,
because she was not.
Uh,
She
Wait,
was
wait,
not
wait.
Guys,
born with it.
Because
She was not born with it.
guys,
She got it through his
what?
blood,
Hold on.
and so her being
What were
able
you
to do
trying to
all
say?
this stuff
Somebody was
was
trying
like
to say something.
stupidity.
no, that was me. I was going to say, and better yet, to piggyback off that point, you just throwing She-Hulk just because that's his cousin. That's literally the only reason why she's even famous.
hey guys, I gotta wrap it up here. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah,
you're good.
All right.
yeah, that was
it
a good
was,
live. That
it
That
was
was,
was actually a good live. One of the best lives I've seen in a while.
it was good. That was my first live. It was good.
Good.
Thank you for and joining and everything. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you guys for having us.
Catch you later.